climate change, among others.
Having a gender-sensitive parliament to me as a businesswoman means having a bigger representation and a bigger voice that speaks out for women in business. It also means that we are going to have more women influencing business policies so that they may be friendly to women who are joining the business sector.
We are pleased to welcome speakers of parliaments and other delegates to the 145th IPU Assembly. We wish you a comfortable stay in Rwanda. Welcome to Rwanda. Murakaza neza mu Rwanda. Bienvenue au Rwanda. Through a gender-responsive constitution, Rwanda has achieved and even surpassed gender parity.
The government of Rwanda has put a lot of effort towards ensuring that both boys and girls have access to education equally. Girls are now able to pursue different fields of studies, including the ones that have deemed predominantly male.
The government has reinforced having women in bigger positions and creating a safe environment for them to step out and build their dreams. So that has really motivated me to see that there is no limit to what I can achieve, especially because of my gender, and that's a big motivation.
The 145th Assembly of the IPU and its related meetings will be held in Kigali, Rwanda, at the invitation of the Parliament of the Republic of Rwanda, under the theme Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world.
Having parliaments that are gender sensitive is first of all a message from a government to say that we know that our country is made of men and women,
May I ask you to take your seat, please? We are going to resume the general debate. Please take your seats. This morning we are going to proceed with the general debate. The first on the list of this morning is the delegate from United Kingdom. She will be followed by the delegate from Japan. United Kingdom, the floor is yours.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, it is an absolute honor to be back here in Kigali, and I want to convey my thanks to the Rwandan government and Rwandan Parliament for their magnificent hosting of this event. This is my 5th visit to Rwanda for over the last 14 years, and I am delighted to be able to be here as a female MP to salute Rwanda's leadership in terms of women in Parliament. It is truly a standout achievement in the world. It is a beacon for all of us who wish to see our parliaments become 50-50 parliaments in our lifetime. There has been very significant progress in Rwanda towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And I, for one, am convinced that this is correlated to the high level of female representation in Parliament and in government. The UK has been proud to work closely with Rwanda in many different ways, including now as Commonwealth partners. We are united in so many goals, whether it be tackling climate change, supporting countries to achieve their sustainable development goals, and importantly, ensuring that every child in the world enjoys 12 years of quality education. The UK has worked very closely with Rwanda in many areas, including, for example, in the Statistics Authority, where our UK Statistics Authority and the Rwandan Statistics Agency are very close partners. An example of how, when you measure things, you know how you should be acting. Now, the UK Parliament may be ancient, but we have some way to go before we catch up with Rwanda on female representation. In fact, we are only ranked 45th in the world. Just 35% of our MPs are women, and in just over 100 years since women first got the vote, we have elected 559 women MPs in the last century. That's fewer than seats that we have in Parliament. And in our long history of prime ministers of the United Kingdom, only 3 have been women so far. One of the things that I want to change in our Parliament is to end the situation that we have in our upper house, the House of Lords, where 1/8 of the seats are actually reserved for men only. This is because of hereditary peerages. And this year I introduced a private member's bill, the Hereditary Peerages Female Succession Bill. It changed the rule of succession of all peerages to pass to the first child, not the first son. And colleagues, so many of you have shared your condolences with the UK over the recent death of our much-loved late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. But you may not know that the UK Parliament in 2013 actually changed the line of succession for the Crown so that it goes to the firstborn child, because we can see that both having a queen and having a king are excellent things. The UK welcomes the work that the IPU does on women in parliaments, and we welcome the data, and we have the excellent Professor Sarah Childs of Edinburgh University involved with the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. Now, dear colleagues, I'm sure that most of you have taken the opportunity here in Kigali to visit the Genocide Memorial. Few can visit unmoved the unflinching presentation of the horrors of the genocide against the Tutsi will move us all. And all of us are impressed with the way that Rwanda has faced its past. One of the lessons that I learned from that visit is that the international community was too slow to act, and we as parliamentarians were too slow to act. And today, as parliamentarians of the world assemble here in Kigali, including delegations both from Kiev and from Moscow, we are confronted once again with horrific, deliberate violence, acts of war. Just this week, cruise missiles attacked civilians indiscriminately on Ukraine's sovereign territory. These are acts which can only be described as war crimes. So as parliamentarians here in Kigali, we have the opportunity to address Russian parliamentarians directly. You can see that you have lost the room here. Please take the message back to Moscow that your mothers in Russia are seeing their sons die in an illegal war. You can see that the women and children are suffering as their menfolk are either conscripted or flee conscription. You, as parliamentarians from the Russian delegation, in the spirit of dialogue at the IPU, must take this message back from the parliamentarians of the world. You must read the text of the UN resolution this week, because that text is very powerful, and the world wants you to withdraw your troops, and the illegal annexation of Ukrainian territory must end. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to the delegate from Japan, and will be followed by the delegate from Finland. Japan, the floor is yours.
議長、私は日本議員団の団長を務めております田中和則と申します。お許しをいただき、スピーチをさせていただきます。今、若きアフリカでは、成長の鼓動が高鳴り始めております。日本はアフリカと共に成長するパートナーとして、過去の経験から人に焦点を当てた成長を重視しており、今年8月にチュニジアで開催された日本とアフリカ諸国による開発会議であるシカッドの第8回会議においても、そのことを改めて強調しております。私が政治キャリアのスタートをさせた日本の一大工業地帯の川崎市では、1960年代からの高度経済成長期、多くの人が苦しむ深刻な公害に直面をいたしました。経済成長の過程では、視点がインフラや産業に偏りがちですが、人への配慮を決して忘れてはなりません。人に配慮した成長のためには、ジェンダー平等の視点も欠かせないのであります。政治分野には、ジェンダー平等に向けた 取り組みについて、日本は2014年から世界の幅広い分野のトップリーダーを招く国際女性会議 WOW を継続して開催しているほか、妊娠、出産、育児等の家庭生活と政治活動の両立支援体制の整備等に関し、政党や国、地方公共団体の取り組みの促進を定める法律改正を行うなど、ジェンダー平等、ひいては個々の人の幸福を追求するための取り組みを行っております。今後も共に成長するパートナーとして、アフリカの皆様、そして世界の皆様と人に焦点を当てた成長を実現をしていきたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much, Honorable. Now the floor is Finland. Should be followed by Spain.
Señora Presidente, estimados colegas, en la actualidad Finlandia es conocido como uno de los países más igualitarios del mundo, pero esto no siempre ha sido así. Por ejemplo, hace poco más de 100 años en Finlandia las mujeres no teníamos derecho a votar o ser votadas como candidatas en las elecciones, derecho a trabajar sin permiso de nuestros maridos, derecho a estudiar en la universidad. Y hace menos de 30 años en Finlandia las mujeres todavía no teníamos derecho a rechazar la violencia sexual dentro del matrimonio, derecho a integrarnos en el ejército. Después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, nuestro país estaba de rodillas. Los hombres heridos, la deuda terrible con Rusia y las empresas en unas condiciones muy malas. Además, estábamos, como siempre, aislados en el norte y hablábamos una lengua muy rara. Finlandia era uno de los países menos desarrollados de Europa. El cambio ha sido total, pero es importante recordar que el camino hasta la igualdad ha sido largo, lento y complejo, y que este camino nunca se hubiera andado sin mujeres muy valientes y seguras de sí mismas y sin la ayuda sistemática de unos hombres modernos que supieron ver la importancia vital que tenía para el país la integración social de la mujer. Ahora tenemos igualdad de derechos para estudiar, trabajar y cuidar a los niños, por ejemplo. Tenemos una ley de paja paternal que garantiza 160 días para los dos padres. Cada niño tiene un derecho a una guardería. Tenemos escuelas sin coste, con almuerzo incluido para todos los alumnos. No tenemos pausas largas en las escuelas, lo que facilita que las mujeres puedan trabajar fuera de casa. Todos estos cambios han hecho posible unos niveles de desarrollo y de resiliencia del país considerados por muchos como milagrosos. Gracias a la lucha por la igualdad y por los servicios de atención y protección de la familia, ahora el nivel del empleo es más del 74%. También tenemos la pensión básica garantizada para todos. Sin embargo, a pesar de todos estos logros, hay objetivos de igualdad que no se han conseguido aún. Todavía el euro de la mujer vale solamente 84 céntimos. Todavía la gran mayoría de los jefes son hombres. Y los hombres tienen sus propios problemas. El nivel de consumo de alcohol y drogas y el nivel de criminalidad y de suicidios son mayores entre los hombres. Los hombres estudian y usan menos los servicios de salud y los hombres fallecen más jóvenes que las mujeres. La sensibilidad parlamentaria es uno de los temas más importantes para UPI. Aunque en el Parlamento finlandés más del 40% de los parlamentarios son mujeres sin cuotas ni listas electorales, todavía tenemos retos. Todavía normalmente los hombres tienen más poder. Los hombres son mayoría en las comisiones más importantes. La mayoría de los presidentes de los organismos dentro del Parlamento son hombres. Hemos hecho mucho para cambiar la situación. Ahora tenemos el Colegio de la Igualdad, que supervisa y mejora las prácticas de sensibilidad de género. El colegio también reaccionaría si alguien se comportará mal. Reservamos el 5% de la financiación de los partidos para el trabajo de las organizaciones de las mujeres. Recomendamos a los grupos parlamentarios repartir los puestos igualmente. Y hoy en día, 7 de los presidentes de 9 partidos son mujeres y la mayoría del gobierno son mujeres también. El camino del desarrollo de la igualdad tiene también muchos peligros. En el mundo todavía hay demasiadas presiones para limitar o incluso eliminar los derechos de las mujeres. Por eso el trabajo por la igualdad debe ser un trabajo continuo por el bienestar de los individuos con independencia de su género. Solo con la igualdad de derechos y responsabilidades podremos conseguir un mundo mejor para todos. La igualdad funciona como motor del cambio en el mundo y eso no podemos olvidarlo. El movimiento se demuestra andando. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Spain, to Norway, and followed by Czech Republic.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Señorías, la igualdad es una aspiración de todo ser humano y de toda sociedad que pretenda llamarse desarrollada y que realmente busque el desarrollo integral, justo y equitativo de todos sus miembros. Y es una aspiración que incluye a hombres y mujeres, a ricos y pobres, a altos y bajos, independientemente de sus rasgos, de su color de piel, de sus creencias o de cualquier otra cualidad que les haga diferentes. La mujer ha avanzado mucho en la consecución de esta aspiración en los últimos años, pero poco tienen que ver nuestras hijas con nuestras abuelas. Y, sin embargo, a pesar de todo ello, queda mucho por hacer. No debemos permitir que las crisis actuales, económica, energética, de paz y seguridad o climática, afecten a esta aspiración y nos haga retroceder. Hemos sido capaces de duplicar en 20 años el número de parlamentarias en nuestros parlamentos, pero siguen existiendo riesgos de explotación sexual, tráfico de personas, matrimonios forzados u otras formas de violencia o de acoso. Avanzar en la igualdad, avanzar en respuestas inclusivas, generar mayores condiciones y mejores políticas sectoriales y mayor resiliencia, mayor prosperidad, deben ser, sin duda, objetivos inalienables. Para ello tenemos que reforzar nuestro marco legal y político, tener cero tolerancia con el sexismo y promover políticas de conciliación de la vida familiar y laboral. Sin duda, el apoyo comprometido y activo de los parlamentarios varones es una pieza muy importante. En España, el 57% de las madres sufrieron una pérdida salarial al convertirse en madres, tras verse obligadas a reducir su jornada, coger una excedencia o directamente dejar el empleo, o en su caso a reducir el tiempo libre personal. El COVID agravó, por supuesto, esta situación de forma relevante. Para ello, se ha trabajado en iniciativas como el Plan Corresponsables, como el Plan Me Cuida, con planes específicos contra el desempleo femenino, también contra las mujeres con discapacidad, con medidas fiscales para promover el emprendimiento, el teletrabajo o la extensión de la prestación por cuidado de menores afectados por enfermedades o el Plan Estratégico para la Igualdad Efectiva de Mujeres y Hombres. En términos económicos, el coste de las desigualdades entre hombres y mujeres supone un impacto negativo para la sociedad equivalente al 19% del Producto Interior Bruto. Y el coste de oportunidad de la brecha de conciliación en el medio rural equivale a más del 3% del Producto Interior Bruto. La brecha en salud y bienestar un 15,5% y todavía existen brechas en digitalización, en empleo, en educación, en salarios, en el número de mujeres directivas y también en la pensión media, fruto de carreras de cotización más cortas. Sin embargo, en España ya el 41% de la comunidad investigadora son mujeres. Es necesario, por tanto, avanzar en medidas destinadas no solo a las mujeres mayores, a la protección contra la violencia intrafamiliar, sino también mejorar las medidas contra las víctimas de trata, la explotación sexual, crear nuevas unidades de atención a la familia y a la mujer, coordinar mejor en todas las administraciones competentes estas actuaciones, desarrollar un plan nacional de conciliación y corresponsabilidad y una conferencia sectorial para la conciliación de la vida personal, familiar y laboral. Facilitar la reinserción en el mercado laboral tras el cuidado de menores, mejorar las acciones formativas, especialmente en las tecnologías de información y comunicación, avanzar en la flexibilidad horaria y en los servicios de respiro familiar, ayuda a domicilio y teleasistencia avanzada. Queridos amigos, hemos avanzado mucho, pero queda mucho por hacer. Mientras tanto, Masha Amini se ha convertido en un icono de todas las mujeres y hombres que luchan contra la violencia contra la mujer. De la misma manera que la resistencia y resiliencia de las mujeres ucranianas en la retaguardia se ha convertido en un ejemplo mundial que sin duda tendrá su recompensa. Queridos amigos, sigamos avanzando juntos en el camino de la igualdad, porque solo así conseguiremos unas sociedades más cohesionadas, más justas, más libres y más democráticas. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you so much, Spain. The floor is now to Norway. Norway will be followed by Bolivia.
Thank you, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my deepest sympathies with our Ukrainian friends and colleagues, and I condemn in the strongest way the criminal and brutal acts of the Russian Federation, killing innocent women, children, in their missile attacks on Ukraine cities. Gender equality is something that some of us are able to enjoy because we live in well-developed democracies where human rights is respected. But other women are not so fortunate. They live in countries where the state controls the individuals all the way down to how they dress or how they wear their hair. This is why I today feel it's my obligation as a young female parliamentarian from Norway to give my voice to other girls out there. Masha Amini Orgina was a 22-year-old Kurdish Iranian woman that was arrested by the moral police for not wearing her hijab correctly. Later, she died in custody, probably after being beaten to death by the same morality police. What is the point, dear colleagues, of talking about gender equality in the parliament in a country where women are so far from having any real equality. The obligation to wear a hijab is an abuse of individual freedom and girls' fundamental human rights. We must support our Iranian sisters in their fight to achieve real gender equality. Now, the people of Iran has taken to the streets to protest. They cut off their hair, they burn their hijabs, and all of this with the risk of their lives. We know now that people are missing and even get killed in these demonstrations. For these girls, the freedom we ourselves enjoy is non-existing, except for maybe in the Iranian regime's speeches to international conference, like maybe this one. So my suggestion is, we should stand up for the girls like Gina and show solidarity with the demonstrations in Iran. Gender equality is not possible before every sister is free. And remember this session's theme with leaving no one behind? How is it possible to be drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world if we don't speak up for the girls? Thank you, President.
Thank you so much. The floor is now to Bolivia. Bolivia will be followed by Hungary.
Muy buenos días a las autoridades locales, hombres y mujeres de Ruanda, país que hoy cobija a la 145 Asamblea de Unión Interparlamentaria. Un saludo muy especial a todas y todos los parlamentarios presentes. Mi nombre es Aleisa Rodríguez Montero, soy una joven mujer proveniente de la Amazonía boliviana, región que alberga a más de una treintena de los pueblos indígenas de Bolivia. También alberga a más del 40% de especies a nivel mundial, tanto en fauna y flora, biodiversidad, que hoy se encuentran en riesgo por los constantes avasallamientos de tierras por parte de colonos, la explotación ilegal de minerales, hoy por hoy camuflados en el cooperativismo y la explotación ilegal de la fauna de la Amazonía boliviana. Pese a que en Bolivia, mediante Constitución Política del Estado, estableció la igualdad de género, estableció la responsabilidad del Estado de promover y garantizar el aprovechamiento responsable y planificado de los recursos naturales para el bienestar de las generaciones actuales y futuras, que a partir de esta ley de leyes se han confeccionado normas que establecen las figuras de paridad y alternancia, las cuales buscan garantizar la participación de las mujeres en los órganos de elección. Sin embargo, las mismas no son suficientes. Por ejemplo, los 17 miembros que son ministros vigentes en Bolivia, solo son 3 ministras mujeres que dirigen los ministerios de la Presidencia de Cultura, Trabajo, respectivamente. Dentro del órgano legislativo, quienes presiden la Asamblea Legislativa, la Cámara de Senadores, la Cámara de Diputados, son varones. Esto pone en evidencia que en la práctica el tipo de democracia que existe en Bolivia no cumple la paridad y alternancia mencionado anteriormente. Pese a que de acuerdo a los datos estadísticos del Instituto Nacional de Estadísticas de Bolivia del 2018 estableció que Bolivia tiene una población aproximadamente de 11 millones de habitantes, las cuales el 51% son mujeres y el 49% son hombres, dato que responde solo a una proyección y que no son certeros, puesto que el censo fue el año 2012, realizado por un censo de población y vivienda de hace mucho tiempo. Actualmente, el censo es una demanda que hoy el pueblo boliviano exige la realización que el gobierno central no quiere realizar. Bolivia atraviesa una de las crisis más deplorables en el aspecto judicial, puesto que han salido a la luz una serie de denuncias de manipulación de procesos judiciales donde se beneficia a las personas sentenciadas por violencia a la mujer como feminicidio, lo cual agudiza de tal manera que en los últimos días se ha filtrado uno de los audios donde un diputado del partido de gobierno y el presidente del Consejo de la Magistratura se encontraban planificando lo que son las próximas elecciones de las autoridades judiciales y a la vez trazando órganos del órgano judicial, lo cual esto denota que Bolivia no existe la independencia de poder cuyo principio es base para la democracia. Por otro lado, tenemos una problemática económica donde más del 90% de la población boliviana está sumida a las actividades informales. Quienes no tienen un seguro social, quienes no reciben en muchos casos ni el salario básico y que además de la labor por más de 8 horas, cuyo sector engrosado a causa de la pandemia por jóvenes, mujeres e indígenas. Por esta razón, junto a muchos jóvenes y mujeres de Bolivia, venimos planteando las democracias sustantivas, donde no solo la paridad y la alternancia queden plasmadas en las leyes, sino que sean hechos demostrables en los diversos niveles del país. Porque se ha demostrado psicológicamente que las mujeres y jóvenes ejercen sus acciones bajo pilares de la transparencia, el uso de los recursos de forma eficiente, eficaz, estas prácticas también constantes de la austeridad y la economía. Por otro lado, también se ha demostrado ante los embates de toma de decisión que las mujeres son más pragmáticas y protegen a todos los sectores sin dejar de lado a nadie, sin favoritismos sectoriales o partidarios. Lo que hoy por hoy es muy necesario que en países como Bolivia, donde día a día se vive con menor esperanza, tanto por la afectación del medio ambiente, por la afectación de la economía, ya que los principales pozos gasíferos de Bolivia están en una etapa de declinación productiva. La falta de empleo y el crecimiento constante de la actividad informal por los constantes abusos del aparato público y actos de corrupción por la crisis del aparato judicial, entre otros factores, hacen que es necesario construir una democracia con verdadera participación de jóvenes y mujeres. Es por eso mi motivo en este escenario internacional y demandar ante estas instancias la atención. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est maintenant à la Hongrie. Hongrie sera suivie par le délégué du Parlement européen.
Honorable Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, peer MPs, I would like to take this opportunity to cordially welcome you. This topic of general debate of our General Assembly is not a new one. We have often stressed the importance of gender equality, and that is why we have decided to do our utmost, both in our respective countries and in the international community, to ensure its prevalence. The question is whether is it right to raise this topic again and share our achievements in this field? Yes, it's absolutely right. That is because the recognition of gender equality is rooted in human dignity and is a core value of our existence. These days, we live in a world where everything is called into question. Today, it is difficult to young people to find robust orientation points. For this reason, we, as members of the most long-standing international organization, have not only the opportunity, but also the obligation to offer people a firm anchor. This is why we must go back and reaffirm key values such as gender equality and state that the Inter-Parliamentary Union does everything in its power to achieve this. In Hungary, gender equality represents a fundamental value and stems from two ancient sources. The first one is the family-centered culture of Hungarian people, which goes back many centuries. The word feleség, wife, clearly shows its essence. It refers to women being the fully equal other halves of men, and only the two of them together can form a whole. The other source is our Christian culture, which teaches that all people are equal and also equally valuable. Honorable peer MPs, in order for women to be able to successfully appear in politics, it is essential to strengthen them in society as a whole. We can help this with legal instruments, education, shaping public opinion, protecting women, and strengthening their self-confidence. Please allow me to share with you some of our successful measures. One of the essential components of equality is that every human being should have the chance to be born. In this spirit, Hungary has laws that protect human life from the moment of conception. Hungary's fundamental law enshrines the prohibition of discrimination as a general principle. This provision ensures equal treatment before the law, especially mentioning the prohibition of discrimination between the sexes. We believe that the well-being of both sexes and families forms the basis of social sustainability. Women play an essential role in family life, and therefore women's policy as a key part of our family policy. In order to strengthen the role of women within the family and in society in general, the government has developed an action plan for the period up until 2030, which promotes work-life balance. At the same time, women can be exposed to domestic violence. We provide them with legal protection. In addition, we operate special centers where victims can find shelter and receive help to process what happened. The right to health is enshrined in our constitution. We also ensure women's health by providing access to screening tests and vaccination against one of the most dangerous cancers, cervical cancer. Vaccination is available to girls voluntarily and free of charge. The disease is also spread by men, so boys can also be vaccinated to protect women. Education is one of the key elements for someone to successfully participate in the life of society. In Hungary, we pay special attention to education, which is accessible and obligatory to both boys and girls. The population of the Roma minority in Hungary is significant. We have developed special programs for their training and to support women's lifestyles. Women play an important role in public life. Typically, they participate in the work of local communities. 20% of mayors are women. In Hungary, the head of state has been a woman since the spring of this year. As Hungary's first female head of state, Kathleen Novák successfully and effectively represents our country both at home and in the international community. Deeply esteemed peer MPs, closing my remarks, last but not least, on behalf of the Hungarian delegation, I would like to thank the Madam Speaker, the Rwandan Parliament, and the nice, kind, helpful Rwandan people for the warm hospitality and this marvelous week here in Rwanda. Thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you a fruitful continuation of discussion. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est maintenant à la délégation du Parlement européen et elle sera suivie par la délégation de l'Algérie. Parlement européen, la parole est à vous.
Senhora Presidente, Excelências, caras e caros colegas, excelentíssimas senhoras e senhores, dirijo-me hoje a esta Assembleia na qualidade de co-presidente da Assembleia Parlamentar Paritária África, Caribas, Pacífico, União Europeia e também de membro do Parlamento Europeu. Na Assembleia Parlamentar Paritária somos 78 países dos Estados ACP e 27 da União Europeia, que nos reunimos todos os anos em 2 sessões plenárias rotativas, uma na União Europeia, outra num dos países de África, ou das Caraíbas ou do Pacífico, bem como em múltiplas reuniões regionais e temáticas. Em cada sessão plenária realizamos um Fórum da Juventude e também um Fórum das Mulheres. Mesmo durante a pandemia, continuamos os trabalhos, embora na sua maioria de forma remota. Com representantes de mais de uma centena de países, temos uma visão muito ampla da ordem, ou se quiserem, da desordem global. A experiência de co-presidir à segunda maior Assembleia Interparlamentar do mundo, sendo que a maior Assembleia Interparlamentar do mundo é esta, em que estamos hoje aqui, a União Interparlamentar, mas essa experiência, em tempos difíceis, como a pandemia ou a invasão da Ucrânia e os seus impactos mundiais, permitem-me partilhar convosco 3 ideias simples. Em primeiro lugar, o diálogo entre as pessoas tem um poder determinante para superar obstáculos. Através do diálogo, e em especial do diálogo interparlamentar, podemos gerar uma empatia que torna a ideia de todos diferentes, todos iguais, não apenas um slogan, permitindo-nos assim trabalhar em conjunto, com base em ideias em que todos convergimos, com base sobretudo numa ideia em que todos convergimos, a universalidade dos direitos humanos. Caras e caros colegas, a diplomacia interparlamentar é cada vez mais importante no mundo. A Assembleia Parlamentar Paritária, União Europeia, ACP, União Europeia, vai reunir-se no final deste mês em Maputo, Moçambique. E saúdo os meus colegas da delegação de Moçambique que tanto trabalharam e estão a trabalhar para esta organização. E esta Assembleia terá também na sua agenda, entre outros temas, o debate sobre as questões da igualdade de género. Orgulhamo-nos de ser uma Assembleia Parlamentar Paritária sensível às questões de género. O nosso objetivo também é ser um motor para um mundo mais resiliente e pacífico. Enquanto deputado ao Parlamento Europeu, gostaria de salientar que a igualdade é um princípio fundamental da nossa Casa da Democracia Europeia, respeitando o artigo 3º do Tratado Europeu, que nesta matéria define que a igualdade entre homens e mulheres tem que ser promovida. Mas não é apenas a União Europeia que considera esta igualdade como um valor fundamental. O 5º Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável consiste em alcançar a igualdade de género e capacitar todas as mulheres e raparigas em todo o mundo. Deve ser assumido como um direito humano. As mulheres representam metade da população e qualquer reivindicação de respeito dos direitos humanos deve, evidentemente, ter em conta toda a população. Os parlamentos têm também neste domínio, enquanto empregadores e instituições, um papel fundamental e devem funcionar como um modelo para a sociedade no seu conjunto e dar o exemplo. Para os deputados eleitos neste mandato, o Parlamento Europeu alterou o seu regimento. Exigimos agora, em todas as nossas delegações, um equilíbrio de género entre presidências e vice-presidências. A partir das próximas eleições europeias, em 2024, esta regra será igualmente aplicada às nossas comissões permanentes. O nosso Parlamento também se tornou mais sensível às questões de género e está disponível para cooperar com todos aqueles que enveredem pelo mesmo caminho. Porém, caras e caros colegas, se quisermos criar sociedades verdadeiramente resilientes, não devemos concentrar-nos apenas nas instituições governamentais. A igualdade é crucial para o desenvolvimento sustentável, para as economias modernas e para uma sociedade civil dinâmica e beneficia tanto homens como mulheres. A educação é peça fundamental para atingir a igualdade e o empoderamento de mulheres e raparigas. Uma educação de qualidade para todos os nossos jovens cidadãos é da maior importância. Gostaria de voltar a salientar o objetivo 5 do desenvolvimento sustentável, alcançar a igualdade de género e capacitar todas as mulheres e raparigas. Isso ajudar-nos-á a construir um mundo melhor. Mas o que acabei de mencionar exige que tenhamos a coragem de adotar uma abordagem não fragmentada, que não sejamos egoístas, porque só juntos teremos êxito. Teremos que multiplicar as parcerias entre iguais e, enquanto deputados, no diálogo interparlamentar, teremos que promover uma abordagem multilateral para alcançar os objetivos que definimos e que queremos alcançar em nome dos povos que representamos. Caros colegas, muito obrigado pela vossa atenção e o meu agradecimento ao povo e às instituições do Ruanda por nos terem acolhido com tanta simpatia e competência nesta enorme festa da representação e da soberania dos povos. Muito obrigado.
Merci beaucoup. Maintenant, la parole est à la délégation de l'Algérie, suivie par la délégation de la Roumanie.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السعادة، سيداتي وسادتي، أود بدء أن أعرب عن خالص شكري وامتناني العميق لأصدقائنا الروانديين عن الترحيب الحار والتنظيم الجيد لهذا الحدث الهام. كما أغتنم هذه الفرصة لأنقل لكم تحيات السيد صالح جوجيل رئيس مجلس الأمة وتطلعاته الصادقة إلى إنجاح أعمال هذه الدورة ال45 بعد 100. في هذه المناسبة أيضا يجب أن نشير إلى حساسية وأهمية مسألة عدم المساواة عامة، وفيما يتعلق على وجه الخصوص بالموضوع الرئيسي المختار والموسوم المساواة بين الجنسين والبرلمانات التي تراعي الفوارق بين الجنسين، دوافع التغيير من أجل المزيد من المرونة والسلمية في العالم. ولهذا السبب نحتاج إلى أن نسأل أنفسنا عن الإنجازات والتحديات المتعلقة بعدم المساواة التي تطرح حاليا كقضية عالمية. لذلك تتجلى أهمية هذا الاجتماع مرة أخرى كونه يتيح لنا فرصة تحديد ما يجسد طبيعة التحديات التي يواجهها المجتمع الدولي في مكافحة عدم المساواة، ولا سيما ما يجب أن يستجيب بشكل مناسب لاحتياجات المرأة في مجالات التنمية والأمن وبناء السلام. أصحاب السعادة، سيداتي وسادتي، لقد وضعت الجزائر منذ استقلالها مسألة المرأة في قلب سياستها الوطنية، وهو ما يتضح جليا من خلال التصديق على أهم الصكوك الدولية والإقليمية المتعلقة بحقوق الإنسان، ولا سيما تلك المتعلقة بحقوق المرأة. وفي هذا الصدد تجدر الإشارة إلى أن الدولة الجزائرية أولت باستمرار اهتماما كبيرا لمسألة المشاركة السياسية للمرأة، معتبرة ذلك قاعدة أساسية لتحديد النظام السياسي وبناء الديمقراطية حقيقية. وقد تم التأكيد على هذا المبدأ بشكل أساسي خلال التعديل الدستوري في نوفمبر 2020 من خلال دستورة المساواة بين المرأة والرجل، مما يعزز إلى حد كبير المكانة الدستورية للمرأة الجزائرية ويكرس ترقيتها الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والإدارية. لذلك فإن التضمين الدستوري لهذه المسائل المتصلة بالمرأة يبرهن على صدق المقاربة والإرادة الثابتة لرئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون فيما يتعلق بضرورة تطوير مكانة المرأة الجزائرية وتعزيز دورها في العمل السياسي والاقتصادي والاجتماعي. أصحاب السعادة، سيداتي وسادتي، تعمل بلاد الجزائر منذ سنوات على تحقيق مبدأ التكافؤ في جميع المجالات استجابة لتطلعات المرأة الجزائرية التي تطمح إلى دور اقتصادي أكبر من أجل المساهمة بشكل فعال في تنمية البلاد وازدهارها. وفي هذا الصدد جرى بنا الذكر إلى أن الجزائر قد بذلت جهود كبيرة لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، ولا سيما الهدف الثالث منها، وما زال تواصل نفس الإصرار على تحقيق الأهداف الإنمائية للألفية وأجندة 2063 الاتحاد الإفريقي. فيما يتعلق بمكافحة جميع أشكال العنف ضد المرأة، فقد تضمن قانون العقوبات المعدل والمكمل أحكاما تكافح العنف بجميع أشكاله من أجل حماية المرأة والأسرة بشكل عام. بالإضافة إلى ذلك تم وضع عدد من آليات ذات الصلة مثل الاستراتيجية الوطنية لمكافحة العنف ضد المرأة وخطة الاتصال الوطنية لتنفيذ هذه الاستراتيجية. وبالمثل فإن الدولة الجزائرية ما زالت تبذل من الجهود الرامية إلى تنشيط دور المرأة في مسار بناء الجزائر الجديد ومن أجل حياة أفضل في كنفها. واليوم يحق لنا أن نفخر بمبدأ المساواة المكرس في جميع القوانين الوطنية التي نجري عليها كما اقتضى الأمر تعديل تتكيف مع التغيرات الداخلية والخارجية مع مراعاة قيمنا الحضارية والوطنية. وعلى هذا الأساس نقول إن الإنجازات التي تحقق لصالح المرأة الجزائرية تشكل تقدم مجتمعي كبير وملموس يستحق تثمينه وتسليط الضوء عليه. أصحاب السعادة سيداتي وسادتي، لطالما تبنت الجزائر سياسة خارجية عادلة وديناميكية ومتوازنة تركز تدخلها على الدفاع عن المصالح الحيوية للأمة مع السعي إلى الإسهام في الأمن والاستقرار الإقليميين وكذلك في تعزيز السلام في العالم. وفي هذا السياق فإن الجزائر بفضل دورها المحوري في منطقتها وبقيادة رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون لن تتوانى عن تحقيق المزيد من القيم المضافة، خاصة فيما يتعلق بالتحديات والقضايا التي تواجه المغرب العربي ومنطقة الساحل والعالم العربي والقارة الأفريقية وحوض البحر الأبيض المتوسط، من خلال الاستمرار في انتهاج مقاربة منسقة ومكيفة قصد ضمان دعم البلدان المعنية لها. وبالمثل ونظرا لضخامة التحديات العالمية مثل التنمية والتغذية والصحة والبيئة والنقل التكنولوجيا، ونظرا لخطورة التهديدات الحالية مثل التطرف العنيف والإرهاب والجريمة المنظمة، من الضروري التصدي لها بطريقة متضافرة ومتعددة الأبعاد، كما يفترض ذلك حل الأزمات والنزاعات بالطرق السلمية وفقا للمقتضيات الشرعية الدولية بعيدا عن منطق تدخل وباحترام السيادة الوطنية للدولة. فيما يتعلق بالقضية الفلسطينية فإن الجزائر لا تقبل استمرار المأساة المفروضة على الشعب الفلسطيني، تشجع في الوقت نفسه إفلات الاحتلال من العقاب وتدين أي محاولة لضم الأراضي الفلسطينية أخرى أو تغيير الوضع القانوني لمدينة القدس الشريف المقدسة. أما عن المسألة الصحراوية تؤكد الجزائر على ضرورة تعزيز جهود الأمم المتحدة لاستئناف المفاوضات المباشرة بين طرفي نزاع المملكة المغربية وجبهة البوليزاريو بهدف تحقيق حل سياسي عادل ودائم مقبول من كلا الطرفين، ويضمن الشعب الصحراوي ممارسة حقه عبر القابل للتصرف غير القابل للتقادم في تقرير المصير وفقا لقرارات الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة وعقيدتها بشأن تصفية الاستعمار. في الأخير نذكر ونحن في مقام برلماني دولي تأسس على قيم التعاون والتسامح والتضامن والحرية بالمصالحة الوطنية الفلسطينية التي تكرست في الجزائر اليوم برعاية السيد عبد المجيد تبون رئيس الجمهورية، والذي دعا إلى اجتماع الأشقاء على الأرض الجزائر الذي تمتلك رصيد كبير من تجارب المصالحة وخبرة تستحق الإشادة في تقريب الرؤى وجمع الصفوف، لا سيما حين يتعلق الأمر بتصفية الاستعمار ومساندة الشعوب في تقرير المصير وفقا ما تنص عليه الشرعية الدولية ومواثيق الأمم المتحدة. ننوه بنجاح الحوار الفلسطيني وتجسيد هذه المصالحة التاريخية قبل إنهاء ترتيبات انعقاد القمة العربية الجزائرية بالجزائر والتي ستعمل على تكريس وتعزيز انفتاح الدول العربية عن مزيد من التعاون الدولي وتكثيف التعاون العربي الإفريقي الذي يعرف آفاق واعدة، وذلك من أجل تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة وترسيخ السلم والأمن والاستقرار. أتمنى كل التوفيق لأنشغالنا وأشكركم على حسن استماعكم. شكرا.
Merci. La parole est maintenant à la délégation de la Roumanie qui sera suivie par la délégation de l'Irak.
Dear Mrs. President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the IPU and the Rwandan host for the good organization of this event. Our subject of today comes at the right moment, given the fact that the crises we're facing are not gender neutral and they intensify the existent inequality, including gender discrimination. It is difficult to imagine a functional and open democracy society in the absence of effective and full participation of women in all aspects of life. Women to ground, the world become increasingly aware that they can do something to improve the quality of their life and that of their family and community by raising for political leadership or becoming involved in public activities. Nevertheless, women are generally underrepresented in political office worldwide, and their underrepresentation becomes larger in more senior politicians. Deficiency in women's public participation may arise out of many circumstances, such as poverty, lack of legal rights, the inability to access finance, as well as traditional social perspective on gender roles. There is also a strong line between women's political participation and their economic empowerment. Raising awareness of the role of women in public life, training women to assume public posts, and encouraging them to enter the political arena as complementary to their economic progress. Insofar as Romania is concerned, women are very much present in the political, social, and economic life, but there is still room for improvement with regard to their participation in the decision-making process. Similar to other countries, Romania has overcome the challenge represented by certain cultural and social perspectives on gender roles and the responsibility between men and women. Dear colleagues, I believe that engaging women in national and international affairs does not mean radically changing one system of value. States, regional organization, or initiative, civil society must work together to close the gap that still exists between discourse and reality. Parliament, in their capacity of institution representing the interest of all citizens, play a crucial role in terms of drafting and promoting gender-sensitive legislation. In order to do so, they should start by looking with an introspective eye at their own institution to promote gender equality, including by combating sexist language or behavior. Dear Mrs. President, in my name, in the name of Romanian delegation, thank you for attention.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est maintenant à la délégation de l'Irak, qui sera suivie par la délégation de la Croatie.
سيدة الرئيسة، السيدات السادة الحضور جميعا، من بغداد العراق نبعث لكم باسم مجلس النواب العراقي أرقى التحايا إلى جمهورية رواندا وإلى كل الحضور الكرام. بداية نثمن عاليا جهود القائمين على هذا المحفل الدولي وحسن التنظيم والتنسيق العالي وتوفير الجوانب التقنية واللوجستية. وباسم الوفد العراقي نشكر برلمان جمهورية رواندا ورئاسة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي على هذه الدعوة للمشاركة في اجتماعات الجمعية العامة 45 بعد 100 والدورة 210 للمجلس الحاكم وجميع الهيئات التشريعية والتنفيذية واللجان الدائمة. ونرى إنها من المفيد لطرح الأفكار وضرورة مناقشة الأمور التي تؤدي إلى تحقيق السلام المنشود ودعم أسس الديمقراطية وحقوق الإنسان وتمكين الشباب والمرأة من أن تستلم مكانتها داخل المجتمع الدولي. إننا اليوم إذ نشارك في هذه الاجتماعات التي تعقد في ظل ظروف حرجة وصعبة، حيث تواجه نواجه تحديات متعددة على مستوى العالم، من تداعيات اقتصادية لآثار جائحة كورونا وانعكاسات الحرب الروسية الأوكرانية على مصادر الطاقة والأمن الغذائي. وفي هذا الوقت يسعى العراق أن يلعب دوراً إيجابياً على صعيد المنطقة والعالم، سيما في تخفيف هذه الصراعات، وأن يكون عامل مساعد في الاستقرار. كلنا نعلم حجم المخاطر التي تحيط ببلداننا والتهديد الحقيقي للأمن والسلم العالمي الذي لا يمكن لنا أن نتغافله. إن الاهتمام بملف النقل التكنولوجي والطاقة والمياه وتحدي التغيير المناخي يعد من أخطر التحديات والكوارث التي تواجهها الإنسانية، وهي أمر يستدعي منا جميعاً رفع مستوى الاتفاقيات والمعاهدات في سبيل التصدي المشترك لحماية مستقبل شعوبنا. السيدات السادة الحضور، العراق بجميع مكوناتها ورغم معاناتها الكثيرة ومنذ أعوام سعى من أجل بناء دولة المواطنة والقانون وحث المؤسسات الدستورية على مواصلة التقدم وتحقيق آمال شعبنا وتطلعاته. لقد واجه العراق بكل حزم وشجاعة وإصرار الإرهاب بشتى أشكاله من الفكر الظلامي والتطرف المقيت، وقد حاربنا تنظيم داعش الإرهابي نيابة عن المجتمع الدولي، والذي شكل خطراً عالمياً. واستطاع أبناء شعبنا أن يتصدوا ويحاربوا القوى الظلامية بالتكاتف وبصف واحد من الجيش والشرطة وكافة الأجهزة الأمنية والبيشمركة والحشد الشعبي والعشائري، وقدمنا تضحيات كبيرة في معارك طاحنة لتطهير المناطق من مخلفات الإرهاب الداعشي، ولكنها أثرت علينا كثيراً كأزمات اقتصادية وصحية على مستقبل العراق وشعبه الصامت. ومن هنا ومن هذا المنبر نطالب المجتمع الدولي بالتحرك العاجل مع جيران العراق بهدف الالتزام بالمعاهدات الدولية والاتفاقيات بضمان عدم تكرار التجاوزات والتطاول على السيادة الوطنية ومعالجة ملف المياه وتثبيت حصة العراق المائية بشكل دائم. العراق ما زال يعاني من قضية اللاجئين والنازحين، وما يتعلق بالأوضاع العامة والعملية السياسية والمساواة بين الرجل والمرأة لا يمكن أن نتجاهل دور المرأة العراقية وما حصلت لها من كثير من التحديات، وبخصوص انسحاب الزملاء من النواب من الكتلة الصدرية من البرلمان العراقي أثر على عمل المؤسسة التشريعية لبعض الأشهر، إلا أننا علينا أن لا ننسى إن ضمان الاستقرار السياسي مرتبط بقضية إشراك الجميع، ونود أن ننوه المجتمع الدولي عن المرأة العراقية الصخرة التي تهشمت على جسدها خيوط الإرهاب اللعين منذ تعرضها للتعذيب في الحرب العراقية الإيرانية وحرب الخليج، وقد تحملت الحصائر جائر من عدوان العراق السابق، من عدوان النظام السابق على الجار الكويت. المرأة العراقية تشاركت في تضحياتها مع الرجال قبل أن تطلب المجتمع الدولي المساواة بين المرأة والرجل. فقد كانت العراقية مثالا للتضحية والفداء.
Time is over.
المرأة العراقية التي جاهدت وتجاهد لحد الآن مع المجتمع الدولي لدحر الإرهاب اللعين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Merci. La parole est maintenant à la délégation de la Croatie. Il sera suivi par la délégation de la Libye.
Dear Ms. President, dear colleagues, we are witnessing the increased atmosphere of crisis in the world of today. Crises are multiplying and integrating into one big crisis, threatening to engulf the whole world. Global pandemic, economic crisis, and finally, this dreadful war in Ukraine seems to be the end of civilization as we know it. In this grim atmosphere, one part of this population is more affected than other, children and women. Our duty as parliamentarians is to act for peace to be re-established and for those sensitive groups to be protected. How can we achieve that? Through legislation enforced by responsible parliaments. Structures need to be set in place to ensure the equality and protection, especially of those vulnerable groups. In our Croatian Parliament, we have set the Gender Equality Committee that specializes exactly in these topics. It participates in the drafting, implementation, and analysis of the implementation of the national gender equality policy in the Republic of Croatia. One recent piece of legislation that stands before our committees is the EU and Council of Europe Directive on Prevention of Violence against Women and Family Violence. Our government has given a special emphasis on education about violence against women and girls, and this emphasis will be included in our amendments to the proposed directive. So, education is of utmost importance because it teaches children from the youngest age to have sensitivity against violence, be it against women or within family. It is also important to work on eliminating all kinds of gender prejudices and stereotypes in society. In that way, we will have a more gender-sensitive population in the future that will need no further explaining why gender violence is bad for society. In our parliament, we have around 30% women parliamentarians. We would like to have more of them, but it is on the political forces, political parties, to bring about policies that set standards and women quotas for elections. To conclude, preventing violence against women, girls, and children is surely a guarantee for a more peaceful and happier tomorrow. We, as parliamentarians, have a special task and responsibility. Our tools are words and political debate, and this is how all the conflicts should be resolved, through talking, discussion, and negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. La parole est maintenant à la délégation de la Libye. Elle sera suivie par la délégation de Chili.
السلام عليكم. السيدة رئيسة الجلسة، السيد رئيس الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي، السيد الأمين العام لاتحاد البرلمان الدولي، السيدة رئيس البرلمان الروندي الدولة المضيفة، السيدات والسادة رؤساء الوفود وأعضاء الوفود الزملاء، نجدد لكم التحية ونبلغكم السلام من الشعب الليبي، ونيابة عنهم نجدد الشكر والتقدير للشعب الرواندي رئاسة وبرلمانا وشعبا على حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة وحسن التنظيم. أما بخصوص موضوع الجلسة، المساواة بين الرجال والنساء الجندرية والبرلمانات المراعية للمنظور الجندري باعتباره دوافع للتغيير من أجل عالم أكثر صمودا وسلما، نقول إن المجتمعات البشرية تختلف في نظرتها العامة حول المساواة بين الجنسين التي تهدف إلى خلق تكافؤ بين الرجال والنساء وبصورة متساوية حقوقيا واجتماعيا، وتنطلق فكرة المساواة من مصطلح الكرامة الإنسانية والجميع متساويين في ذلك، فما الذي يمنع أن تكون لهم حقوق متساوية؟ وتقديرا من المجتمع الليبي لأهمية المساواة بين الرجل والمرأة وبما لا يتعارض مع أحكام الشريعة الإسلامية السمحاء، حرص ولا زال يحرص على تطبيق مبدأ المساواة، حيث اشتملت العديد من التشريعات على بعض النصوص التي تضمن حق المرأة في المشاركة السياسية والمناصب القيادية واختيار العمل والمهنة والوظيفة وحرية التصرف والإدارة لأملاكها. كما وفرت التشريعات عدة مزايا منها الإجازة الأمومة مدفوعة الأجر وتوفير خدمات الرعاية الصحية والحماية القضائية والإدارية. من جهة أخرى، حظرت التشريعات الليبية أشكال التمييز ضد المرأة والقضاء على النظرة العنصرية نحوها، ومنعت التمييز ضدها في مجال العمل والمساواة في الحريات الأساسية وحرية التنقل والإقامة. إن جميع القوانين النافذة في ليبيا متفقة تماماً مع مبدأ المساواة بين الرجل والمرأة، ولا يوجد ما يمنعها من ممارسة حق سواء كان في المجال السياسي أو الثقافي أو الاقتصادي أو الاجتماعي، ولها الحق في شغل الوظائف سواء الإدارية أو القيادية. والجدير بالذكر إن دولة ليبيا من أوائل الدول الإسلامية التي سمحت للمرأة بتولي كافة المناصب القضائية أمام المحاكم وانضمت إلى أجهزة الشرطة والجيش. فيما يخص القوانين التي تجرم العنف ضد المرأة بما في ذلك العنف المنزلي، فإن قانون العقوبات الليبي تضمن باباً كاملاً للجرائم الواقعة ضد كيان الأسرة، لأن عقيدة المجتمع العربي الليبي الإسلامية تحرم ذلك، والعرف الاجتماعي يستهجن الممارسات التي تجعل من المرأة محل اتجار أو استغلال. والشريعة الإسلامية أنصفت المرأة وحرمت انتهاك حرمتها وكرامتها صونا لآدميتها. كما إن المرأة في ليبيا تشارك في صياغة السياسة الدولة وتقلد الوظائف العامة، وحقها في المشاركة في جميع المنظمات والجمعيات غير الحكومية التي تعني بالحياة العامة، ووفرت لها فرص التعليم والتأهيل والتحقت بالسلك الدبلوماسي، وبعضهن تولى مهاما وزارية، مما يدل على زيادة الوعي العام بأهمية عمل المرأة وعدم التمييز بينها وبين الرجل. بل إن البرلمان الليبي أفرد في القانون المنظم لعمله الداخلي لجنة برلمانية خاصة تعنى بالنساء، وهذا يدل على أن المرأة الليبية تحظى بكامل حقوقها قانونة أسوة بالرجل. شكرا على حسن الاستماع، ونتمنى لمؤتمرنا هذا النجاح والتوفيق، والسلام عليكم.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est maintenant à la délégation de Chili, qui sera suivie par la délégation de la Palestine.
Estimadas y estimados colegas, buenos días. Es un placer para mí poder compartir con ustedes en esta sesión la experiencia que mi país, Chile, ha tenido durante los últimos años en la implementación de una serie de acciones en favor de la construcción de un Parlamento sensible al género. Como sabemos, la igualdad de género ha sido un tema recurrente en la agenda de la UIP, organización que a través del tiempo ha desarrollado importantes contribuciones al estudio, comprensión y enfrentamiento de las dificultades que afectan a las mujeres al momento de integrarse de manera efectiva en la sociedad. En este ámbito y desde hace más de una década, la organización nos ha estimulado a impulsar en nuestras propias sedes legislativas un profundo cambio cultural para transformarlas en espacios sensibles al género. Todo ello bajo el entendido que, tal como lo exponía la convocatoria que nos fuera remitida, para cumplir con nuestro deber de servir a la población en toda su diversidad, debemos atender con decisión a la violencia de género, evitando su propagación, lo cual requiere como condición necesaria asegurar que dentro de nuestra propia entidad legislativa se promueva a través de políticas, códigos de conductas, acciones de difusión y mecanismos de denuncia u otros, la igualdad de género en todos sus miembros y el personal. Pues bien, el Congreso Nacional de Chile, desde sus inicios, es decir, con más de 210 años, ha sido una entidad tradicionalmente esquiva para la participación de la mujer. Desde entonces, las diputadas no hemos superado las 150 mujeres, número muy disminuido frente a los más de 3.500 hombres que han desempeñado dicho cargo a lo largo de toda la historia parlamentaria. No obstante, siguiendo la tendencia general en casi todos los países, la postulación a cargo de representación ha ido en aumento, gracias principalmente a legislaciones que buscan promover la participación de mujeres y de mecanismos de cuotas de género impulsadas en la última década. Pero hoy la idea nuestra en los parlamentos es defender la paridad, es decir, con un 50% de representación de mujeres se ha instalado como una demanda política bastante transversal, pero con dificultades para su implementación, debido principalmente al argumento conservador de que se estaría metiendo la mano en la urna afectando los resultados y en consecuencia la representación. No puedo dejar pasar un saludo al Parlamento de Ruanda, los anfitriones de esta asamblea y a su presidenta, que hoy se ubica como el parlamento con mayor representación femenina en el mundo, con un 61,3% comparado con un 26% que es el promedio actual a nivel mundial. En este sentido, permítanme compartir con ustedes algunos hitos de nuestro país que también nos llenan de esperanza en el avance de políticas sensibles al género dentro del Parlamento. Primero, la creación del Código de Conductas Parlamentarias, que busca sancionar el acoso a las mujeres parlamentarias. Segundo, en agosto del 2018 se constituyó como comisión permanente la Comisión de Mujeres y Equidad de Género, integrada en su totalidad por mujeres diputadas. Tercero, en enero del año 2019 se dio cuenta de la aprobación del Protocolo de Prevención y Sanción del Acoso Sexual en nuestra Cámara, el cual se funda en el respeto a la dignidad de las personas y los principios de igualdad de trato y no discriminación y busca crear en la corporación un ambiente libre de violencia y de abusos de género de cualquier especie. Cuarto, en marzo del año 2020, nuestra Cámara de Diputados cambió su nombre por la de Cámara de Diputados y Diputadas. La modificación tuvo su origen en una iniciativa que presentamos en el año 2018 ante la Comisión de Mujer y Equidad de Género. Quinto, para aumentar la presencia de mujeres en las mesas directivas, también hemos trabajado arduamente. Hasta ahora solo hemos podido tener 4 mujeres presidiendo nuestra Cámara. Sexto, en el presente periodo parlamentario, que compone del año 2022 al año 2026, de un total de 155 integrantes, somos 54 diputadas, equivalente a un 34,8%, de un 23,2% del periodo anterior. Por tanto, hay un avance, al menos en la representación. Y por primera vez en la historia de nuestro Parlamento, tenemos una diputada transgénero. El camino no ha sido fácil. Aumentar la representación y avanzar en equidad de género es un objetivo que no perderemos de vista. Seguiremos trabajando para lograr la paridad, no solo en los cargos de representación popular, sino que también en los directorios, al menos de las empresas del Estado. Convencer a nuestros parlamentos y a nuestros gobiernos de la importancia de construir presupuestos con perspectiva de género que tengan como objetivo disminuir la brecha entre hombres y mujeres está también entre otras iniciativas para el periodo. Pero tenemos claro que la mayor representación también se ejerce cuando hay mayor violencia. Y la violencia de todo tipo. Es decir, por ello vemos con preocupación que pese a todo el esfuerzo, un aumento de conducta al interior de instituciones y particularmente en el Parlamento, que son fuertes señales culturales heredadas del patriarcado, difíciles de erradicar, como la violencia verbal, expresada en las constantes mansplaining de las que somos objeto las parlamentarias por parte de nuestros colegas hombres, con el fin de invisibilizar e invalidar nuestros discursos y propuestas. Sin perjuicio de ellos, estos ejemplos sirven para poner de manifiesto el interés y la preocupación que nuestra organización existe a favor de la construcción de una verdadera cultura sensible al género. Para terminar, queremos ofrecer como aporte a la UIP nuestro protocolo de prevención y sanción del acoso sexual que hemos traído en 3 idiomas y, por cierto, lo ponemos a su disposición. Quiero, a nombre de la delegación paritaria, además, de Chile, agradecer que hayan escuchado. Muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est maintenant à la délégation de la Palestine, qui sera suivie par la délégation de Bahreïn.
السيدة رئيسة مجلس النواب الرواندي رئيسة الجمعية، السيدات والسادة الحضور، بداية أتقدم من جمهورية رواندا ومن برلمانها وشعبها بالتهنئة على نجاح عقد هذه الجمعية، كما أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والعرفان على حسن الضيافة والترتيب المميز. السيدات والسادة، جئنا من فلسطين التي لا يزال شعبها يعاني من أبشع وآخر احتلال عرفه التاريخ الحديث، فما زال أبناء شعبي يعانون من التبعات الكارثية للاحتلال التي لا تخفى على أحد منكم. ومع انسداد الأفق السياسي لعملية السلام وفي ظل غياب شريك حقيقي في الجانب الإسرائيلي وصعود قوى اليمين الإسرائيلي المتطرفة وتراجع الأصوات المنادية بالسلام، استمرت الحكومات الإسرائيلية المتعاقبة على استخدام الدم الفلسطيني كوقود لانتخاباتها وما أكثرها، حيث يتسابق مختلف الفرقاء في إسرائيل على قمع الشعب الفلسطيني والتضييق عليه كنوع من الدعاية الانتخابية أمام جمهورهم الذي يزداد تطرفاً يوماً بعد يوم. لقد مارست حكومات الاحتلال ومستوطنوها مختلف أنواع الجرائم بحق شعبنا، فلا يمر يوم واحد دون سقوط شهيد أو جريح، والتي كان من بين آخرها وأبشعها وأكثرها إيلاماً الجريمة بحق الطفل ريان سليمان ابن 7 سنوات، الذي توقف قلبه الصغير من الخوف خلال ملاحقة قوات الاحتلال المدججة بالسلاح له أثناء عودته من المدرسة في بيت لحم، واغتيال الصحفية شيرين أبو عاقلة التي استهدفها قناص إسرائيلي في أيار الماضي أثناء قيامها بعملها الصحفي وتغطيتها للأحداث في الأراضي المحتلة. واليوم وفي هذه الأثناء وفي هذه اللحظات تمارس إسرائيل إرهاب الدولة وتطلق العنان لجيشها وللمستوطنين الإرهابيين الذين يشنون معا حربا حقيقية يحاصرون فيها عشرات الآلاف من أبناء شعبنا ويمارسون فيها عمليات الترويع والقتل الميداني وينتهكون فيها حقوق الإنسان دون رادع أو احترام لأي من المواثيق والأعراف الدولية. السيدات والسادة، رغم كل الظروف المعقدة التي يعانيها الشعب الفلسطيني، إلا أنها لم تقوض عزيمته وتصميمه على السعي لبناء دولته على أسس الديمقراطية وسيادة القانون. كانت المرأة الفلسطينية ولا زالت
شريكة في النضال والبناء في مختلف مراحل التحرر الوطني وبناء الدولة، وهي من دفعت أغلى الأثمان كونها أم الشهيد وابنة الأسير وأخت الجريح. ومن هذا المنطلق فقد أكد المجلس الوطني الفلسطيني برلمان الشعب الفلسطيني في كل أماكن تواجده في وثيقة الاستقلال عام 1988 على مبدأ المساواة بين الرجل والمرأة دون تمييز. ثم جاء القانون الأساسي ووضع الفلسطينيين على حد سواء أمام القانون والقضاء، لا تمييز بينهم بسبب العرق أو الجنس أو اللون أو الدين. وقد أقر المجلس الوطني الفلسطيني في العام 2015 على رفع الحد الأعلى لنسبة تمثيل المرأة إلى 30%. وقد أقرت الحكومات الفلسطينية المتعاقبة العديد من السياسات العامة التي تعزز وجود المرأة في الحياة العامة ومواقع صنع القرار. وانسجاما مع هذه الرؤية فقد بلغت نسبة مشاركة المرأة في الوظيفة العمومية 45%، إلا أن مشاركة المرأة في سوق العمل بشكل عام لا تزال ضعيفة وبحاجة إلى تعزيز، فهي لا تتجاوز 18% من إجمالي العاملين. السيدات والسادة، إن تحقيق أي عملية تنمية سياسية أو اقتصادية أو بشرية يتطلب توفر الحرية والاستقلال والسيطرة على الموارد والحدود للدولة. وفي الحالة الفلسطينية فإن وجود الاحتلال وسياساته الاستعمارية تمنع الشعب الفلسطيني من توسيع قاعدة المساواة بين الجنسين، وتحول دون تمكين المرأة سياسياً واقتصادياً، حيث أن منع الاحتلال الإسرائيلي إجراء الانتخابات في القدس يقف عائقاً أمام عقد الانتخابات التشريعية، والتي ستشارك فيها المرأة لتحقيق التمثيل السياسي الذي تستحقه. كما أن سياسة الاحتلال بمصادرة وسرقة الأراضي الفلسطينية لصالح الاستيطان ومنع حرية الحركة وحرية العمل يسرق من المرأة الفلسطينية فرصتها في إقامة مشاريع صغيرة لتحقق التمكين الاقتصادي. السيدات والسادة، وقبل أن أترك هذه المنصة أقول لكم إن المرأة الفلسطينية تستصرخ ضمائركم وضمائر كل صناع القرار في العالم للتوقف عن التعامل بمعايير مزدوجة، وأن تنتصروا لها وتحققوا لها المساواة، ليس مقارنة بالرجل وإنما بالمقارنة مع باقي نساء العالم، لتكون آمنة على نفسها وعلى أطفالها وممتلكاتها، وأن تنعم بالحرية التي سلبها منها الاحتلال. أشكر لكم حسن الاستماع. شكرا.
Merci beaucoup, honorable. La parole est maintenant à la délégation de Bahreïn, qui sera suivie par la délégation de Madagascar.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي السيدة رئيسة البرلمان الرواندي الموقرة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، رؤساء وأعضاء المجالس والبرلمانات والوفود المشاركة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي معالي الرئيس أن أتقدم باسمي ووفد الشعب البرلمانية لمملكة البحرين بجزيل الشكر والتقدير وخالص التهاني إلى جمهورية رواندا الصديقة على احتضانها لأعمال الجمعية العامة 45 بعد المائة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، مقدرين لها جهودها في تولي هذا الدور الحيوي. كما يسرنا أن نعرب لكم عن اعتزاز وترحيب مملكة البحرين لاستضافة اجتماعات الجمعية العامة 46 بعد المائة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي في مارس 2023 وجاهزيتها التامة لاحتضان أكبر تجمع برلماني دولي، الأمر الذي يؤكد المكانة المرموقة لمملكة البحرين بقيادة حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة ملك البلاد المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه، والثقة الدولية لإقامة هذا الحدث البرلماني في مجال العمل البرلماني على أرض مملكة البحرين، حيث أن البحرين وعلى مر التاريخ تعتبر مركز التقاء الحضارات والشعوب وأرضاً للسلام والتعايش والمحبة. ولذلك نحن على ثقة تامة بأن اجتماعات الجمعية العامة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي في مملكة البحرين ستشكل نقلة نوعية وداعمة للأهداف السامية التي تأسس الاتحاد من أجلها. معالي الرئيس، ينعقد اجتماعنا اليوم لمناقشة موضوع في بالغ الأهمية والحيوية تحت عنوان المساواة بين الرجال والنساء والبرلمانات المراعية للمنظور الجندري، باعتبارها دوافع للتغيير من أجل عالم أكثر صموداً وسلماً، وهو أحد الموضوعات التي تحظى باهتمام دولي مضاعف وملحوظ من أجل وتعزيز دور المرأة في مسيرة البناء والتنمية، وباعتبارها شريكاً رئيسياً ومرتكزاً أساسياً في نهضة الدول والمجتمعات، في الوقت الذي تواجه الدول تحديات عديدة تفرض حتمية التعاون والتنسيق في كافة المسارات التنموية. ومن هذا المنطلق ترى مملكة البحرين أن السبيل الأمثل للتطور وتقدم الدول والشعوب هو الإيمان التام بدور المرأة وتعزيز المساواة وتكافؤ الفرص والتوازن بين الجنسين من أجل عالم أكثر صموداً وسلماً ومستقبلاً أكثر تطور وازدهار. معالي الرئيس، الحضور الكرام، إن مملكة البحرين وبقيادة حضرة صاحب الجلالة عاهل البلاد المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه جعلت من دور المرأة عملاً ومنهاجاً وثقافة وممارسة وتشريعات وإجراءات. فقد أقر الدستور البحريني نصوصاً عامة تتعلق بالمساواة بين المواطنين أمام القانون في الحقوق والواجبات العامة، وتكفل حماية الأمومة والأسرة، كما أفرد بنوداً تنص على التزام الدولة بكفالة حقوق المرأة ومساواتها مع الرجل في مختلف الميادين، حيث تكفل الدولة التوفيق بين واجبات المرأة نحو الأسرة وعملها في المجتمع ومساواتها في الحياة السياسية والاجتماعية والثقافية والاقتصادية. كما حرصت مملكة البحرين على المبادرة في المصادقة على المعاهدات الدولية والانضمام للاتفاقيات الدولية المرتبطة بمكافحة التمييز، ومن أبرزها اتفاقية القضاء على كافة أشكال التمييز ضد المرأة السيداو، وكذلك الانضمام إلى الاتفاقية الدولية للقضاء على جميع أشكال التمييز العنصري. وفي ظل المسيرة التنموية الشاملة التي تشهدها مملكة البحرين بقيادة جلالة ملك البلاد المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه، وبدعم ومتابعة صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلمان بن حمد آل خليفة ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظه الله، والجهود الحثيثة بقيادة صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة سبيكة بنت إبراهيم آل خليفة قرينة ملك البلاد المعظم رئيسة المجلس الأعلى للمرأة حفظها الله، وبالتعاون الفاعل مع السلطة التشريعية المتمثلة في مجلسي الشورى والنواب وشراكة مؤسسات المجتمع المدني، حققت المرأة البحرينية نجاحات متواصلة ونالت الكثير من المكتسبات والعديد من الإنجازات، وتبوأت المناصب القيادية المرموقة التي عززت مكانتها ودورها محلياً وإقليمياً وعالمياً. معالي الرئيس، الحضور الكرام، لقد استطاعت مملكة البحرين وفي ظل القيادة الحكيمة والرؤية الإنسانية الراسخة وبفضل العمل الجماعي الوطني بروح فريق البحرين إلى نسج قصص النجاح البحرينية، وقدمت نموذجاً رائداً في تجاوز تداعيات جائحة فيروس كورونا. وكانت المرأة البحرينية في الصفوف الأمامية دائماً عبر تقديم كافة الخدمات والتسهيلات والخطط والاستراتيجيات والمشاريع والمبادرات لجميع المواطنين والمقيمين دون تمييز، إلى جانب إطلاق حزمة مالية واقتصادية لإسناد أفراد والقطاعات الأكثر تضرراً والحد من التداعيات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية، لتستحق مملكة البحرين المرتبة الأولى عالمياً في معدل التعافي بحسب المؤشرات الدولية، واختيار العاصمة المنامة أول مدينة صحية لإقليم الشرق الأوسط وفقاً لمنظمة الصحة العالمية. وكما تمكنت مملكة البحرين من الحفاظ على مستويات الأداء المتقدمة للمرأة البحرينية، وبخاصة في مجال الاقتصاد والعمل والتعليم والصحة وغيرها، كما استطاعت أن تعمل على سد الفجوة بين الجنسين، وذلك حسب نتائج تقرير المنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي دافوس لعام 2021، والتي أكدت على وجاهة السياسات الوطنية للتوازن بين الجنسين في مختلف المجالات، والتزام مؤسسات الدولة بتطبيق المبادئ الدستورية وتفعيل طاقات المواطنين رجالاً ونساء على حد سواء. كما نجحت مملكة البحرين في تنفيذ ما نسبته 64% من مؤشرات أهداف التنمية المستدامة المرتبطة بشكل مباشر بالمرأة. وفي الإطار التشريعي والذي جاء تأكيداً ودعماً للمرأة البحرينية، فقد تفضل ملك البلاد المعظم بإصدار مرسوم بقانون بتعديل بعض أحكام قانون العمل في القطاع الأهلي، وذلك بإضافة فقرة تنص على حظر التمييز في الأجور بين العمال والعاملات في العمل ذي القيمة المتساوية. وهذا المرسوم يعد دليلاً واضحاً وبرهاناً ساطعاً على حرص مملكة البحرين في تأصيل مبدأ المساواة والتوازن ما بين الجنسين. وانطلاقاً من التطلعات والرؤى الرفيعة والمبادئ السامية التي جاء بها المشروع التنموي الشامل، فقد بذل مجلس الشورى والنواب الكثير من الجهود في توظيف الأدوات الدستورية وتفعيل دورهما التشريعي والرقابي من أجل سن التشريعات والقوانين التي توفر البيئة الصحية والملائمة للمرأة والطفل، والموافقة على الاتفاقيات التي تعزز منظومة الحقوق في مملكة البحرين. ختاماً، نتطلع بكل شغف أن نرى رؤساء وممثلي جميع برلمانات العالم على أرض مملكة البحرين في شهر مارس المقبل، لنسجل معاً قصة نجاح جديدة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي على أرض الحضارة والتاريخ العريق، أرض التسامح والتعايش والسلام والمحبة والحوار. فأهلاً وسهلاً بكم جميعاً في بلدكم الثاني مملكة البحرين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est maintenant à la délégation du Madagascar, qui sera suivie par la délégation de la Nouvelle-Zélande.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues parlementaires, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, Salam Atupkla, Salam Atupkvav. C'est à la fois un plaisir et un honneur pour moi de représenter mon Parlement et ma présidente, Madame Razana Massou Christine, dont je vous transmets ses excuses pour son absence à cette 145e session de l'Union interparlementaire. Nos discours sur le thème de notre débat général doivent se traduire à des activités concrètes relatives au genre et à la paix. Chacun de nos parlements peut, par diverses manières, soutenir des projets parascolaires, des camps de leadership et d'autonomisation des jeunes filles et des jeunes garçons. Nous pouvons également prévoir des fonds dans nos finances publiques pour financer des projets qui œuvront en faveur de l'égalité du genre. L'égalité des sexes n'est pas seulement un droit humain fondamental, mais c'est aussi une condition nécessaire pour l'instauration d'un monde pacifique, prospère et durable. Pour mettre fin aux inégalités basées sur le genre, l'implication de tous est indispensable. On n'est pas complètement homme tant qu'on ignore les femmes. Soutenons-nous les coudes afin d'arriver à cette égalité, car tout marche par pair. Que serait l'homme sans la femme ou inversement, la femme sans l'homme? Le rôle du Parlement, c'est d'abord de ratifier des conventions internationales En la matière, voter les lois en faveur de l'égalité entre les genres et surtout de bien contrôler leur mise en œuvre effective à travers le suivi des actions du gouvernement. La sensibilisation, les campagnes d'information et les actions contre les pratiques traditionnelles ou ancestrales perpétuent cette inégalité entre les hommes et les femmes. C'est la condition sine qua non pour un mode plus résilient et pacifique. Au niveau du Parlement malgache, nous travaillons inlassablement en faveur de cette égalité. Le bilan à mi-cours de notre législature le prouve. Nous avons ratifié presque toutes les conventions internationales sur l'égalité hommes-femmes. Nous sommes actuellement sur le point d'étudier le protocole de Maputo qui constitue une avancée considérable pour les femmes africaines. Son article 14 pose cependant quelques problèmes pour certaines opinions. Une loi nationale sur l'interdiction de violences basée sur le genre sous l'impulsion de la Première Dame est actuellement en vigueur et mise strictement en application. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le droit des femmes repose également sur la solidarité et la coopération internationale. Sa mise en œuvre effective nécessite un partenariat mondial, des politiques cohérentes, ainsi qu'une coordination et des approches intégrées à tous les niveaux. La communauté internationale doit agir de concert dans un esprit d'unité et de multilatéralisme renouvelé afin de créer un environnement mondial favorable à l'émancipation des femmes. Supprimons ensemble les obstacles structurels et culturels pour que toutes les femmes, quels que soient les pays, bénéficient d'un développement équitable et durable de leur personnalité. Pour terminer, j'aimerais insister sur le rôle promoteur des jeunes dans l'établissement de la paix et de la sécurité. Souvent, la violence, l'insécurité et la pauvreté sont associées à la jeunesse. Toujours dans le cadre de solidarité et de la coopération internationale, envisageons ensemble un vaste programme à l'échelle mondiale d'une formation à des compétences pratiques et aux soutiens sociaux afin de repositionner la jeunesse comme une force positive pour le changement, la paix et la sécurité. Cette stratégie mettra fin à la stigmatisation des jeunes en situation difficile dans nos grandes villes et à la violence dans la rue et créera un sentiment d'appartenance et un certain statut social pour les jeunes du milieu défavorisé. Sur un tout autre point, mais toujours dans le cadre de notre ordre du jour, les changements climatiques sont bien là. À mesure que leur effet s'intensifie, ce sont les enfants et les jeunes d'aujourd'hui qui en subiront les conséquences. Les jeunes du monde entier doivent se mobiliser comme jamais auparavant. Nous devons mettre toutes nos compétences technologiques et autres pour prendre position en faveur de l'action climatique. C'est une des raisons pour lesquelles l'éducation est primordiale pour bâtir une société juste et prospère. Le changement climatique aura un impact grave à notre agriculture. 90% de nos compatriotes vivent en milieu rural. Faute de mesures adéquates, la famine nous frappera encore l'année prochaine, et cela dans un contexte de préparation de l'élection présidentielle. En tant que membre de l'UIP, nous sollicitons la solidarité et la coopération face à cette situation dans la mesure où la sécurité alimentaire reste primordiale dans la préservation de la paix et de la sécurité. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Magasitaga msoda tupkla, magasitaga tupkuvavi.
Merci beaucoup, honorable. La parole est maintenant à la délégation de la Nouvelle-Zélande, qui sera suivie par la délégation de Belarus.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa and Ngaramuti Nesa. The New Zealand delegation wants to extend our thanks to our hosts this week and the IPU team for getting us to and through this week. I want to begin with a story. 20 years ago, I went to hear our New Zealand's first female Governor-General, Dame Kath Tizard, speak at a women's rights conference. She spoke about visiting a school where a 5-year-old boy put up his hand and asked, "When you were young like me, did you want to be Governor-General?" And she replied no, and asked him, "Why? Do you want to be Governor-General when you grow up?" And this little boy looked very horrified. And finally, he spat out no. And so she asked him, "Well, why don't you want to be Governor-General when you grow up?" And he just looked very offended. And finally, he said, "I'm not a girl." And I've always really loved that story because it reminds me that great change is possible in one generation. And we must never forget that as we tackle the extraordinary challenges that stand in front of us today. In New Zealand, the women who come into Parliament are gifted a brooch or a pin of a camellia flower, symbolising women's suffrage. And on the back of each pin is inscribed a number, which represents each woman's unique number in the line of women who have been elected to Parliament. I am number 173. It is a profoundly moving moment when you receive your pin, and for me, it was also profoundly moving to look beside me and see the number of Indigenous Māori women, Pacific women, and ethnic women pinning their camellia brooches to their suit jackets, ready to give voice to some of our most underrepresented women. This month in New Zealand, we welcome another Indigenous woman to Parliament, which will mark a milestone for women in New Zealand, where for the first time in our history, women will have an equal share of seats in the House. These are women whose voices shake the House, demanding fair pay for women, adequate support for birth injuries, and free period products in school. But as we claim our place to fight for women's rights domestically in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we are increasingly concerned for the safety of many of our women colleagues who courageously take on the greatest of risks to fight for women's rights in other parts of the world. A few weeks before Kabul fell to the Taliban, I met via Zoom with some of the distinguished women members of the Parliament in Afghanistan. They spoke of what was to come and the horrors of what that would mean for women's rights. The Taliban's denial of the rights of women and girls is repugnant to New Zealand, and that will continue to be at the centre of our response to their regime. While we've been here in Rwanda, back home the members of the Iranian community of Aotearoa, New Zealand, have gathered in Wellington, Auckland, Christchurch, and Dunedin to join the Global Freedom Rally for Iran, calling on the world's leaders to amplify the voice of brave Iranian women. And then there's the war of aggression by Russia and its recent attempts to illegally annex regions of Ukraine. New Zealand continues to call on Russia to cease immediately its illegal invasion, withdraw its troops, and return to diplomatic negotiations. We unequivocally condemn Russia's actions. Finally, I'd like to end by acknowledging the delegation from Ukraine here at the IPU, and in particular, the women leaders on that delegation, Lasia Vasilenko, Alyona Shkrum, and Olha Rudenko. There is nothing so powerful as voices that fearlessly speak truth, demand justice, and the protection of human rights. It has been an absolute privilege to do what we can to amplify your voice this week. We stand with Ukraine.
Merci bien, honorable. La parole est maintenant à la délégation de Belarus qui sera suivie par la délégation de Mexique.
distinguished Madam President, distinguished colleagues. At the outset, I would like to pass heartfelt greetings to the participants from the chairperson of the Belarusian Upper Chamber of the Parliament, Her Excellency Natalia Kachanova, and to thank the Parliament of Rwanda for invitation and hospitality. The theme of the general debate is relevant for all countries, including Belarus. Rapidly changing living standards put forward new global challenges and threats. None of the contemporary crises are gender neutral. Today, no one doubts that women are the drivers of sustainable development. Women play a crucial role in strengthening the three milestones of the sound world: economic recovery, social cohesion, and political stability. Women in Belarus contribute significantly to the country's development, as they make up 53.8% of the total population. Women's social, political, and economic status is growing from year to year. Belarus among the 27 countries in the world that have reached the target for women's participation in decision-making. In the Parliament of Belarus, the ratio of the women is 35%. The chairperson of the Belarusian Senate is a lady. I would like to emphasize that this indicator is achieved naturally, without any quotas imposed. In our opinion, as the priority, we should think about what we MPs can do to achieve gender equality in employment. Today, the world is becoming more and more digital. Do digital technologies open up new opportunities for women? Do they provide equal rights? Unfortunately, quite few women are employed in high-tech industries, particularly in leadership positions. We should prioritize the issues of changed approaches to recruiting in high-tech industry and investing in startups, as well as bring them up in national parliament. Women agenda is always in the focus in Belarus. Since 1996, our country has been implementing 5-year national action plans to ensure gender equality. Currently, Belarus has adopted the National Strategy for Sustainable Development of the Republic of Belarus for the period up to 2035. These program documents help the Republic of Belarus achieve absolute equality between men and women. Female MPs in Belarus use various international formats to discuss the women's agenda. In the coming decade, the goal of Belarusian legislators in the field of gender policy will be to form a gender-sensitive culture in society, specifically to implement gender equality principles in education programs, to strengthen legal mechanisms to challenge gender stereotypes, to raise public awareness of the social and economic benefits of gender equality. To conclude, I would like to highlight the following. Today, Belarus is forced to resist unprecedented political and economic pressure, cynical external interference in the affairs of the sovereign state, and daring attempts to destabilize the situation in the country. A full-scale and intense hybrid war has been waged against our state. It faces unprecedented sanctions, provocations, and information manipulation. We cannot accept that today's sanction policy has already become a new norm of international relations. The partnership between leading states is being devaluated. Global economic, financial, and social ties have been disrupted, and chances to jointly remain peace and stability in Europe have been practically lost. I would like to underscore that we all should understand sustainability and peace, including a gender-based one, is largely dependent on international cooperation and solidarity, without economic sanctions, pressure, and interference in internal affairs. Belarus, despite the illegal exerted pressure, will continue to ensure the sustainable development of its state, and promote unifying and peaceful international agenda. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Rachkov. Chers collègues, je m'appelle Aygul Kouspan, je suis la chef de la délégation de la République du Kazakhstan. J'ai un grand honneur de présider notre travail, cette séance, jusqu'à 1h de l'après-midi. La parole maintenant est au Mexique.
Muy buenos días. Hablar de paridad, igualdad y de mujeres en política se ha convertido en la bandera de todos los partidos políticos en la última década. Ha estado en los discursos, lo encontramos en los debates, en las plataformas y hoy también en la Unión Interparlamentaria. En México, desde el 2015 tenemos una Cámara de Diputados paritaria. Es decir, 250 diputadas y 250 diputados. A partir del 2018, en el Senado de la República, cuenta con 64 mujeres y 64 hombres. Los congresos de los estados son paritarios. Todos los partidos políticos están obligados a postular el 50% de sus candidaturas para mujeres y el 50% para hombres. Es importante mencionar que la paridad está no solamente en lo federal, sino también en lo local. Pero vamos más allá de eso. Ahora en México, también los gobiernos procurarán el 50% de la participación de mujeres en el gabinete, en los ministerios. El Poder Judicial se ha ido transformando hacia la paridad en la integración de ministras. En los órganos autónomos también se han ido incorporando hasta llegar a la paridad las consejeras en cada uno de estos órganos. Hoy el reto me parece que no solamente debe centrarse en el cumplimiento de cuotas y de números, sino también enfocarse en para qué llegamos las mujeres a esos espacios de decisión, qué estamos haciendo con ellos, cómo alcanzamos las sociedades con paz y con resiliencia. Necesitamos ser esa generación de políticas que den a la sociedad las verdaderas soluciones a los problemas cotidianos de la gente. Tenemos que romper la brecha entre lo políticamente correcto y lo políticamente ético. Ser esa generación de políticas y de ciudadanas que apelemos a la razón y al sentido común. Ser responsables políticamente, aunque esto implique en muchas ocasiones tomar acciones e implementar medidas duras que dejen de lado los resultados efímeros y el clientelismo popular. Vayamos por políticas de largo plazo que con solidaridad y subsidiariedad encaminen a nuestros países al bien común. Ha llegado el momento de ser disruptivos, de romper la narrativa que deja a la mujer en el cumplimiento simplemente de una cuota. Nosotros somos mujeres que actuamos y resolvemos, pero de eso dependerá también de cada una de nosotras. Debemos ser las mujeres y debemos ser las mujeres quienes rompamos esa narrativa. Nosotros podemos unir y sumar. Es tarea de los políticos y la ciudadanía en conjunto apostar por la sensibilidad, la asertividad y la objetividad en las decisiones. Apostar por acabar de fondo con la desigualdad y abrir oportunidades para que todas y todos crezcamos igual. Funcionarias públicas y parlamentarias, tenemos que implementar políticas públicas y legislar sobre asuntos que ayuden a la mujer. Impulsar el reconocimiento de la maternidad como un bien personal, profesional y social. Alcanzar el balance trabajo-familia. Mejorar el sistema de salud para reducir la mortalidad infantil y la salud materna. Apostemos por la conciliación de la vida laboral y familiar. Apostemos por la igualdad salarial. La mujer es fuerza. La mujer es vida, la mujer es valentía, la mujer es lucha, la mujer es sacrificio, la mujer es trabajo, la mujer es resultado. Las mujeres somos capaces de transformar a la sociedad. Yo soy de las mujeres que prefieren la paz frente a la militarización. Yo soy de las mujeres que proponemos la libertad frente a la militarización. Yo soy de las mujeres que le apuestan a la educación, a las políticas que buscan la transversalidad familiar. Soy de esas mujeres que les gusta conciliar y construir para que tengamos mejores sociedades y mejores países. Gracias, Ruanda. Gracias a la presidenta del Parlamento. Gracias a su sociedad por la solidaridad y el recibimiento. Es cuanto.
Merci, chers collègues. La parole est à Ouganda, la délégation d'Ouganda, qui sera suivie de la délégation des Pays-Bas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Excellencies, the speakers, the honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from Uganda, and I would like to begin by appreciating the Rwanda government, the Speaker of Rwanda Parliament, and all those who have welcomed us dearly in this beautiful city. We appreciate that. Uganda has had a long walk in emancipation of women. And the most important step that Uganda started with was to recognize that without an empowered woman, without an economically sound household. So wherever, if you want to have quality children, then you must address the empowerment of a woman. And that started with moving to the struggle of getting the girl child education. Universal primary education and universal secondary education became the key tenets that would provide an opportunity for a woman, an opportunity for a girl child to have a dream, to have an ambition, and to also interpret the realities of the world and know and make a choice that can enable them to enjoy the fruits of God-given world. So the leadership of Uganda takes this very seriously, and what we did was to begin with reforms, enacting laws that are gender sensitive and ensuring that affirmative action takes course in the country. And as I speak now, we have got a parliament that has seen increased number of women over the years. Out of the 529 seats, we have 173 women. And these benefited from a law that ensures that each district in the country must have a woman representing that particular district. When it comes to the direct seats, that is where now you see the problem. Because out of the 529, the direct seats, only 14 women manages to wrestle the men. So you can see that we still have a long way, because without the affirmative action of enabling the women to get to parliament, then competing directly with men would become a big challenge. Now, why is that so? As you know that what we are dealing with at this point is qualitative. It's a qualitative aspect of life. But remember, there are many issues that we have to go through, especially when it comes to the culture, to the traditions, to religion, to so many factors. You find that a woman had been defined and shaped to serve that particular purpose. So breaking through these straitjackets is not a small thing. It is a process, and that's why these laws are very fundamental and important. And enforcement and effecting of these laws is extremely important. So the Parliament of Uganda, what we did was we established the Equal Opportunities Commission in 2007 with the aim of eliminating discrimination and inequalities in society and several grounds, including gender. The Domestic Violence Act 2010, the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act 2010, the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act 2010, the Children Amendment Act 2015, the National Social Security Fund Act 2022, the Succession Amendment Act 2022. Furthermore, there have been amendments, several laws. For example, the Land Act, the Mortgage Act were amended to give spouses and children a say on land transactions, especially on matrimonial property. The Penal Code Act was equally amended to provide for stronger punishment for defilement of children, the children underage being abused by mentally sick men. Parliament's annual function of budget scrutiny, approval, and appropriation has presented another opportunity for gender mainstreaming. A major milestone was achieved with the enactment of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 that makes it mandatory for all departments of government at presentation of their budget estimates to carry a certificate of gender and equity compliance before Parliament considers them for appropriation. So without that, we cannot pass the budget. And that's how resources, when they are being distributed, we must have these certificates to ensure that the distribution of these resources are taken care of. Finally, Parliament put into consideration the women members of Parliament. They formed the Uganda Women Parliamentary Association that was established to voice in Parliament women issues through facilitating research, skills development, lobbying, advocacy, mentorship, and peer support. This association is open to male participation so as to allow also better appreciation of gender issues, because most of us as males, we are illiterate when it comes to the women issues because of our upbringing, and we need a lot of literacy to be given more insights such that we can be able to work together with our women. We appreciate IPU for this opportunity and making this cause globally, and I have benefited a lot by listening through all the different countries. I could see the challenges. They are really similar but different in scope. But I know with this solidarity, we are going to make the woman have a position on this earth, because the mothers of this earth are women. They are the ones who bring us on earth. We must respect them and champion their cause.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. La parole est à la délégation des Pays-Bas. Elle sera suivie par la délégation de Bénin.
Honourable Madam Speaker, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, and staff of the Inter-Parliamentarian Union and staff of the different parliaments. I would like to start by thanking Rwanda for hosting this Inter-Parliamentarian Union conference. And today's subject is on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. The last part of the sentence resonates in my mind. A peaceful world. I cannot help but think about the brutal aggression by Russia to its neighboring country, Ukraine. This week, the General Assembly of the United Nations, as well as the IPU itself, condemned the attempted illegal annexation of parts of Ukraine by Russia. And the first victims of war are always women, as we know. Women that are raped, become refugees, or get killed. We heard all the horrible stories of the abuse of women happening during this war in Irpin, Bucha, and the parts that were recently liberated showed how people were abused and mistreated by Russia and dumped in mass graves in the woods of Ukraine. I am shocked and appalled that parts of history keep repeating itself. Dehumanization, dehumanizing people, taking away women's humanity. This country is all too familiar with this kind of behavior and what it leads to. Our delegation went to the Memorial Center and the museum. This visit made a huge impact on all of us. Silently, we heard the guide explaining what happened with the genocide. We heard the stories about the darkest of days in Rwanda, and at the same time, it is still happening in other parts of the world. And because we know that this is what happens in war, the Netherlands invest in the United Nations, and especially in the parts that support women when they are most vulnerable. And another vulnerable group is the LGBT+ group. Women's rights go hand in hand with the right to live your life as you wish. Our government has, on an international level, been fighting for gender equality and women's rights. At the 47th meeting of the United Nations Human Rights Council, the Netherlands have, together with our European countries, made sure that the resolution on violence against women and girls got the support it needed. At the 48th meeting of the Netherlands presented on behalf of a cross-regional group, the resolution on child, early and forced marriage. This was done also because of the terrible side effects of COVID on women. For many women and children, life has become extremely hard during the COVID pandemic. They could not leave their houses. Another example of our women policies is the initiative of the United Kingdoms and the Netherlands to plea for a preventive approach on sexual abuse and harassment. And this subject is now, due to this initiative, a permanent point on the agenda of the UN. And we feel that this is really necessary. Our parliament has also asked our government to condemn the killing of Mahsa Amini by Iran. Mahsa Amini, a young and innocent woman, and not the only girl, unfortunately, who suffered from violence in Iran. Our parliament wants to see an independent investigation into her death, and we want to commemorate her by saying, women, life, freedom. Women, life, freedom. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. La parole est à la délégation de Bénin. Elle sera suivie par la délégation de Slovénie.
Madame la Présidente de la 145e session de l'UIP, Messieurs et Mesdames les présidents de Parlement, honorables députés et distingués participants, c'est avec un grand enthousiasme et un sentiment de haute considération que je prends la parole devant cette auguste assemblée au nom du président de l'Assemblée nationale du Bénin, l'honorable Louis Vlavenou Empêché, pour transmettre les chaleureuses et vives salutations de la représentation nationale du Bénin à l'ensemble des délégations ici présentes et transmettre par la même occasion au Parlement du pays hôte, la République du Bénin, nos sincères félicitations pour avoir tenu excellemment le pari de l'organisation réussie et de nos assises au lendemain de la grande pandémie de la COVID-19 dont l'humanité tout entière se remet progressivement des multiples conséquences. La communauté internationale s'est donné rendez-vous ici à Kigali, la belle capitale de l'État de Rwanda, pays meurtri, pays reconstruit et pays leader aujourd'hui au plan africain et même mondial de l'égalité des sexes, des parlements sensibles au genre comme centrale de nos délibérations. On ne peut trouver meilleur endroit pour tenir cette rencontre que le pays des 1000 collines, au sens le plus évidemment positif. C'est pourquoi je voudrais tout d'abord rendre hommage au peuple renaissant du Rwanda, au leadership éclairé et résolument prospectif de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président Paul Kagame, président de ce pays, qui a su impulser une nouvelle dynamique de développement et un modèle social dont le secret fondamental réside dans la confiance accordée aux femmes, dans un esprit d'égalité pour participer au progrès du Rwanda moderne, tout domaine d'activité confondu. Madame la Présidente, honorables délégués, la République du Bénin, mon pays, terre des Agogés, ces femmes guerrières communément appelées les Amazones, participent aux présentes assises avec le message de la nécessité de ressourcer notre modernité dans nos traditions qui valorisent la femme et lui confèrent des rôles éminents à l'égard de l'homme. Si les femmes peuvent être guerrières, que dis-je, elles l'ont été et elles le sont toujours. Comme on ne peut travailler à promouvoir cette égalité politique. Nous devons gagner ce pari, car pour relever les défis majeurs de la soutenabilité et de la résilience face aux effets du changement climatique, de la construction d'une société mondiale de paix, de sensibilité et de sécurité collective, nul être humain ne devra être exclu, ni marginalisé du fait de sa race, de sa religion, de son opinion, encore moins de son sexe qu'il n'a pas choisi lui-même. C'est une ambition qui est au cœur de la politique de notre pays depuis l'avènement en 2016 du gouvernement de la rupture sous la houlette du président Talon. En effet, dans mon pays, il est reconnu que ce sont les femmes qui tiennent principalement l'économie marchande. Depuis 2016, des réformes hardies ont été entreprises sur tous les plans pour assurer une participation équitable de la femme dans tous les secteurs de la vie nationale. Pour donner des bases solides aux réformes qui viennent et qui visent la promotion de l'égalité des femmes, le Bénin a engagé une vaste réforme constitutionnelle par le canal de l'Assemblée nationale qui a abouti en novembre 2019, non pas à des fins opportunistes d'obstruction et d'alternance au pouvoir dont le Bénin peut se targuer depuis l'avènement du renouveau démocratique au lendemain de l'histoire des conférences nationales de 1990, mais pour créer les conditions d'une inclusion solide et soutenue des femmes aux différents processus de développement, notamment la promotion du leadership politique féminin. Ainsi, au Bénin, qui, jusqu'au moment où je m'adresse à vous, n'a jamais eu plus de 8% de femmes au Parlement, à la fois dans une même législature. Ce Bénin va désormais, pour compter des élections législatives du 8 janvier 2023, à venir, naturellement, avoir un minimum de 27% de sièges réservés aux femmes, sachant qu'elles peuvent également participer à la compétition ouverte pour les 73% de sièges à conquérir. Il s'agit là d'une avancée majeure qui peut permettre d'atteindre l'égalité des sexes au plan parlementaire, peut-être déjà l'année prochaine, dans les années à venir. En tout cas, la voie est désormais ouverte pour y parvenir. Par ailleurs, afin de donner plus de chances aux jeunes filles ou aux femmes d'étudier ou d'avoir une vie professionnelle respectée, l'Assemblée nationale a voté une loi très représentative contre les harcèlements sexuels, particulièrement en milieu scolaire et universitaire. l'application de cette loi a déjà entraîné l'emprisonnement de plusieurs enseignants, y compris des professeurs d'université. Un institut de la femme a été créé pour non seulement promouvoir la recherche sur l'égalité des sexes, mais aussi pour jouer un rôle d'observatoire et de défense des droits des femmes contre toutes les formes de violence, d'abus et de pratiques de marginalisation. Plus encore, face aux multiples interruptions de scolarité qui frappent les jeunes filles, élèves au cours primaire et secondaire, du fait des grossesses précoces non désirées ou d'interruptions de carrière chez les femmes suite à des grossesses, le Parlement béninois a procédé à des aménagements de la loi sur l'avortement. Désormais, outre les facteurs de santé, les situations de grossesse consécutives à un viol, la loi votée introduit 2 nouvelles conditions qui peuvent autoriser la femme à avorter si elle le désire, à savoir si elle est en situation scolaire ou qu'elle pense que la grossesse contractée peut être un handicap pour la poursuite de ses études ou encore si elle est dans une carrière professionnelle, qu'une grossesse peut éventuellement interrompre ou contrarier. À ce niveau, il convient d'être honnête et de dire que certes, le Parlement a voté la loi, mais le débat sur les modalités d'application sont toujours loin d'être terminés dans la société béninoise. Le Parlement a accusé d'être, notre Parlement béninois a été accusé d'être trop en avance sur l'état moral de la société. C'est parfois la représentation nationale qui peut impulser des réformes presque révolutionnaires pour impacter la société et promouvoir l'égalité des sexes.
Merci de conclure, chers collègues.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, distingués invités participants, je ne voudrais pas abuser de votre patience pour égrener tout le chapelet de réformes et de dispositions légales passées par le Parlement béninois dans la quête de la promotion de l'égalité des sexes et de sa sensibilité genre pour la construction d'une société béninoise résiliente et pacifique, parce
Veuillez
que
conclure, s'il vous
fondée
plaît.
sur l'inclusion de la participation de tout processus de développement et à la réalisation d'une prospérité que nous saluons, une prospérité
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. Merci.
que nous voulons partager. Je vous remercie.
Merci. La parole est à la délégation de Slovénie. Elle sera suivie par la Guinée équatoriale.
Esteemed Chair and colleagues, the IPU is celebrating a major milestone this year, the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments, to which the IPU has been paying particular attention. I therefore welcome the decision to devote the general debate of today's Assembly to this very issue. While we have certainly made progress over the past 10 years, we cannot afford to be complicated with the current situation. What worries us, besides the fact that the shifts were not as we would have liked them to be, is that in recent years we have witnessed women having certain of their hard-won rights withdrawn and dismantled, with the COVID-19 pandemic playing its share in it, which in many parts of the world has led to women once again being forced to assume their traditional and domestic roles. International indicators and rankings show that the last years the situation of women has also been deteriorating in Slovenia. Verbal violence, denigration, humiliation, disparagement and intimidation The practices that ought to have been considered to this ban history have proliferated. Even so, the recent parliamentary election in Slovenia held in April this year brought optimism and hope, with almost 40% of the elected MPs being women, the highest number recorded since Slovenia became independent 3 decades ago. Additionally, for the first time in history, a woman has been elected President of the National Assembly, which is indeed a watershed moment. Not only that 2 of 3 National Assemblies Vice Presidents are also women. Similar, half of the ministerial positions in the current government are occupied by women. This increase in representation is certainly a welcome step towards equal representation and overcoming the democratic deficits, although I do realize that we still have a long way to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Slovenia recognizes the importance of upholding human rights and gender equality and devotes particular attention to this issue. In adoption to the already adopted legislation, Slovenia is likewise preparing a new resolution on the national program for equal opportunities for women and men, especially aimed at overcoming stereotypes and sexism and ensuring that the gender equality perspective is included in all policies and measures. Adequate normative regulation, while an essential foundation, is insufficient to ensure equal representation. Even gender quotas specifying the smallest permissible percentage of female candidates will not be enough. Having said that, the quota system in Slovenia has somewhat helped increase the participation of women in politics, but has not dramatically improved women representation. Substantial progress in this area will only be achieved by changing mindsets and eliminating gender prejudice, stereotypes, and sexism. This is a process that requires a change in social climate, personal beliefs, and the functioning of society as a whole, from both men and women. At the National Assembly, we strive to make it in an environment more favorable to women, an environment of equal representation. With this in mind, the Women Parliamentarians Club was established 5 years ago, representing the form of cooperation that goes beyond party lines and gives priority to women issues. Moreover, a special working body, the Commission on Petition and on Human Rights and Equal Opportunity, has been established during each term of the National Assembly, monitoring and examining, as its name suggests, issues referring to the implementations of human rights and fundamental freedoms, including matters pertaining to the implementation of policies regarding equal opportunities and equal participation of women and men in all areas of social life. Last year, we also adopted the Code of Ethics for Deputies of the National Assembly, which contains, among other things, provisions on accountability, dignity, and respect. Ladies and gentlemen, as Member of Parliaments, we hold a mirror up to society while also setting a precedence for it to follow. So, if we succeed in making parliaments the environments with zero tolerance for sexism, discrimination, and gender stereotypes, if we consistently point out and condemn such reprehensible practices and defy them, then the society will follow our lead. This will bring a change in mentality and behavior, restore trust in politics, and raise political and general culture. It is therefore incumbent upon us to foster and develop these values and fundamental rights. Still, I have faith that the next time we celebrate the adoption of the action plan for gender-sensitive parliaments, in 10 years' time, the IPU will be much more satisfied with the progress made on gender equality. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est à la délégation de Guinée équatoriale qui sera suivie par la délégation d'Islande.
Señora Presidenta, excelentísimos señores presidentes de las Asambleas Nacionales, miembros de la UIP, honorables parlamentarios, señoras y señores. Al tomar la palabra en esta 145 Asamblea de la Unión Interparlamentaria, séame permitido en primer lugar felicitar y expresar mi gratitud en nombre y representación del Parlamento de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial a la Asamblea Nacional y Pueblo de Ruanda por la calurosa acogida y las excelentes atenciones dispensadas a mi delegación, fiel reflejo de la legendaria hospitalidad que siempre ha caracterizado este país de las 1000 colinas. La 145 Asamblea de la UIP, cuyo tema principal es la igualdad de género y los parlamentos sensibles al género como motores de cambio para un mundo más resiliente y pacífico, se celebra en un momento trascendental en la vida política y social de Guinea Ecuatorial. Este tema obliga a una profunda reflexión. Debemos examinar cómo nuestros parlamentos deben contribuir en materia de la igualdad de género para que el mundo sea más resiliente y pacífico. Cierto es que los ciudadanos y ciudadanas conscientes de sus derechos demandan hoy en día a sus autoridades mayor participación, mayor transparencia, más cercanía y mayor eficacia. Por eso es que la participación e integración activa de las mujeres no es una cuestión antojadiza. Cierto es igual que cuando las mujeres tienen acceso a una buena educación, a un buen empleo, a atención de salud, a una vida libre de violencia, acceso a la tierra y otras prestaciones básicas, no solo mejora su calidad de vida y la de sus familias, sino también el crecimiento económico y la calidad de vida en sus comunidades. La promesa de igualdad de derechos para hombres y mujeres es una promesa muy antigua y un reto para cada país. Es, por así decirlo, un desafío público y privado. Igualdad de derechos en nuestros países, pero también al interior de nuestras familias y comunidades. En efecto, el Gobierno de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial considera que una democracia fuerte y vibrante solo es posible cuando el Parlamento es totalmente incluyente de la población que representa. Al respecto, el Parlamento de mi país entiende que no puede considerarse incluyente hasta que pueda jactarse de incluir la participación integral de la mujer ecuatoguineana. La igualdad de género ha sido un tema recurrente en la agenda del Gobierno de Guinea Ecuatorial, que a través del tiempo viene desarrollando importantes contribuciones al estudio, comprensión y enfrentamiento de las dificultades que afectan a las mujeres al momento de integrarse de manera efectiva en la sociedad. En la actualidad se ha adoptado una disposición por la que se fija una cuota de 35% de participación de las mujeres en todos los órganos colegiados de Guinea Ecuatorial, una propuesta que fue promovida por el Partido Democrático de Guinea Ecuatorial al término de su 7º Congreso Ordinario de 2021, partido en poder. En este sentido, debo informar a la Asamblea que el Gobierno de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, mediante el decreto número 116/2022 de fecha 20 de septiembre, ha convocado las elecciones presidenciales a la Cámara de los Diputados, al Senado y las municipales para el día 20 del próximo mes de noviembre y, consecuentemente, los artículos 3 y 4 del invocado decreto disuelven la Cámara de los Diputados, el Senado y las corporaciones locales, siendo esta la primera vez que se implementará la cuota de participación de las mujeres en un 35%. El Gobierno busca, pues, no solo relevar la experiencia de las mujeres en política, particularmente en el Parlamento, sino también elaborar herramientas o mecanismos que favorezcan su mayor inclusión y participación en estas estructuras en condiciones de igualdad frente al hombre. En el Poder Ejecutivo de mi país existe igualmente un departamento especial que se encarga especialmente de los asuntos de igualdad de género, que sucesivamente se ha ido denominando Ministerio de Promoción de la Mujer, Ministerio de Integración de la Mujer y Asuntos Sociales, Ministerio de Condiciones de la Mujer e Igualdad de Género y actualmente Ministerio de Asuntos Sociales e Igualdad de Género. Esto obedece a la consideración que se ha acordado al tema de género en cada momento. Asimismo, se ha reforzado la legislación y políticas relativas a la igualdad de género. Se ha integrado la igualdad de los sexos en el labor parlamentario, verbigracia el presidente del Senado y una vicepresidenta de la Cámara de los Diputados son mujeres en esta legislatura que termina. Por otra parte, se ha instaurado una infraestructura y una cultura parlamentaria sensible al género, asegurando que todos los parlamentarios, hombres y mujeres, compartan la responsabilidad de promover la igualdad de género y mejorar la sensibilidad y la igualdad de género entre personas y Parlamento. Sin perjuicio de tales avances, el Gobierno y el Parlamento son conscientes de que es preciso todavía realizar mayores esfuerzos de manera de dar respuesta a los compromisos que Guinea Ecuatorial ha asumido en el marco internacional en la materia. Muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. La parole est à l'Islande, qui sera suivie par la délégation d'Eswatini.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, it is my great pleasure to come here and say a few words about our very vital theme, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. Gender equality is an important priority in policy for the Icelandic government, both domestically and in our foreign policy. A great effort has been put into advancing public debate and research on gender issues. This subject remains an integral part of our policy to strengthen social well-being and securing equal opportunity for all genders. Iceland has topped the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index for 13 years in a row, making it the country with the narrowest gender gap in the world. In particular, we rank high on women's educational achievements and women's political empowerment. Today, 47.6% of parliamentarians in Iceland are women, as well as our Prime Minister. Of course, it's great news that we are on the top again, but it does not mean that gender equality has been achieved. It imposes a responsibility on us as a leading state to do whatever we can to be even better and set a good example. Promoting gender equality in Iceland is based on the conviction that gender equality is a human right. Moreover, evidence shows that in societies where the struggle for gender equality has been most successful, the social and economic rights of the public are greater. I also want to stress the significance of engaging men to promote women's rights and gender equality. This involves changing notions of traditional perceptions of manhood and requires men to question power dynamics in their actions. Men need to be engaged as gender advocates, speaking out as active agents who can transform social norms and gender stereotypes that prolong inequality. Recently, the government of Iceland has introduced many legislations aiming to increase equality and end sexual and gender-based violence, most recent being legislative changes in the penal code to tackle the increase online gender-based violence. Also, Iceland passed a law in 2010 requiring companies to have at least 40% of women or men on their boards. Another important key to end gender inequalities is women's financial independence. For women to take equal part in the labor market, we must create the environment that enables them to do so. The issue is complex, but we do have some effective tools to guide us. For example, paid parental leave for all genders and affordable childcare. None of those tools were major political issues until women became involved in politics. But when those tools were used correctly, not just women gained more opportunities, but men also got involved in embracing the evolution of equality. Moreover, women increased participation in peace processing and in post-conflict resolutions is vital for creating sustainable peace. The Icelandic government has advocated that women participate as equally as men in peace processes and that women participate in all formal and informal peace negotiations, peace agreements, and peace building. Dear Presidents and colleagues, the global pandemic of COVID-19 has taught us many important lessons. One of them, seeing how vulnerable the gains we have made towards gender equality truly are. The pandemic has fundamentally impacted gender equality in both the workplace and at home, rolling back years of progress. Furthermore, the climate crisis is already having devastating effects on peace and security. When people are displaced, women and girls are inherently subject to vulnerable situations and are therefore under greater threat of gender-based violence. This is now tragically on display in Ukraine because of Russia's horrendous invasion. Millions have fled their homes to seek shelter in neighboring countries. Our thoughts are with the innocent people of Ukraine who are suffering and those who are displaced seeking shelter. The horrific invasion has had devastating consequences, and I greatly appreciate that the IPU is on its way to make a clear statement on the war in Ukraine. Thank you.
Je vous remercie. La parole est à la délégation de Eswatini. Elle sera suivie par Timor-Leste.
Madam President, President of the IPU, Secretary General, Honorable Presiding Officers, Honorable Parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my genuine gratitude to the IPU President for inviting the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini to participate in the 145th IP Assembly. May I further extend our heartfelt appreciation to the government of the Republic of Rwanda for the warm reception upon our arrival. Madam President, the 145th IPU Assembly theme Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliament as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful change sets the stage for lively debate on gender-sensitive parliaments free from sexism, harassment, and violence against women. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes gender equality as a prerequisite for progress across all its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. SDG number 5, the gender equality goal, includes a specific indicator that commits countries to put in place legal frameworks which promote, enforce, and monitor gender equality and develops systems to ensure full participation in public life. Further, equal representation of women in leadership matters, not only for achieving gender equality, but also for making sound decisions in the political arena. The workplace and every area of public life. Moreover, equal leadership ensures that diverse perspectives and voices make it to decision-making fora, including Parliament. In line with the IPU's plan for action for gender-sensitive parliaments, a gender-sensitive parliament is defined as one that responds to the needs and interests of both men and women in its composition, structures, operations, methods, and work. In that regard, Eswatini has taken great strides in ensuring gender equality through national constitution, and the country has guaranteed the rights of women, and several national laws provide for the rights of women and gender mainstreaming, equality and equity. Madam President, the Kingdom of Eswatini, through the enactment of the Constitution and other pieces of legislation, has made considerable strides in observing gender equality. I will list a few provisions of the constitutions which address the issues of gender equality. Section 79 provides that the system of government for Eswatini is a democratic, participatory, Tinkhundla-based system which emphasizes the devolution of state power from central government to Tinkhundla areas and individual merit as a basis for collection and appointment to public office. Hence, I can boldly say men and women are accorded equal opportunities in Eswatini. Section 28 provides that women have the right to equal treatment with men. That right shall include equal opportunities in political, economic, and social activities. The section further provides that government shall provide facilities and opportunities necessary to enhance the welfare of women, enabling them to realize their full potential and advancement. Section 59 provides that the state shall afford equality of economic opportunity to all citizens, and in particular, the state shall take all necessary steps so to ensure full integration of women in the mainstream of economic development. Section 84 provides that women of Eswatini and other marginalized groups have a right to equitable representation in Parliament and other public structures. It further provides that where at the first meeting of the House after any general election, it appears that female members of Parliament will not constitute at least 30% of the total membership of Parliament, the House shall form itself into electoral college and elect not more than 4 women qualified to be members of Parliament on a regional basis to the House. National laws that have been put in place are as follows. The election of women members to the House of Assembly, Act of 2018. This piece of legislation gives effect to the above constitutional provision, which stipulates that where at the first meeting of the House after any general election, it appears that female members of Parliament will not constitute at least 30% of the total membership of Parliament. Instead, the House shall form itself into an electoral college and elect not more than 4 women qualified to be members of Parliament on a regional basis to the House. The Senate Elections Act of 2013, the piece of legislation, provides for the manner of election senators in terms of selection of the Constitution, as it provides at least 50% of the elected senators should be women. In conclusion, Eswatini, there are no barriers substantively, structurally, culturally to women full participation in decision-making positions. For example, both the House of Assembly and Senate have a fair number of women, equal parliamentary committees and country delegations, including the IPU committee, also have a good representation of women and men. Once again, thank you for awarding me this opportunity to make my brief presentation. I thank you.
Merci. La parole est à Timor-Leste. Elle sera suivie par l'Organisation mondiale des parlementaires contre la corruption, GOPAC.
Gostaria de começar por agradecer à Presidente da Câmara dos Deputados, Senhora Donatille Mukabalisa, e às autoridades ruandesas pela magnífica hospitalidade e pela forma como a delegação de Timor-Leste foi recebida. Estendo os meus agradecimentos à União Interparlamentar, na pessoa do seu Presidente, Deputado Duarte Pacheco, e do Secretário-Geral, Sr. Martin Chungon, que mais uma vez nos deram a oportunidade de nos reunirmos nesta Assembleia Geral e de nos dar a oportunidade de discutir ao mais alto nível uma das questões de mais preocupação para a humanidade e que esta na raiz de problemas persistentes que afligem nossa sociedade. A igualdade de género, os parlamentos sensíveis ao género como motores de mudança para um mundo mais resiliente e pacífico. Mais uma vez, com perspicácia e pontualidade a que nos habituou a União Interparlamentar, procura encontrar um caminho que proporciona parlamentos de todo o mundo resposta sobre como contribuir para este debate de forma mais global e eficaz. Vivemos num mundo de crises, seja crise de saúde, crise climática, os conflitos armados ou as consequências sociais, econômicas e de segurança. Todos eles têm algo em comum. Nenhum deles é neutro em termos de género. Por exemplo, a pandemia de Covid-19 resultou, entre outros efeitos negativos, que teve no aumento da violência contra mulheres e raparigas e a crise econômica que se seguiu atingiu mais as mulheres do que homens. A crise climática, exploração sexual, tráficos, casamento forçado, também tem uma forte dimensão de género. Essas múltiplas crises ameaçam reverter o progresso alcançado nas últimas décadas no avanço da igualdade de género e, de maneira mais geral, o desenvolvimento sustentável que tenta evitar deixar alguém para trás. A igualdade de género na tomada de decisões é boa para desenvolvimento sustentável, a paz e o ambiente. As evidências mostram que a construção da paridade de género na governança pode criar condições para mulheres políticas em todas essas áreas. A história mostrou que, quando confrontadas com crises, a sociedade fica melhor investida na igualdade de género como uma resposta sustentável, eficaz e inclusiva. Distintos convidados, Ruanda é um ótimo exemplo. Por meio de uma Constituição sensível ao género, Ruanda alcançou e até superou a paridade de género no parlamento, com mais de 60% de mulheres na Câmara Baixa. Tenho também orgulho de dizer que no meu país, Timor-Leste, também conseguimos um número notável de mulheres no parlamento, sendo atualmente o país na Ásia com maior percentagem de mulheres no parlamento, chegando a quase 40%. Começamos com uma quota bem desenhada na lei eleitoral, que nos dá um mínimo de participação feminina de 30%, e agora temos 40% de mulheres, o que significa que o sistema de quotas funcionou. E a participação das mulheres agora é maior do que a quota estabelecida. Senhora Presidente, distintos convidados, caros colegas, os parlamentos devem combater as desigualdades na prática e na lei e ajudar a tornar a sociedade mais iguais e resilientes. A sua ação deve ser fundamentada numa estrutura legal e política sólida e sensível ao género, que permitam transformar os parlamentos em instituições que respeitam e incorporem a igualdade de género no seu trabalho. O Parlamento Nacional de Timor-Leste, no seu plano estratégico de 2017 até 2022, tornou da igualdade de género como um objetivo transversal, introduzindo mecanismos e competências para integrar o género no trabalho parlamentar. Temos também um Women Caucus, que é o grupo das mulheres parlamentares de Timor-Leste. Entendemos que ainda há um longo caminho a percorrer, ainda há muita reflexão a fazer, mas como parlamentares temos a missão de construir as sociedades mais resilientes, pacíficas e prósperas diante de crise multifacetada. Nós, como parlamentares, devemos continuar a indicar o caminho. Prezados colegas, por último, a luta contra a desigualdade começamos com o reconhecimento da igualdade é humanidade. Que de igualdade é humanidade. Que os homens e mulheres devem ter as mesmas oportunidades. É urgente destruir certos dogmas e inventar novas formas de tornar nossas sociedades mais abertas e inclusivas para todos. O nosso futuro depende de nós. Muito obrigada.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. La parole est à l'Organisation mondiale des parlementaires contre la corruption, GOPAC. Elle sera suivie par l'Institut international pour la démocratie et l'assistance électorale, IDEA.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, corruption disproportionately affects vulnerable populations, including women and children. More than $2.6 trillion has lost to corruption annually, affecting not only the economic growth but also aggravating the existing gender inequalities. The COVID-19 pandemic has also showed how the salience of corruption in public health services can undermine gains in women's empowerment, as they constitute almost 70% of healthcare workforce. Last year, the UNGAS Against Corruption highlighted diversity and inclusion as agents for change. The 2011 World Bank report suggested that having more women in parliaments is correlated to lower level of corruption. However, women are not sufficiently represented at all levels of decision-making processes. Female lawmakers only hold 26.1% of total parliamentary seats worldwide, which not only hinders change from taking place, but also implies that the gender equality is still far below the expected rate. The Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, believes that anti-corruption and gender equality efforts tend to be mutually reinforcing, and that synergies between the two can strengthen policy decisions in achieving a more resilient world. Distinguished delegates, ensuring transparent public accountability and governance systems that are responsive to women's needs is imperative in reducing the gendered impact of corruption. Parliaments must be at the center of building more robust gender-responsive legal and policy framework. GOPAC in this regard is a distinctive platform for parliamentarians to work together, collaborate, and advocate means to combat corruption and advance good governance at the global level. We encourage women and those who are affected by public decision to be involved in the decision-making process. We push for more access to women's presence in the legislative bodies and key policy-making positions. We also call for assessment of gender equality in the public recruitment processes and their representation at higher level points. Women's participation in public sector expenditure analysis is also needed to assess the impact of public spending decisions on women's rights. GOPAC hereby calls parliaments around the world to implement the gender-responsive budgeting and public monitoring of budget, enforcing stronger oversight of government funds that better respond to women's priorities. Lastly, GOPAC calls for increasing gender-sensitive anti-corruption policies and, in turn, corruption-sensitive gender policies. These include reanalyzing and strengthening anti-corruption legislative frameworks to a gender lens. To this end, we encourage parliaments to engage with women's groups and civil society organizations who are at front lines of this work as important allies in the fight against corruption. The time is now to address gender dimension of corruption, recovering stronger with integrity and gender equality. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. La parole est à l'Institut international pour la démocratie et l'assistance électorale, IDEA. Elle sera suivie par l'Organisation des Nations Unies Femmes. Merci.
Thanks. Distinguished delegates, after the introductory remarks of my Executive Director, Sima Bahous, at the opening of this assembly, I am here today to represent UN Women. I would like to share a huge thank you to the parliamentarians of Rwanda as our hosts for their extremely warm hospitality. We have learned so much from you, and your experience is truly inspiring. Allow me to also thank the IPU for the close partnership that we have had over many years, and for dedicating the topic of this general debate to the issue of gender equality. Over the last decade, UN Women has worked closely with approximately 80 parliaments around the world. So on behalf of my UN Women colleagues around the world, I would like to say a huge greeting to all of you delegates coming from parliaments in different countries. Honorable members, as we've heard over the past 4 days, you have a very key role to play in ensuring gender-equal societies. As both lawmakers and overseers of legislations, you are the real drivers of change. Several delegations over the past 4 days have told us how they have achieved 50-50 gender parity in elected office. This is truly remarkable. For those of you who have not yet achieved 50-50, I would encourage you to apply temporary special measures or quotas. We know that quotas work. They work to ensure fast-tracking to achieve parity in legislative offices. As several speakers have said over the past days, it's not only about the numbers, but it's also important about the impact of having more women in elected office. Specifically, I would encourage you to focus on adopting the necessary gender-responsive legislation. Discriminatory laws hold back women and girls from reaching their full potential in too many countries. We know that we are not yet on track at achieving the Sustainable Development Goals because of this type of legislation. It is also essential to ensure gender-responsive policies and budget making, as we have heard. Finally, one issue that is of grave importance is violence against women in politics. There's increasing levels of violence against women in politics, and it is important for you and your legislators to ensure measures to reduce this violence against your colleagues. Finally, I would just like to say that UN Women stands with the women and girls that are victims of all conflicts, be they in Afghanistan, Ukraine, Yemen, and others. We also salute the strong work that women are doing in conflict, and particularly in Ukraine, where women are playing a leading role in politics, in humanitarian, and even in the military. UN Women also stands with the women of Iran in their rightful demands to protest injustice without reprisal and to exercise their bodily autonomy. We support them in demanding their basic human rights. UN Women stands ready to continue our cooperation to ensure women's leadership and women's full equality. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à l'ONU Femmes. La parole est au représentant du Fonds mondial de lutte contre le sida, la tuberculose et le paludisme. Qui sera suivi par l'Assemblée parlementaire asiatique.
Good afternoon, honorable members of Parliament. The Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria is the largest international funder for tuberculosis and malaria and the second largest funder for HIV. We're also the largest multilateral grant funder for health system strengthening and the primary funder for all of the non-vaccine components of the COVID-19 response in low and middle income countries, including tests, treatments, and personal protective equipment for health workers. Gender equity and removing gender-related barriers to accessing health services is essential for progress against infectious diseases. This is especially true for HIV. Here in sub-Saharan Africa, adolescent girls and young women are disproportionately impacted. While young women ages 15 to 24 are 10% of the population in this region, they represent 25% of HIV infections. Meeting this challenge through investments that advance gender equity and meet the needs of young women at risk for HIV is a critical component of the new strategy for 2023 to 2028 that our board approved last year. To keep young women and girls HIV-free, the Global Fund supports programs that consider the many aspects of their lives that can protect them from or make them more vulnerable to HIV. Between 2018 and 2020, Global Fund investments in HIV prevention and testing for adolescent girls and young women increased 107% in 13 priority countries where the HIV burden is highest: Botswana, Cameroon, Eswatini, Kenya, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Each country and community tailors its approach to its own needs. The key elements of a comprehensive package of services include adolescent-friendly HIV prevention interventions and comprehensive sexuality education, scaling up HIV treatment programs tailored to meet the needs of adolescent girls and young women living with HIV, keeping girls in school, providing safe spaces for girls to discuss challenges and raise concerns, equipping young women to be economically independent, preventing and responding to gender-based violence, and ensuring adolescent girls and young women can participate in program design and implementation. The Global Fund also recognizes that ending HIV for adolescent girls and young women also means working with boys and men to transform cultural and social norms that continue to drive infections. This includes ensuring that men at high risk of HIV infection are tested and supported to start and stay on treatment. Failing to provide the funding needed to address this challenge would have grave consequences. Projections show that the number of women in the 15 to 24 age group in sub-Saharan Africa will grow by an estimated 40% over the next decade. Without the political will to increase health and development budgets, we risk dramatic increases in HIV in the coming years. Parliamentarians are the key to building and sustaining that political will. Your commitment and hard work to meet this challenge is what will finally bring the HIV-free world we all want. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est à l'Assemblée parlementaire asiatique, qui sera suivie par l'Association parlementaire du Commonwealth.
Merci, Madame Présidente. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam Chairperson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It is a great honor for me to participate in the 145th IPU Assembly in the beautiful city of Kigali. I would like to express my gratitude to the people, the Parliament, and the government of Rwanda for the warm hospitality, and also thank the IPU Secretariat for the necessary arrangements. The history and experience of this country in the last few decades has left many valuable lessons for the continent of Africa and the world. And I hope this assembly will provide an opportunity to introduce more features of this land, its people, and its experience to the world. For the people of Rwanda and the countries of the region of Great Lakes, I wish sustainable peace and security and comprehensive development and prosperity. Due to time constraint, it is not possible to address various dimensions of all the important issues to be deliberated by the assembly, this assembly. For the sake of brevity, I would like to merely touch on the positive efforts made within the theme under discussion by all parliamentary organizations. Dear colleagues, considering the positive approaches of the Asian Parliamentary Assembly for Women's Status in Parliamentary Affairs and a bid to attach greater importance to their enhanced participation and representation in political, cultural, and public decision-making as prerequisites for the legitimacy of democracies and human rights. Therefore, APA decided to establish the coordinating meeting of APA women parliamentarians to meet annually at the time of APA plenary sessions as an important gesture indicating APA's focus on the matters of specific concern to women. In effect, promotion of women's status in Asia at national, regional, and international levels is one of the key objectives pursued by the APA Special Committee. In the resolution on APA women parliamentarians, following items have been underlined: adoption of legislation by APA member parliaments to facilitate women's representation in Asian parliaments. APA women parliamentarians are encouraged to lead by example and place the interests of women at the heart of policy and decision-making as an endeavor to encourage and engage more women into policies. Information and awareness campaigns for promoting the integration of women into political participation and decision-making with a view to facilitate reaching national and international parliamentary institutions is recommended. APA member parliaments are encouraged to recognize the concerns of women and to promote gender equality and empowerment of women with respect to national, cultural, and particularities of the member states. Finally, I deem it necessary to remind that in respect of support for human rights and democracy, as well as women's rights, we must take great care not fall into the trap of mediocrity, because one of the plagues of democracy in today's world is the images created and manipulated by the media outlets instead of focus on reality. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. La parole est à l'association parlementaire du Commonwealth, qui sera suivie par la Tunisie.
Madam President, IPU Secretary General, Right Honorable Speaker of the Rwandan Parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly observed. In line with the theme of this assembly, the CPA is committed to strengthening gender representation and parity in all CPA parliaments and legislatures. At the recent Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, which held in Halifax, Canada, the CPA amended its constitution to increase women representation on the executive committee as well as delegates to the annual conference. This demonstrates the commitment within the CPA family to strengthen gender equality and representation in our parliaments. While there are numerous examples of women changemakers across the Commonwealth and the wider world achieving extraordinary progress in advancing gender equality, the responsibility to re-gender parliaments should not be seen as an additional burden placed on women parliamentarians alone. Rather, gender balance and gender sensitivity can only be achieved when all stakeholders bond and band together in addressing and eradicating harmful practices and procedures, formal and informal rules, norms, behaviors, barriers, and restrictive cultures. It is the CPA's belief that parliaments must work to become gender-sensitive institutions, meaning they ought to recognize the detrimental effect of gender suppression and disenfranchisement and must actively champion gender equality. To do this, CPA, through the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Network, continues to advocate and encourage parliamentarians of all genders to include gender perspectives in all aspects of their role, budgeting, legislation, oversight, and representation. Let me cite three other areas that the CPA has continued to work on to promote gender-sensitive parliaments. One is CPA Gender Sensitizing Parliaments Guidelines. The second is Gender-Sensitive Reviews, which has 4 strands: equality of participation within Parliament, parliamentary infrastructure, parliament culture, gender equality policy, and the third is a 7-step field guide, which has these steps: 1, understanding gender sensitivity; 2, embracing gender-sensitive parliament principles; 3, preparing a team and strategy; performing initial diagnostics; 5, preparing the review, collecting data; 6, reporting of findings and making recommendations; and 7, monitoring progress. These reviews will form part of CWP's flagship activities for 2022 and 2023, and it is anticipated that the project will expand into 2024. In conclusion, I encourage all delegates to visit the CPA website to access the guidelines and field guides and other related information. Before I resume my seat, may I commend to the IPU the anthem of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians. And it says, all across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer to be in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est à la Tunisie, qui sera suivie de Fiji.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس الاتحاد الدولي، البرلمان الدولي، السيد رئيس الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، السيدة رئيس الجمعية العامة، زملائي في الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، تحية لكم وتحية لرواندا، رئيساً مناضلاً وبرلماناً محترماً وشعباً عظيماً. تحية من تونس الخضراء، تحية من سيدات والسادة نواب الشعب ورئيس مجلس نواب الشعب الأستاذ راشد خريجي الغنوشي. تحية كذلك من نائبي الأول السيدة سميرة شواشي ونائبي الثاني السيد طارق فتيتي. أيها السيدات والسادة، جئتكم اليوم من عاصمة المرأة في العالم العربي الإسلامي، جئتكم من تونس، فقد ارتبط استقلال البلاد وقيام الجمهورية بقيم الحداثة وتحرير المرأة التونسية. فكان 1976 و56 استقلال البلاد وإرساء مجلة الأحوال الشخصية ومنع تعدد الزوجات وتجريمه. جئتكم اليوم من ثورة الياسمين تونس التي قدمت فيها نساء تونس التضحيات الجسام من أجل إرساء الديمقراطية في تونس وتكون نموذج محترما في الدول العربية الإسلامية. وبعد ثورة الاستقلال كانت تلك المعادلة الصعبة في الجمع بين الإسلام والديمقراطية والجمع بين الإسلام والحداثة. والحمد لله أن قيض الله لتونس رئيساً للبرلمان اسمه راشد خريجي غنوشي، تمكن من أنه يمسك هذه المعادلة بكل رفق، واستطعنا في مجلس نواب الشعب أن نقدم نموذجاً مشرفاً مرة أخرى للمرأة العربية المسلمة وقوانين العنف ضد المرأة وكل القوانين المصاحبة. ولكن للأسف سيداتي سادتي، الربيع أجهض في تونس ولكنه لم يمت. أجهض من يوم حل الظلام يوم 25 جويلية 2021 والإجراءات الانقلاب ضد الدستور الذي أقدم عليه قيس سعيد. أيها السيدات والسادة، زملائكم اليوم في تونس ألغيت الولاية البرلمانية ورفعت عنهم الحصانة. 121 نائب مهددون بالإعدام، وخمسة نساء تونسيات برلمانيات لا يستطعن الحصول على الرعاية الصحية ولا السفر من أجل العلاج. أقف هنا لأخاطبكم وأقول لكم إن عملنا هو الإنصات للشعب، ولكن قيم وروح الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي هي الديمقراطية. وأدعوكم للتضامن ثم التضامن مع مجلس نواب الشعب ليسترجع مكانته بينكم وبين شعبه. أدعوكم للتضامن مع أعضاء مجلس نواب الشعب 217 منهم 57 امرأة مهددون بالإعدام على الفصل 72 من المجلة الجزائرية التونسية. أدعوكم للوقوف وقفة عز وتقدير وتضامن مع مجلس نواب الشعب، لأن إذا تركتم مجلس نواب الشعب بالجمهورية التونسية يسقط، فإن كل التجربة العربية ستسقط ولا قدر الله. لي ثقة تامة فيكم جميعا وفي نوابكم في جميع برلمانات العالم، لأنكم نوابا أحرار، نساء أحرار مع الديمقراطية، وبإذن الله تونس ستعود للديمقراطية وسنلتقي في ربيع تونس مجددا. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est à Fiji, à Monsieur le Président du Parlement de Fiji, qui est notre dernier orateur de la liste A.
Honorable Chair, honorable speakers, and members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to congratulate and thank the Parliament of Rwanda for the excellent and successful hosting of the 145th IPU Assembly. Allow me to share with you the Fijian Parliament's initiatives for addressing gender equality and the empowerment of women. I want to emphasize at the outset that gender equality and women's empowerment are crucial for sustainable development and inclusive growth. It is a sad fact that in the arena of politics and leadership, women are still way behind their male counterparts. Globally, as you well know, women represent approximately about only 25% of members of Parliament. In Fiji, at the last election of 2018, 10 women out of 51 members were elected to Parliament. In 2020, this increased to 11, following the resignation and replacement of a male MP by a female MP who was next on the party list. Fiji is ranked 4th amongst the Pacific Island countries, excluding Australia and New Zealand, in a region where approximately only 9% of MPs are women. Of course, in the Pacific, because of traditional cultures, have a strong influence. Gender roles are often dictated by culture, traditional systems. This is gradually unraveling, but only slowly. There is also an underrepresentation of women as election candidates in Fiji, accounting for only 24% of candidates in 2018. Interestingly, in that election, there was about 35% success rate, with 20 out of 56 women candidates making it to the party listings, with 10 eventually entering Parliament. These trends often reflect the broader gender inequality in society. And the question that must be asked is, what initiatives could be taken by Parliament to support gender-sensitive parliaments and to advance equal participation of women in all aspects of parliamentary work? In our next election, which takes place sometimes this year, candidates will be vying for 55 seats, an increase of 4 from the current 51. I sincerely hope that on this occasion, the number of women candidates would be much more than on the previous occasions. We, as speakers and members of Parliament, can make Parliament a more welcoming and socially inclusive space if we make it more gender sensitive and if we provide the facilitating mechanisms that attracts and aspires women leaders. The Fijian Parliament has already taken some steps towards making this a reality. We have a systematic mechanism that is aimed at addressing gender equality through the Parliament's standing orders, which makes it mandatory for standing committees to undertake gender analysis. When committees are undertaking reviews of legislation or oversight of government ministries and so forth, they must ensure full considerations of the principles of gender equality so that all matters are considered regarding the impacts and benefits on both men and women equally. There is a gender toolkit available that committees and MPs must use to assist them in scrutinizing legislation from a gender perspective. It is very important that parliaments not only adopt progressive standing orders, but also provide guidance to members so that they can effectively put these into their parliamentary practices. One of the positive impacts of this initiative is that government ministries and statutory bodies now include data on gender in their submissions to standing committees and annual reports that are tabled in Parliament. By including gender analysis in the work of standing committees, we can help strengthen women's empowerment and, crucially, ensure that the issues that affect women and girls are always included in decision-making processes. In addition to the standing orders, we have the Commonwealth Women Parliamentary Fiji Group, which is part of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association's Women's Parliamentarians Network. The CWP Fiji is focused on building the capacities of women MPs to fulfill their roles more effectively in Parliament and as leaders in their communities. Furthermore, the group undertakes social work and ongoing advocacy on women's issues, such as breast cancer, post-disaster relief for women, HIV/AIDS, and encouraging Fijian women to aspire to leadership and politics. These are some of the actions that we are progressing with to make Parliament a gender-friendly place and thereby attracting more women into politics and national leadership. And as speakers and members of Parliament, we must take pragmatic actions to make this a reality and ensure that they are works in progress. Honorable Chair, I thank you.
Je vous remercie. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Chers amis, nous allons maintenant passer à la liste C, qui est celle des seconds orateurs des délégations. La première oratrice est la représentante de la France. Elle sera suivie du représentant du Japon.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Chers collègues, je voulais également m'associer à tous les propos qui ont été tenus quant à l'excellente qualité de l'organisation et le formidable accueil de nos amis rwandais. En France, je crois que la loi n'aurait pas suffi pour que je puisse m'exprimer ici aujourd'hui en tant que députée. Effectivement, la loi en France impose que tous les partis présentent 50% de femmes et 50% d'hommes aux élections législatives. Mais il y avait quelque chose de systématique. Les femmes étaient toujours investies dans des circonscriptions qui étaient considérées comme impossibles à gagner. Donc je tiens à vous dire qu'il y a peu de femmes qui aiment se battre pour les causes perdues d'avance. Et il a fallu la volonté politique de notre président de la République, Emmanuel Macron, et de son parti, qui a souhaité que les femmes soient investies dans des circonscriptions gagnables. Et effectivement, ça a été mon cas. Et c'est pour ça que lorsque j'ai été élue en 2017, j'ai pu rejoindre le premier groupe majoritaire de l'Assemblée nationale française, parfaitement paritaire. Et moi qui, avant d'être élue, étais officier dans l'armée de terre et qui avait l'habitude d'être extrêmement minoritaire, voire la seule femme dans beaucoup d'assemblées, eh bien j'ai su à quel point la force du nombre était importante. On l'appelle volontiers la parité. Moi, je parle plus volontiers de force du nombre, parce que quand, dans un groupe majoritaire, il y a autant de femmes que d'hommes, finalement, être une femme n'est pas une question, c'est un fait. Ce n'est pas sujet à débat. Et c'est vrai que j'ai pu arriver dans la vie politique française à un moment où être une femme n'est plus une question grâce à tout ce que mes prédécesseurs ont pu faire. Et effectivement, quand on est député, on est amené à porter des sujets graves, des sujets de femmes, de fausses couches, de précarité menstruelle, de violence intrafamiliale. Et il faut que ces questions soient incarnées. Je suis convaincue que toutes nos concitoyennes souhaitent que ces sujets soient portés par des femmes élues, parce que compatir n'est pas pâtir. Et pour conclure, je citerai notre philosophe française Simone de Beauvoir. N'oubliez jamais qu'il suffira d'une crise politique, économique ou religieuse pour que les droits des femmes soient remis en question. Ces droits ne sont jamais acquis. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est au Japon, qui sera suivi par la délégation de Guyana.
Good afternoon. I'm Toriyamada, a member of the Japanese House of Consuls and the deputy head of the delegation from Japan. Japan does not rank highly in some international indices related to the gender equality. In 2018, the Japanese government addressed this by passing the Act on the Promotion of the Gender Equality in the Political Field, and the results of this legislation are beginning to appear. For example, in the House of Consuls elections, in July this year, record number of the women stood as candidates, and more women were elected than ever before. I'm confident women's perspective will have an ever-increasing influence upon the parliamentary activity. In June this year, Japan passed the Children's Basic Law, which defines the objective for the protecting children's rights, as well as a law to create the Agency for the Children and Families. These laws support a child raising and a child development policy across multiple agencies. To initiate the discussion and advocate the importance of such an agency, I personally submitted a proposal to the Prime Minister and established the study groups within the Liberty Democratic Party and among my fellow parliamentarians. There are many issues to be resolved as quickly as possible in order to protect and further the rights of the women and children. My experience of the parliamentary activity has made me actually aware of the importance of the gender equality and the gender-sensitive parliaments. I will continue to do my best to promote balanced gender equality and child welfare in Japan and around the world. I will do my best to continue to promoting balanced gender equality that is aligned to the Japanese social cultural context, for example, by ensuring that we do not sacrifice our freedom of expression. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at such a globally important conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est à Guyana, qui sera suivie par le Canada.
Madam Chairwoman, colleagues, we meet here in Kigali under the theme Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliaments as drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world. I assure you that my government and country support equality and equal treatment in all its facets and across every sector of society. Concomitantly, we eschew and strike down the scourge of discrimination whenever it raises its ugly head in any form or fashion. Naturally, therefore, we embrace the thematic objective of this conference, and we pledge our unwavering support to the IPU Assembly as it strives to prosecute this noble ideal. I am reminded of the admonition of Dr. Martin Luther King, who once wrote, "Peace is not the absence of war, but the presence of justice." Inequality in any form, including gender inequality, is the very antithesis of justice. Without justice, there can be no peace. Although gender equality is entrenched in the Charter of the United Nations and in the fundamental guarantees of governing instruments of similar organizations across the globe and are in the constitutions and laws of most countries, the reality is starkly different. For example, only 3 in 193 countries surveyed have 50 or more female membership in their parliament. 143 countries have below 30% female membership, and still yet several countries have no women representation in their parliament. These are staggering statistics in a world where female gender outnumbers the male gender. So, colleagues, we have a lot of work to do, and a good start is to push for legislation to be implemented in member states that would engender greater gender parity in their parliaments, while we continue to canvass for the removal of all institutional, systematic structures, legislation, policies, and programs which perpetuate gender inequality across the state's apparatus. Let us therefore resolve to move resolutely to make the theme of this conference a reality. Our failure will certainly result in greater human rights tragedies and societal stagnation, and indeed the global peace for which we strive will continue to elude us. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est à la délégation du Canada qui sera suivie par l'Australie.
Colleagues, as the IPU proposes action to increase the number of women serving in parliaments, I implore you to go further and recognize that equality means more than filling quotas. Across the world, including in my country of Canada, we need to do more to ensure women in politics have both parity in numbers and real power in decision-making processes. Tokenization is not equality. Rather, tokenization perpetuates the status quo of entrenched patriarchy. Therefore, in conjunction with efforts to increase the number of women serving in parliaments, the IPU must also be working to ensure women parliamentarians are free to constructively criticize their own political parties or governments, that is, to speak truth to power and to independently enact legislative change. Most importantly, women must be able to do these things without having to fight through layers of patriarchal roadblocks or facing reprisal, demotion, harassment, or violence within their political systems for doing so. Access to parliament shouldn't just be for women who are deemed acceptable by the political ruling class. A woman's age, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religious denomination, how she wears her hair, or what she wears to work should not determine whether or not she has access to political decision-making. So as this debate concludes, I encourage all colleagues here not to accept tokenization as a substitute for women having real political power, and to undertake all efforts to fight for women to be truly equal participants in our political processes. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. La parole est à l'Australie, qui sera suivie par la Norvège.
Dear colleagues, including women in workforce is a very rewarding strategy. Norway is a wealthy country. Most people assume this is due to our oil and gas industry. It is, but that is only a part of the story. An equally important factor is women in the labor force. My grandmother was one of the first women who got a driving license in Norway for almost 100 years ago. Women in work is a pillar of our welfare state and has played a key role in our economic growth. We must also make use of women as a resource in business management. Norway was the first country to introduce a legal requirement that 40% of board members in all publicly owned and listed companies must be women. We can only secure the best leadership talent if we recruit women as well as men. Dear colleagues, I also want to use this opportunity to strongly condemn Russia's massive war and terror against Ukrainian civilians and civilian infrastructure. Attacks against civilians are illegal and it's a war crimes. My home country, Norway, have a common border with Russia, and we are concerned about an escalation of the conflict and the consequences for the energy export from Norway to Europe. An escalation of the conflict will have a dramatic and tragic consequence for millions of civilians. War is no solution to conflict, and in no way frames gender equality among civilians. It is often women and children who suffer. Thank you very much.
Je remercie la Norvège. Est-ce que l'Australie est là? Non. Alors, je donne la parole à l'Ukraine, s'il vous plaît. L'Ukraine. Ukraine.
Honorable attenders, my name is Jean Belenyuk, and I am Ukrainian MP, and I am a sportsman, an Olympic champion in Greco-Roman wrestling. But my father, Vincent Digajimana, came from Rwanda. He studied aviation in Ukraine. He was a pilot. In recent decades, relationship between Ukraine and Africa were not very close. But with internal problems and trying to get over our colonial past. And believe me, Ukraine was indeed treated as a colony of Russian Empire. We were all too busy with standing up for our basic rights, culture, language, identity. Today, as we have done away with the yokes of oppression, it is time to move forward, to break the walls of misunderstanding and suspicion between us, and build the bridges of cooperation and empathy. My personal story shows that we are much closer than we might think. Indeed, many African students are studying in Ukraine. In myself, helped many of them to relocate to safe areas. And after the start of Russian full-scale aggression. And I have a dream that one day Russia get out from my country. Thank you. And sons of Ukraine and Africa will live as one big family, united in the spirit of friendship and love for freedom, that we will pursue each other's problems as our own, that we will be no longer to be indifferent to each other's concerns and views. It is very personal for me, equality of origins, sexes, beliefs. And I will do everything in my power to make this dream possible. For the sake of past, our present, and our common bright future. Thank you.
Дякую. La parole est au Mexique maintenant.
Good evening. I am honored to be here with all of you representatives from 172 countries of the people of these countries. The subjects we have addressed during these past days are of the utmost importance: women's rights, the protection of our environment, the protection and development of our youth, are world problems, and as world problems must be addressed collectively. We cannot address them individually, each country by ourselves. We need to act collectively. With regards to the issue at hand, in Mexico, we have had huge advances in the political spaces that women undertake, but we still have a long way to go. Electoral law reforms have placed an obligation on the Mexican state to enforce spaces, quotas for women, to assign these political opportunities and roles of directive. It's obvious to say that reverting decades of being unsensitive to women's needs is not easy, but we are solving it through various fronts. We are advancing the education, the opportunities, the respect, the equal pay, the higher political positions for women. In our Congress, we have 50% women, more than the 26% average of the world. Our President, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, has assigned equal cabinet position for women. We still have a long way to go, but with great enthusiasm, I can tell you that we are very close to having our first president, women president, in Mexico. After 74 presidents and 2 emperors, all men in our history, we're close to having a woman president. It will set an example to all Mexican society, and especially to young women, that their dreams may come true and that Mexico is really changing. I have a very deep faith in the future. I see it with anxious eyes and hope that we together can work responsibly and ethically towards building a better world. Thank you very much for all of your time.
Merci beaucoup au Mexique. La parole maintenant est à l'Arménie.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, I represent the Republic of Armenia, which is small in area, but has given the world such great people as Charles Aznavour, William Saroyan, the first female diplomat in the world, Diana Abgar, and others. One of the priorities in Armenia is the importance of equality between women and men in public life. In the Armenian parliament, 38 of the 103 deputies are women. However, I will not touch upon this issue in details. I will talk about the role of the Armenian woman on the battlefield. On September 13, Azerbaijan unleashed a new aggression against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Armenia, which was accompanied by war crimes, cases of intentional targeting of the civilian population and infrastructure, and gross violations of international and humanitarian law. In this regard, there are many evidence of torture of captured servicemen, extrajudicial killings, cruel treatment of Armenian prisoners of war. The bodies of Armenian female servicemen were mutilated with particular cruelty, stripped, then videotaped by Azerbaijani servicemen and published on social networks. Video footage of these atrocities shows pills of mutilated and beheaded Armenian soldiers, including the female servicemen. In the video, she appears naked with both arms and legs cut off. One of her eyes was gouged out and replaced with stones. Her fingers were cut and were shoved in her mouth. Azerbaijani soldiers marked the name of Azerbaijani Special Forces Yashma on her tortured body. The whole process of the video shooting is accompanied by laughter and jokes of Azerbaijani soldiers. Dear colleagues, female servicemen were not killed with horrific cruelty only because there were Armenians, not only because there were soldiers, but because there were women. Later, we also had another terrifying video that has spread on social networks. Azerbaijani soldiers shoot a group of Armenian prisoners of war in the sovereign territory of Armenia. For sure, such atrocities are the result of the consistent state policy of Armenophobia in Azerbaijan. which is carried out in state level, manifested in all possible spheres of public life. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the important role of international community aimed at preventing such kind of war crimes through taking appropriate measures holding Azerbaijan's aggression. Thank you.
Chers collègues, nous allons maintenant conclure le débat général pour ce matin et reprendre à 14h30 avec les jeunes parlementaires. Je vous remercie pour votre attention. Mais avant de lever la séance, je donne la parole à l'Iran pour un droit de réponse. L'Iran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. هیئت پارلمانی جمهوری اسلامی ایران در اجرای حق پاسخ به اتهامات بی‌اساس و مداخله جویانه نمایندگان کشورهای نروژ، هلند و نیوزلند مایل است به موارد زیر اشاره نماید. جمهوری اسلامی ایران یک نظام مبتنی بر مردم سالاری دینی در زمینه ارتقا و حمایت از حقوق و کرامت ذاتی انسانها از جمله زنان جزو کشورهای پیشرو می باشد که این موضوع مهم از آموزه‌های اسلامی و مندرج در قانون اساسی جمهوری اسلامی ایران است. هیئت ایران ضمن رد ادعاهای کذب مطروحه توسط نمایندگان کشورهای نروژ، هلند، نیوزلند که دقیقاً از زبان گروه‌های تجزیه طلب مطرح می شود را نقض صریح و آشکار اصول و قواعد حقوق بین الملل از جمله مداخله آشکار در امور داخلی کشورمان می داند. در راستای تنویر افکار نمایندگان محترم در خصوص ادعاهای مطروحه مربوط به خانم مهسا امینی بر این نکته تاکید می نماید که کلیه اقدامات لازم در این زمینه در بدو وقوع این حادثه توسط رؤسای سه قوه اتخاذ و گزارش تهیه شده توسط مراجع ذی‌ربط داخلی ارائه شده است که جهت کسب اطلاعات دقیق‌تر در دسترس می باشد. جمهوری اسلامی ایران به نروژ به عنوان یکی از مقاصد مهم قاچاق زنان توصیه می کند به جای ریختن اشک تمساح در خصوص وضعیت حقوق بشر زنان به رفع شوک درمانی اجباری و بدون کسب اجازه زنان و رفع خشونت علیه آنها به ویژه زنان و کودکان سامی بپردازد. در پایان مایلم از نماینده نروژ سوال کنم که آیا تاکنون بیانیه و یا اظهار نظری در خصوص مرگ هزاران زن و کودک ایرانی که به دلیل اعمال اقدامات قهری یک جانبه و غیر انسانی آمریکا در بیمارستان‌های ایران از دنیا می‌روند صادر کرده است؟ ما به این دسته از کشورها توصیه می‌کنیم به جای دادن درس اخلاق درباره رعایت حقوق زنان و عدم خشونت به ایران به فکر تهیه هیزم برای زمستان خود باشند.
Merci. Merci. Chers collègues, la séance est levée.
In this way, we will begin our session. Madam Speaker.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. May I ask you to take your seats so we continue our afternoon session. We are going to hear from young parliamentarians. They will have 2 minutes. So we start by Germany. Germany will be followed by United Kingdom. Germany, please.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as a 35-year-old woman, I am younger than more than 80% of my colleagues in the German Bundestag. But my youth is not the only thing that makes me stand out. The quota of women currently at 34.8% is astonishingly low. Being a young woman in politics, especially in parliament, is still the exception, not only in Germany, but worldwide. Therefore, I am grateful for the opportunities not only given to me, but that I, if I may say so myself, have earned and taken. At the same time, I know that this, what I have, is a privilege that I will never take for granted, a privilege that many women don't have. Worldwide, we see a series of conflicts that are almost always started by men, while women have to face the dire consequences. For me personally, it is still heartbreaking to see the many Ukrainian women arriving in Germany with their children and only the bare minimum of their belongings. It is their unbelievable strength and will that impress me the most. In the face of a barbaric war carried out by Putin's Russia against their country and people, they stand strong. And standing strong seems to be a trait in women. Right now, girls and women in Iran are standing strong. They stand strong for their rights. They stand strong for equality, for freedom, and for that they are being threatened with violence and even death. What we see in Iran right now is the brutality of helpless men feeling threatened, trying to rid half of the population from basic rights. But these women are not alone. We stand with them in solidarity, and we say their names. Nikah Shakarami, Gina Amini, Sarina Asmielzadeh, Hadis Najafi. They and their fight will not be forgotten. Women will never stop fighting for their rights, for their freedom, and if they must, for their lives. They deserve it all, and they will get it all. And through all of their fights, we will also stand strong at their side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The floor is now to United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom will be followed by Thailand.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's an honour to be in Kigali. Since I was a child in the 1990s, watching the horrors of the genocide here, progress in Rwanda and the achievements of Rwandan society has been fast-paced, no doubt thanks to the high participation of women in leadership roles. The UK Parliament stands shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine. The illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the reports of war crimes means the rights of women and all of the people of Ukraine have been stolen. In the UK, the fight for women's political representation was defined by the suffragette movement a century ago, and it continues today. Increasing the number of women in Parliament is about representation, and we must go further. We must extend the rights and representation being won by women to all people marginalised and persecuted. LGBT people are still criminalised in dozens of the countries represented here. That will change because LGBT rights, the rights of gay men, bisexuals, lesbian women, and transgender people are not Western values, they are human rights. Human rights that are universal and that cannot be redefined or limited by any government on the grounds of cultural exception. It was a difficult journey for the United Kingdom from the days of criminalising homosexuality only 55 years ago to now having the gayest parliament in the world and a country where there is equal marriage, a symbol of equality for all. We still fight every single day to defend these rights, and that journey will come to all nations. And so I ask representatives here from countries where the LGBT plus community is still persecuted to find the courage to support the LGBT activists in your country and be on the right side of history and the change and progress that will come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The floor is now to Thailand. Thailand will be followed by Qatar.
Madam President, my fellow parliamentarians, dear colleagues, today I am delighted to be here to represent the young women MPs. Although Thailand is performing comparatively well according to UN Women in global and regional rankings of having women occupying senior leadership positions in business, but there is still a long way to go to achieve the ideal gender equal society. Guided by the principle of gender balance embedded in the Constitution and the organic law of political parties, Thai political parties are now keen to recruit more young female candidates to run for the next general election in 2023. The Thai voters are also very much looking forward to welcome young women MPs in our parliament next year. This bringing Thailand closer to the global parliamentary average of 26% of women representation in the parliament. Apart from the establishment of the House Standing Committee dedicated to women and LGBTQ persons, for the first time in the history, the draft bill to legalize same-sex marriage and civil partnership, which are now being processed by the House of Representatives to reaffirm our commitment to equality, inclusiveness, and diversity, are expected to be enacted in the near future. Championing gender equality is not the matter that lies in the hands of women only. I believe that promoting gender equal worlds begins with each and every one of us, regardless of our genders. It begins in our homes, our schools, our communities, and of course, our parliaments here. All of us can and must play our part in fostering positive attitudes in gender roles and making our societies better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The floor is now to Qatar. Qatar will be followed by Equatorial Guinea.
سعادة رئيس الاتحاد الدولي، سعادة الأمين العام، سعادة رئيسة الجمعية العامة ال45 بعد المائة، أصحاب السعادة رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود المحترمين، السيدات والسادة الأفاضل، سلام الله عليكم جميعا ورحمته وبركاته. يسعدني أن أتناول الكلمة أمام جمعيتنا العامة باسم وفد مجلس الشورى في دولة قطر، وبصفتي عضوا في منتدى البرلمانيين الشباب. لأؤكد لكم جميعا أن السياسة الحكيمة والرشيدة لحضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ تميم بن حمد آل ثاني أمير البلاد المفدى تركز على المساواة بين الجميع بغض النظر عن الجنس، حيث تتاح الفرصة للنساء والرجال على حد سواء في ولوج جميع الوظائف وتحمل جميع المسؤوليات، كما أن الفرص متاحة للجميع للوصول إلى أجود أنواع التعليم، حيث أصبحت أعداد الفتيات المتخرجات من التعليم العالي أكثر من أعداد المتخرجين الذكور. كما أمنت حكومة قطر السبل الكفيلة بضمان الوصول إلى العدالة الاجتماعية وتكافؤ الفرص، بالإضافة إلى الالتزام بما تقتضيه التنمية المستدامة من شروط، وبخاصة المتحفظة على البيئة السليمة والنظيفة والحد من الانبعاثات الكربونية. كما تقوم دولة قطر بكل ما في وسعها للمساهمة في تعزيز الأمن والسلم الدوليين والمحافظة على الاستقرار العالمي، وبذل كل الجهود الممكنة لحل الخلافات والنزاعات بالطرق السلمية عبر المفاوضات والوساطات. السيدات والسادة الأعزاء، في 20 من الشهر القادم ستكون دولة قطر قبلة للرياضيين ومحبي الرياضة من جميع أنحاء العالم، وقد أنهت الدولة استعداداتها ووفرت كل الطرق الملائمة لإقامة العرس الكروي العالمي الهام كأس العالم في قطر 2022. وبهذه المناسبة أجدد لكم جميعا الدعوة لحضور هذه الفعالية الرياضية الفريدة وزيارة دولة قطر للاطلاع على أصالة ثقافتنا وعراقة تاريخنا، وكذلك الاطلاع على النهضة الشاملة التي تحققت لشعبنا بفضل قيادته الحكيمة. شكرا لكم على حسن الإصغاء، وموعدنا معكم في الدوحة لكتابة التاريخ بتنظيم أجمل نسخة من بطولة العالم في ملاعب صديقة للبيئة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much, Honorable. The floor is now to Equatorial Guinea, followed by Australia.
Excelentísima señora presidenta, honorables parlamentarios, sobre el tema que nos ocupa hoy, estimada audiencia, cabe señalar que la falta de educación y formación son claves, teniendo en cuenta que la mujer desempeña un papel fundamental para alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible. Uno de los factores que impiden la participación activa de las mujeres, así como sus postulaciones a cargos políticos, es la discriminación que se traduce en violencia, menor acceso a la educación, matrimonio y embarazos precoces, los trabajos domésticos, la falta de autoestima, falta de solidaridad entre ellas mismas, la falta de confianza, la independencia económica, el acceso a la propiedad de tierras, la persistencia de algunas prácticas tradicionales, la falta de legislación, falta de recursos económicos y apoyos a las campañas de las mujeres candidatas. Cuando las mujeres están en puestos de liderazgo, frenan muchas situaciones absurdas como las guerras, los conflictos. Debemos adoptar acciones concretas en pro de la mujer, ya que hacer leyes no es suficiente, debemos velar para su efectiva aplicación. El Gobierno de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, que preside su excelencia don Teodoro Bianguemán Bazó, sitúa a la mujer y a la juventud como verdaderos actores de cambio en el proceso de transformación socioeconómica, política, tecnológica y cultural del país. Cabe señalar que el artículo 13 de la Ley Fundamental de Guinea Ecuatorial reconoce el principio de la igualdad de la mujer ante la ley. El Gobierno de Guinea Ecuatorial ha ratificado y adoptado varios instrumentos jurídicos a nivel nacional, regional e internacional sobre la igualdad de género. A nivel nacional, se ha elaborado y aprobado y adoptado una política nacional de la promoción de la mujer y su plan de acción multisectorial en la perspectiva de igualdad y equidad de género. La elaboración de un código de familia. En la actualidad, entre otros, en la actualidad, la mujer y la juventud ecuatoguineana han alcanzado grandes logros, están ocupando importantes cargos de responsabilidad y de toma de decisiones entre los tres poderes del Estado. La adopción durante el 6º Congreso Nacional Ordinario del Partido Democrático de Guinea Ecuatorial, Partido del Poder, una cuota de 35% a favor de las mujeres en las próximas elecciones legislativas y municipales. El Parlamento de Guinea Ecuatorial es bicameral. El Senado está compuesto por 72 senadores, de entre ellos 10 son mujeres y 8 jóvenes, siendo la presidenta una mujer. La Cámara de Diputados está compuesta por 100 diputados, de entre ellos 24 son mujeres y 20 jóvenes, con 2 mujeres miembros de la mesa, una vicepresidenta y una vocal. Todas las comisiones permanentes y no permanentes de ambas cámaras están integradas por hombres, mujeres y jóvenes, algunas presididas por mujeres. La igualdad de género depende mucho de la política de los gobiernos. La elaboración de presupuestos con perspectivas de género.
Time is over.
Importantes para lograr el Parlamento sensible al género. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. The floor is now to Australia. Australia will be followed by Japan.
Madam President and fellow delegates, good afternoon and assalamu alaikum. I am pleased to be able to participate in this debate as the 5th youngest senator in Australian history and as the youngest in our current parliament. It is important to me that we consider gender-sensitive parliaments from the perspective of our youth, and particularly the perspective of our young women, whose political inclusion and engagement is vital for our democracy. Today, in the Parliament of Australia, women make up 45% of all parliamentarians. In the Senate, I am one of 43 women who comprise a majority of senators. That is a great achievement for the women in my country. But we need to do more to address the barriers that stand in the way of young women seeing politics as a legitimate career option and Parliament as a place that they will be welcomed, valued, and encouraged. A major review conducted by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, which received more than 1,700 individual contributions, revealed that gender inequality and power imbalances are key challenges that require action. The 28 recommendations that arose from the review are to be implemented in the phases over 2 years and have the support of all political parties in Australia. These recommendations provide a roadmap for the change to make our Parliament a more diverse, gender equal and family-friendly workplace. It is important that young women and people of diverse backgrounds have political role models because you can't be what you can't see. I am pleased to acknowledge that change is already occurring as today the Australian Parliament is the most diverse in our history, reflecting Australia's multicultural society. I myself represent this modern Australia as I was born in Afghanistan, raised in Australia, practice my faith as a Muslim, and have strong Australian values as a Labor senator. It is my hope and expectation that as the reforms take hold and the culture of Parliament changes with its growing diversity, young Australian women will see a place and space for themselves in our political system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. So I invite Japan to take the floor, followed by Uruguay.
Thank you. I am House of Representatives member Takako Suzuki, and I'm the actually youngest female MP, and also I'm a mother of 2 daughters. And I believe that we women should not have to forsake the way that we want to work, live, or enjoy ourselves because of life events such as pregnancy or childbirth, or because of health issues unique to women. I'm saying this because when I was pregnant, some people actually claimed that carrying a child while serving in office was the election of my duties, or that it meant I had given up on my career. Inspired by this, my own experience, I am now a big supporter of femtech, female technology, which is the use of technology to overcome such challenges. This is because I want us to use technology to quantify and give visibility to the difficulties that we face so that men can also see our challenges, though fostering greater understanding. Lastly, I note that gender equality is by no means a pursuit of women, by women, and for women. I believe that gender equality leads to respect for diversity and richer and peaceful world. It is for this reason that I will continue to champion gender equality for all lives, including those of forthcoming generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Japan. Uruguay, sorry. Uruguay will be followed by Finland.
Buenas tardes a todos. Es un gusto poder estar haciendo uso de la palabra en representación de los jóvenes de mi país en esta asamblea. En Uruguay estamos hoy solo un poco por encima en el porcentaje promedio del mundo, con un 25 y poco % de representación de mujeres en nuestro Parlamento. Nuestra vicepresidenta de la República, Beatriz Argimón, es quien preside la Asamblea General de nuestro país. Recientemente tuve el honor de ser electo como presidente de la Comisión de Género de mi país y estamos trabajando fuertemente en la temática. En Uruguay, desde el 2002 se empezó a hablar sobre una ley de cuotas y en el año 2009 fue votada esa ley que permitió que cada tercio en las listas figuren los dos sexos, es decir, cada 3 lugares en la lista existen representantes de los distintos sexos. Esto fue modificado en el año 2017, en donde en nuestro país se modificó esta ley de cuotas y quedó definitiva para todas las elecciones futuras. Esto no asegura que el porcentaje de las mujeres en el Parlamento crezca al ritmo que nosotros queremos. Es importante transmitirles que pienso que debemos insistir los legisladores, los distintos representantes, en motivar el cambio cultural en las sociedades. Cambiar esa mentalidad de que la mujer es la única y exclusiva encargada del cuidado de los niños y de la tarea del hogar, porque si nosotros logramos ese cambio cultural en donde la mujer tenga el tiempo, porque hoy no podemos hablar de capacidades, eso quedó atrás, quedó demostrado que la mujer tiene la misma capacidad que el hombre para realizar las tareas y lo hace de gran forma. Vamos por ese cambio cultural y cuando lo logremos en todas las sociedades, estoy seguro que la representación de paridad se va a dar por la elección natural de los votantes. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Merci beaucoup. May I invite Finland to take the floor? Finland will be followed by Norway.
Dear colleagues, we are here representing 120 countries in total. As a parliamentarian representing just a single country, it can be challenging to fully comprehend how much the circumstances can vary between countries. Just like today, when we discuss about gender equality. Some may be dealing with relatively minor challenges. Meanwhile, women in other countries face restrictions in their freedom of choice. For example, some women can't vote independently and are forced to go to voting booth with their family. Or even more frightening, violence towards female politicians can be widespread. It's not terrible only for the victims, but also to the democratic system itself by diminishing the number of female candidates in elections. Can you believe that in recent years, there has been situations where authorities have threatened female activists and female family members of political opposition with sexual violence?
How about percentage of women in parliament? Well, it can be over 60, like here in Rwanda, but still there was over 20 countries with a percentage below 10, according to recent statistics. I want to note that looking beyond our own society can help us understand what we have achieved and what still can be achieved. And it is crucial to bear in mind that being satisfied to situation domestically should not lead to neglecting the challenges globally. Otherwise, we risk our goal of a more peaceful world. It already faces too many risks. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much, Honorable. May I invite Norway to take the floor. Norway will be followed by Austria.
Madam President, colleagues, the theme of the debate is gender equality as a driver of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. And what better place to discuss this than here in the beautiful country of Rwanda, a nation that carries one of the most horrific tragedies in the history of the world, but is also the nation with the highest percent of women in parliament of all parliaments in the world. Congratulate to you. As I look at this assembly, I see a lot of women, but mostly men. I think all our nations can do better. We have to make legislation favoring gender equality, but not everything can be fixed with laws. One experience that we have from Norway is that men, but more often women, often falls off politics when establishing families. That tells us one thing. We have to make it easier to combine politics with family life, my colleagues. I became a father this summer, and I appreciate all measures that makes it easier to me to both be a good father and a good representative for the people in my constituency. In my neighboring municipality, they have a woman mayor. She is doing a great job as a mayor, but are questioned about her job as a mother. Shame on them. Of course, it's possible to do a great job as a mayor and a mother at the same time. We just have to adapt the political agenda in a way that makes it easier for women in the establishment phase to keep being active in politics. And if we succeed, who knows? Maybe we all can be like Rwanda someday with 60% women in the parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. May I invite Austria to take the floor? Austria will be followed by India.
Dear colleagues, to keep it short, women's rights are human rights. So during this conference, we are not discussing only about women issues. We are talking about rights for all of us, for the young generation of female parliamentarians, but also for a better future for the whole next generation. Women's rights are in distress. We have heard the horrible accounts of sexual violence against women in Ukraine. The food insecurity caused by Russia's war against the country affect mostly women and their children. Women fleeing face violence in overcrowded refugee camps, as well as the drastic lack of medical care, especially for pregnant women. In every conflict, it is always women, in particular, who are most affected of it. But the ongoing conflicts are not the cause of inequality. Inequality has always existed, but conflicts lead to inequality having worse consequences. So peace and democracy building can never just be between leaders of the state, but it has to include the whole society. To build a peaceful society does not only mean the absence of weapons, but it means to build a society in which everyone has a voice. Therefore, we must not only look at security in military terms, but we have to look at human security as well. We have to look at food security, health security, but also the security from being persecuted by the own state. No country is truly peaceful as long as women are persecuted for surviving education, deciding over their own bodies, or for dressing as they want. When women are absent from politics, the dimension of human security is often forgotten. For politics to capture the reality in the citizens live in, all parts of security, of society must be represented. For this, Rwanda is a great example, fighting for. It was a pleasure joining the conference right here, and thank you very much for having welcomed us here in Kigali. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now the floor is to India.
Thank you. Respected President, esteemed colleagues, as a young parliamentarian from India, I bring greetings to you from the world's largest democracy and 1.4 billion aspirational Indians. In a world drawn by strife and conflict, the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi and Swami Vivekananda echo stronger today than ever before. The world needs the Indian values of ahimsa, non-violence, and satyagraha, which is holding on to truth. As the Indian youth moves through the world, harnessing the power of technology, entrepreneurship, and innovation, it is strengthened by the Indian philosophies of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the whole world is one family, and Sarva Dharma Sambhava, which means respect for all religions. As the 145th IPU's theme is on gender equality and gender sensitivity, let me share how the young women of India are transforming and revolutionizing the nation and beyond. The women's self-help groups across the nation, with microcredit facilities provided by the state, are giving rise to socio-economic development and empowerment within families and communities. The 50% reservation for women in elections to the district and village level institutions in India, also known as Panchayati Raj institutions, has led to political empowerment and increasing participation of women in governance of India. Today, the highest constitutional authority of India, the Honorable President of India, Her Excellency Srimati Draupadi Murmu, is a woman who rose from very humble beginnings to ascend to the highest office of the land. The land of possible is today in India, the new India. Merit and talent are the key, and technology is the enabler. As India completes its 75 years of independence this year, the youth of India celebrated with an appeal through this IPU to the world. Let us all unite in youthful spirit, reconcile our differences, and in a spirit of forgiveness, move forward together towards building bridges of peace and non-violence, with a view to making this world and planet a safer, a better place for our children and our children's children, as envisaged by the great Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable. Dear colleagues, we suspend the list of young parliamentarians so that we may consider the emergency item. We now come to the address item number 7, the emergency item. I am pleased to hand over the chair for this item to the distinguished speaker of Malawi, Mrs. Catherine Hara, who chaired so ably the debate on the emergency item yesterday. So I see that the chairperson, the chair of the drafting committee and the rapporteur of the drafting committee are already on the podium. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, honorable colleagues, and welcome to this segment. We will now turn our attention to the emergency item included as item 7 of the agenda of the Assembly. Before I invite our rapporteur to present the resolution of the Assembly, I would like to say a word. As we saw here on Wednesday and in Nusa Dua last March, passions are running high during various debates on this topic and with good cause. Today, I would ask all of us to take example from yesterday's drafting committee that saw it promote freedom of expression in a largely respectful manner. Both freedom of expression and respect are part of the principles and values at the heart of the IPU. I therefore urge you all of us, to uphold these principles today. It is in this spirit of consensus that we have the chair of the drafting group of the emergency item, Ms. Michelle Garner, as well as rapporteur here with us on the floor. I now invite Mr. Floyd Shivambu, rapporteur of the drafting committee on the emergency item, to present the report on the draft resolution of the item entitled Condemnation of the Invasion of Ukraine and of the subsequent annexation of territories in defense of the territorial integrity of all states. The text of the draft resolution was circulated to all delegations this morning and can be found in document A/145/7 DR. Honorable Chivambu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Assembly. Asante Sana. Let me start by taking this opportunity to congratulate the Parliament and government of Rwanda for hosting a thus far successful 145th Assembly of the IPU. The levels of excellence demonstrated thus far inspires confidence on all of us and brings pride to all of us as Africans. So we, as Pan-Africanists, are proud that one of our own has hosted a successful global event attended by people from all corners of the world and definitely from more than 140 countries. I'm here to present the outcome of deliberations of the drafting committee on the emergency item resolution, which met yesterday afternoon, the 13th of October 2022. The item before you is the outcome of an emergency item submitted by the delegation of Chile and by the group of Latin American and Caribbean countries, GRULAC. The resolution, as the Honorable Chairperson of this session has already stated, has been circulated to all delegates. But that does not mean that after we have introduced this emergency item and the draft resolution, your right to differ will be suppressed. Your right to differ does not dwindle into insignificance, because some of you are guided by and comply with the foreign policies of your respective countries. The title of the resolution before the Assembly reads as follows: is condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine and of the subsequent annexation of territories in defense of territorial integrity of all states. The delegates that were represented in the drafting committee came from all the geopolitical groups of the IPU, and specifically came from the countries of Canada, Chile, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Jordan, New Zealand, Oman, Peru, and of course, South Africa. We want to thank Ms. Michelle Rampel Garner from Canada
for a professional and respectful chairing and seeing us through many tense moments. I want to thank the committee for its work that saw us overcoming a lot of differences. While we had numerous disagreements, what we all agreed on is that the only way to end the suffering is by ending the war, and that the IPU must play an important role in facilitating dialogue between the two countries. The result of our drafting committee deliberations is a resolution that reiterates the importance of and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and the immediate restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity. The resolution takes note of the resolution that was passed on the 144th IPU Assembly in Nusa Dua in Indonesia, which was titled Peaceful Resolution of the War in Ukraine, Respecting International Law, the Charter of the United Nations, and Territorial Integrity. The resolution speaks to the need for investigation of possible war crimes and accountability for perpetrators, and supports the establishment of courts with specific jurisdictions to investigate these possible war crimes. The resolution further reaffirms the support of the IPU task force on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine and encourages the task force to continue its efforts to bring the parties concerned to the table for political dialogue. It places emphasis on the humanitarian impact of the war in Ukraine and appeals to the international community to support the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, which is UNICEF, and other specialized organizations to alleviate the suffering of the millions of children, refugees inside Ukraine and abroad. The resolution further calls on competent bodies of the United Nations and governments and parliaments of the world and multilateral financial institutions to adopt and support effective and targeted social policies to address decisively global food insecurity resulting from the effects of the war, particularly the rising prices of food, fuel, and fertilizers, the supply of which has been severely disrupted or discontinued. We have a resolution that calls on all of us to work together to reduce tensions and to find mechanisms for a peaceful settlement of this war. And I commend this resolution to the Assembly for adoption. And the emphasis, Mr. President, of the IPU is that we should all work together for a peaceful resolution. Thank you very much. Ngo.
Thank you very much, our rapporteur, Mr. Chivambo. I now call upon the chair, Madame Michel, to give her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable President. On behalf of the drafting committee, I want to thank all of the members who were on the committee yesterday, as well as the Secretariat and my colleague, the rapporteur from South Africa. The discussion that we had in the committee yesterday was certainly heated and passionate, but it was deeply respectful, and I think it sought to understand differences and to come to consensus, as was just said by my colleague as he presented the motion. And I think that's the best of what the IPU can offer. And I think that's the best of what everyone here can do. And so with that, I would just like to thank my colleague for the words that he said and echoed them. And it was a wonderful experience to be part of as a parliamentarian as well. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Drafting Committee. I now invite the Secretary General to explain to us the procedure. Secretary General.
Madam President, thank you very much for this opportunity. I just want to make a couple of clarifications as you are set to adopt this resolution on the emergency item. As you have just heard from the rapporteur and the chair of the drafting committee, the draft resolution that is before you is the outcome of a discussion that was free, courteous and respectful of the various views. and that this text was adopted in the drafting committee by consensus. I see from the room that, from the applause, that already you think that the drafting committee has done a good job. But now you will be called upon to adopt formally this resolution. And I just want to recall to you the provisions of the rules of the Assembly, which allow you to make an explanation of the vote after the vote has taken place. So, Madam Chair, you will call on your colleagues, first of all, to see whether they are ready now to adopt this resolution by consensus or by acclamation in the spirit in which it was adopted in the drafting committee. After that decision has been taken, delegations wishing to explain their vote or their position on this resolution may do so after that vote has taken place. You can also use that opportunity for those delegations that wish to do so to express reservations on part or all of the resolution. And this will be properly recorded in the proceedings of the Assembly. I hope that this procedure is very clear. And Madam President, you may now proceed to ask the Assembly whether they are in a position to adopt this emergency item resolution as proposed by the drafting committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Having made this clarification, may I ask whether the Assembly is ready to adopt the resolution? Thank you very much. The resolution has been duly adopted.
Dear Madam President,
Thank you, honorable colleagues. I see that I would like to ask if there's anybody who would like to take the floor, as we were guided by the Secretary General in case there's any country which still wants to speak on the resolution. It's 2 minutes for each country. Yes, and you use your seats. Sin Chile, India.
Dear Madam President, India abstains. Thank you.
India, Chile, South Africa.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we will start off with Chile. They're the first ones. You have 2 minutes.
Who is speaking now? South Africa. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. So, at the current moment in South Africa, because of the fact that we were actually very concerned about the fact that in the first instance, the role of the task force was not acknowledged. But as the resolution is reading now, we will still remain neutral in the fact that we want to make sure that we implement the resolution as it is being adopted today. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Chile, are you still taking the floor or not? Yes, then we go to India.
India has already spoken.
Oh, India has already spoken. South Africa, Mozambique.
Muito obrigado, Senhora Presidente. Moçambique mantém a posição de neutralidade, portanto, abstendo-se por razões que já foram expressas. Agradeço.
Thank you, Mozambique. Any other delegation? Yes, Slovenia. Your mic is not clear, sir. Sorry.
Okay, now it's good. Slovenia strongly supports the adoption of a resolution on the emergency item. At this point, I would like to remind you on the trip of 3 Prime Ministers of Slovenia, Poland and Czech Republic that took place on March this year. I think that was the first turning point in this war, with the courage of 3 statesmen to give Ukraine much needed moral support when they needed it, to fight on. In this manner, we will support every action that condemns unprovoked aggression, illegal annexation of 4 regions and Crimea, and human rights violation made by the aggressor. Thank you.
Thank you, Slovenia, East Timor, and then United Kingdom.
Thank you for the opportunity. Timor-Leste support this resolution which gives solidarity to the people of Ukraine who are suffering immensely from the brutality of war and violation of human rights in their land. Timor-Leste strongly condemns this inhumane attitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, East Timor. United Kingdom. UK.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to say how pleased I am that the item that we are adopting here reflects the language that we all agreed in Nusa Dua, has made some further points since then about the opposition that we all feel to the annexation of territories and the importance that we all put on territorial integrity of all states. And we in the United Kingdom cannot be neutral on these issues. These are important issues for the peace of the world. If we do not hold the line as an assembly on these issues, then we have thrown away so much work that we've done as an international community. It has been important for us to have this dialogue. It has been important for us to listen to the unanimity of the adoption of this, and I don't think anyone in the world can really be neutral in the face of terrible territorial aggression as we have seen from the Russian Federation.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Georgia, then Yemen.
I'm glad to confirm that Georgia is happy to see this resolution adopted, and we strongly support Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. And we, unfortunately, are facing similar challenges in our country by Russian occupation, and we are glad that the international community agreed that it's unacceptable to have occupation, to have war, and it's time to stop Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgia. Yemen, then Canada.
نحن وفد اليمن نمتنع عن هذا القرار حتى يكون في ميزان عادل للشعوب كلها. اليمن تعاني الحرب منذ 8 سنوات ولم ينظر إليها أحد ولم تنفذ القرارات الدولية الأمم المتحدة ولا الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. شكرا.
Thank you, Yemen. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Canadian delegation supports this motion because it seeks to have a peaceful resolution of the war. I'd like to congratulate the group that got together to draft the motion, which was today adopted by consensus. This process clearly reflects that dialogue works. I'd like to congratulate the IPU and assure our Ukrainian brethren that they will always have our support. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Chile, then Italy.
Thanks, Madam President. I want to thank you all for approving this resolution. I'm very happy as well that I could help writing this. And I want to say thank you especially to the Chilean delegation and the members of the GRULAC, Argentina and Peru that were part of this And also, I thank you for allowing me some last remarks. Madam President, there are some dictators in the world that think, or at least they act as if they think, that they can do whatever they want to their people or to their neighbors. They think that they can bully and bulldoze their way anywhere. They think that they can bomb a city because they just feel like it. They think that the possibility or the risk of causing mass rapes, war crimes, people disappearing, landmines, severing kids' extremities, forcing millions of women and children as refugees is somehow tolerable, or something like necessary suffering to achieve their objectives and goals. And you know what? Let me tell you what I think about this. I think that it's time that the world sent them a clear message. A message that they cannot take whatever they want. A message that they will not take whatever they want. A message that an attack on their neighbor or anybody else for that matter is an attack on humanity, an attack on all of us. A message that there's no peace without justice, and justice demands that those dictators, their cronies and generals be chased after for the rest of their lives until they face justice as the butchers that some of them are. I'm a proud participant of this assembly, and the approval of this resolution sends a clear message and is now part as a strong voice in humanity's choir demanding justice and peace in Ukraine, in Chile, and everywhere else. And let's make that, dear colleagues, the summary of our message to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chile. And now invite Italy. Italy, then France.
We strongly support the resolution, and we are really glad for our unanimity. The international community is not unanimous, but international community does not have a neutrality. That's why I want to say that we strongly support the brave Ukrainian people. Because I want to thank, first of all, the Ukrainian people, each person that fight in the street, that fight for their freedom, that fight for our freedom, because that's the problem. We are understanding that this is a fight for the freedom of all the world. That's why I want to thank the resistance of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian army too. And I want to remember the victims, the heroes that fight for their freedom and their liberty. I want to conclude as President Zelensky addressed to our parliament with a final word, Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Italy. Honorable colleagues, I have on my list France, Germany, Czech Republic, South Sudan, Argentina, Ireland, and Austria. In the interest of time, okay, last one, Ukraine. In the interest of time, I know that all of us wanted to say something on the resolution, but I think because of time, so that we move to other business, unless we have somebody who has a contrary view, I would think maybe this should be the last list that we'll get from the floor. So I'll now invite our colleagues from France.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
France, you have the floor. Sorry, France, maybe you can move to the next mic. I'm sorry.
You can. Merci, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Président. La France se réjouit de l'adoption de cette motion pour toutes les raisons qui ont pu être exprimées par nos collègues. Mais il y en a une qui, pour nous, est sans doute la plus importante, c'est que nous venons de faire collectivement la démonstration que les idéaux portés en 1889 par les pères fondateurs de notre institution, eh bien, sont une réalité. Et je pense que le message fort que nous envoyons à ce dictateur Poutine, qui a décidé effectivement de raser de la surface du globe l'Ukraine, est que nous pouvons aussi rentrer chez nous avec cette conviction très forte qu'ensemble, on va plus loin. C'est un message très fort que nous envoyons et je pense qu'il faut que nous ayons présent à l'esprit que, eh bien, avec ce point d'urgence qui a été adopté, nous ouvrons sans doute une nouvelle page et la France se félicite bien évidemment de cette adoption. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Français. France. Germany, then Czech Republic.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to thank you all in this room that we were able to clearly state the second time that emergency item on the war in Ukraine. And we urge Russia, please stop that senseless war, stop the killing of peoples, stop the bloodshed of young soldiers who are not able to live their life anymore, to found families, invent things or whatever. Stop the bombing, the rape of women, killing behind the lines, the destroying of the childhood of the minors. That war is against freedom and democracy. It's against all international rules. And thank you all for standing united against this war, against our world order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. Czech Republic, then South Sudan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me strongly support this resolution, which aims to bring peace and justice to Ukrainian people. There seems to be a long path towards that, but this resolution, together with UN resolutions, sends a strong message to Russian Federation that it is not possible to do whatever it wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Czech Republic, South Sudan, and then Argentina.
Thank you very much, Madam President. While we believe that the consensus that has been reached is very important, we continue, however, to maintain that the South Sudan will remain abstained. Thank you.
Thank you, South Sudan. Argentina, then Ireland.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. Quiero decir que nos congratula la decisión unánime de esta Asamblea. Volvemos a nuestros países con el orgullo de haber participado de una Asamblea Mundial de Parlamentarios que ha dicho la guerra no nos resulta indiferente, las violaciones a los derechos humanos en cualquier lugar del mundo no nos resultan indiferentes, el desplazamiento de niños, niñas separados de sus familias no nos resulta indiferente. Ese es el resultado de nuestra Asamblea. Quiero advertir sobre dos cuestiones. La primera es la desproporción que siempre existe entre quienes deciden y hacen la guerra y entre aquellos que sufren las guerras. Y quiero advertir además sobre la urgencia en que se cumpla la resolución 1325 de Naciones Unidas para que haya más mujeres en los ámbitos de decisión, más mujeres en los acuerdos de paz. Contextualizando esta resolución que acabamos de aprobar y el tema general de nuestra Asamblea sobre la igualdad de género, más mujeres en los lugares de decisiones y de poder será seguramente mucha menos guerra y mucha más paz para la convivencia de la humanidad.
Thank you, Argentina, Ireland, then Austria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ireland is a military neutral country, but we are not neutral or blind to aggression or barbarism. We belong to no military pact, but seek today to speak truth with clarity and firmness. Madam Chair, Ukraine's suffering continues. It continues as we speak, and it was and is critically important, therefore, that we, world parliamentarians gathered here today, demand an end to Russian aggression and a restoration of peace and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria, Ukraine, and last, Bolivia.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, thank you. At this point, this is all I want to say to all of you, to all of us, to the amazing drafting committee, to the support teams, and to the Secretariat. And I say this thank you on behalf of all Ukraine, of all Ukrainians, of all the men, women who are fighting very hard today to survive. We will be bringing back with us as a delegation the global support that our people truly do deserve. The global support that is coming from all four corners of the world, from Latin America, from Africa, from Asia, from all the Northern Hemisphere, from the Caribbean, from every single place. And this organization, I feel today, the IPU, this assembly, we have shown together that we have really grown up over this last year, that we have really stood together in unity and in full responsibility for the support of our values, of those values that are paramount for the peaceful coexistence of our nations. And I hope that this unity lasts until Russian aggression against Ukraine and against all other countries ends once and for all. And with this, I say, glory to you, glory to all of us, and glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you. Thank you, Ukraine. Last but not least, Bolivia.
Okay.
Muy buenas tardes. Pese a que la delegación de Bolivia tuvo 4 abstenciones y 2 votos a favor, los que estamos a favor estamos muy contentos por la decisión favorable de este proyecto de emergencia, donde estamos todos en desacuerdo con el cruel ataque militar de parte de Rusia a Ucrania, poniendo en riesgo la vida sobre todo de las mujeres y niños. Por eso instamos que abandonen el territorio ucraniano definitivamente e inmediatamente. Muchas gracias.
Apologies. Oh, Austria, we didn't give a chance. Sorry, my apologies,
Okay.
Austria. My apologies.
No problem. As Ireland, Austria is a neutral country, but we are never neutral when sovereignty is not respected. Therefore, we fully support this condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine and of the subsequent annexation of these territories. And I hope, because we have to look in the future, that the IPU task force can contribute on a peaceful resolution of the war to stop killing innocent Ukrainian people.
Thank you, Austria. Honorable colleagues, we do have some reservations. Oh.
Do you have any reservations?
Well, we only give, unless if you're having reservations, I made an announcement earlier that unless we have somebody with a reservation or to abstain, in the interest of time, we wanted to move on. Do you want to say something contrary? Okay. No. Point of order? Okay, you have the floor, Jackie.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that this is a big thing that we did all together, and as Turkey, we will do everything we can to put an end to the war. We're with our sisters and brothers in Ukraine, and we will do whatever we can so the grain crisis won't exist, so it will continue. And also, we are there for the international community, whoever needs help. I just wanted to say that. Sorry, thank you.
A member from Turkey, You're like from Malawi, when honorable members of parliament, if they feel they are not going to give them the space, they say point of order. And I know it's not a point of order, but it's a way of expressing. So, point of order sustained. Honorable, is that another point of order? Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Quiero sinceramente, en nombre de España, que lo que hemos hecho hoy entre todos es demostrar que 133 años después, nuestra organización, la Unión Interparlamentaria, es una organización que tiene todo el sentido en el planeta de hoy y que es útil para defender la democracia, la libertad, la soberanía de los Estados, la integridad territorial, los derechos humanos y, sobre todo, la paz y la seguridad. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Spain. Honorable colleagues, as you know, we did have some reservations to the resolution. They have been all noted and will be recorded. And because of this, I will now declare that the resolution has been adopted by consensus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your help during this moment. And we go now to the special accountability segment of the general debate. I tried to explain this segment in my meetings in all geopolitical groups, so I will not repeat myself again, because we should, in every assembly, to do a follow-up of the implementation of the decisions we took during the last assembly. The outcome of the 144 assembly in Nusa Dua, Indonesia, got a formal declaration, getting to zero, mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change. Then we approve a resolution on peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine. The resolution rethinking and reframing the approach to peace process with a view to fostering lasting peace. And finally, a resolution on leveraging information and communication technology. And of course, also we took some decisions on the human rights of parliamentarians. We obtained some registration of countries that wish to take the floor to make their own presentations. But before, I will give the floor to Ambassador Anda Philip to make the summary of the answers to all requests presented by IPU. Ambassador Phil, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good afternoon to everyone. This is a very brief summary of the report that has been circulated to all of you on follow-up action by members to IPU resolutions and other decisions. Next slide. As you are aware, this is a statutory obligation for all members, as enshrined in Article 6 of the statutes, and whereby all members and associate members are required to send an annual report of action taken in follow-up to IPU decisions. This is also further reinforced by the new IPU strategy that has a particular emphasis on ensuring accountability at all levels. Next slide. In early May, we circulated a survey to all the members, inviting their feedback on a couple of questions relating to recent IPU decisions from previous assemblies in Madrid and in Nusa Dua. As you will see from the slide, the majority of respondents have confirmed that these IPU decisions have been communicated to their respective governments and parliaments.
Dear colleagues, I believe that the bilateral meetings are very important during our assemblies, but I will ask to have these bilateral meetings outside this room, otherwise it is not possible to go on and to hear the Ambassador Anna Phillips to present the report on the answers from you to the requests from IPU. Please wait. Is it possible to continue, please? I will ask our colleagues that wish to have a bilateral meeting to have, if you can request rooms if it is necessary, but please not here. Especially in this main corridor, it seems the metro or the underground with so many people. Okay, please, we are waiting. A lot of traffic. Please, dear colleagues, I ask again. This is a very important segment to understand the follow-up from the request of IPU about the implementation of our decisions. Please, let us continue our work. Thank you. Ambassador Anna Phillips, you have the floor.
Yes,
please.
thank you, Mr. President. So as I was saying, over 90% have confirmed that IPU decisions are communicated to their respective governments and parliaments. You will see that around 65% of respondents confirm that these decisions are brought to the attention of their respective specialized committees in light of follow-up deliberations. However, in terms of actual follow-up action, the response rate remains very low in the range of 40%. Next slide. So you will see there an overview of those parliaments that provided full responses to the IPU survey, those that responded in a partial manner, in other words, they did not respond to all the questions. And as you can see, we are concerned by the fact that almost half of the respondents of the parliaments that were invited to submit their responses did not do so. Next slide. We would like to thank, next slide, all those parliaments that have taken the time, and you will see your flag up on the screen, to respond to this survey. And as you will note from the annex in the report that is in your sets, there are a lot of very good examples that are worth flagging, and which I hope we will hear very soon in the discussion that follows. Next slide. Unfortunately, we did not. We would also like to thank, I'm sorry, all those parliaments, I believe over 40 additional parliaments that provided voluntary reports. Thank you to all of these countries. Next slide. And then, Mr. President, since you asked us to flag those parliaments, those members that did not meet their statutory obligations, you will see their flags and their names up on the screen.
Dear colleagues, I believe that some of you will not be happy with these slides, but maybe next time in Bahrain, your flag will not be on this one. And so we will repeat it in all our assemblies, because it's a duty from all of us to participate in implementation and answer all the requests from IPU. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. We have selected just a few good practices. You will see, for example, practices from China, from Benin, and the United Kingdom, showing how IPU decisions have had an impact on the work of parliaments, whether it's in terms of organizing workshops, drafting new legislation, or submitting contributions to major global processes such as COP26 on climate change. Next slide. Also on climate change, since this is, or rather on disarmament and non-proliferation, we would like to congratulate Gabon and Philippines for really taking the lead in expediting ratification of the Arms Trade Treaty. We have received a letter of congratulations from the UN Secretariat, and it's good to see how parliaments can really make a difference. And we also have some very good practices from New Zealand, from Sweden, United Kingdom, that made good use of the new IPU guide on parliamentary action in support of disarmament for security and sustainable development, and that organized events in Parliament in order to raise awareness and support around this major issue. Next slide. On climate change, we have examples from Belgium that has launched a regional inter-parliamentary climate dialogue, leading to a joint resolution adopted in October of last year. We also have the example of Mauritius that amended the budget so as to include transition to more secure and cleaner homegrown energy supply. As you are aware, next slide, we have at the IPU a number of tools, whether it's the campaign I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament, whether it's the parliamentary toolkit evaluating the gender sensitivity of parliaments, and we have noted very good examples from Paraguay, Bahrain, Ecuador that have made good use of these tools. Next slide, recommendations, and we can move on. We'd also like to thank those delegations, in particular Costa Rica and Switzerland, that have also communicated to us some ideas on how we can do things differently and do things better in order to enhance the reporting exercise, either by fostering a community of peer reviews, by dedicating more time in assemblies for this implementation review, whether it's in terms of empowering standing committees so that they may review in a systematic manner implementation of those resolutions that they have negotiated. And I understand this is something that is currently on the agenda of the bureaus of the standing committees. We are also encouraging, and this is something that came up, Mr. President, in your meeting with the chairs of the geopolitical groups, signaling that ideally they have activity throughout the year, not just twice a year in the context of the statutory assemblies. So geopolitical groups can play a very important role in this process. And finally, an option of possibly reviewing the IPU statutes and rules so as to strengthen this reporting exercise. And then finally, last slide, as a very brief reminder, as per our practice and as per the statutes and rules, we are really asking all members, once an assembly has taken place, when you go back home after Kigali, please make sure that your report is circulated widely within Parliament with all of your colleagues. We still have situations where MPs are not familiar with what the IPU is actually doing. So that is your responsibility, and it would, we think, enrich also the work within your respective parliaments. Please share copies of the resolutions. Please invite government officials to hearings and promote debates in your specialized committees. If there is a need, review your legislation so that it is indeed in keeping with global commitments, both UN and IPU. And please, we look forward to engaging systematically with you going forward. So, Mr. President, this was an overview of the report that has been shared. You have a list of, we are very much encouraged by the fact that many delegations here would like to speak directly as to their own experience within their respective parliaments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador and Philip, for your presentation. And there is a lot of good news. Yes, there are some countries that don't do anything after it with the resolutions and the decisions we take, but the great majority did something, try to implement them, and it is the most important. But now we will see concrete presentations from the floor, from the podium, I'm sorry, and the first one will be our colleague and friend, the Speaker of Parliament of Fiji. Your Excellency, you have the floor. We have 3 minutes for each speaker for presentation.
Mr. President, in response to the Nusa Dua Declaration at the 144th IPU Assembly in March, the Fijian Parliament continues to support the government's climate change initiatives, such as the allocation of public funds for climate change action. In July, the Parliament approved the 2022-2023 national budget, where approximately $276 million Fijian dollars, or $118 million US dollars, is dedicated to the government's climate response. This represents 7.4% of total expenditure. These funds are directed towards large investments in the transport infrastructure, investment sector project, climate-related water and sanitation projects, irrigation and flood management, and renewable energy and energy efficiency initiatives. In addition, climate change action under SDGs 13 and 14 are mainstreamed into Fiji's 5-year and 20-year national development plans that were launched in 2017. The plans incorporates national goals and priorities that are aligned to the SDGs and climate change action and are key development priorities. Last year, the Fijian Parliament enacted an important enabling legislation on climate change, the Climate Change Act 2021. Fiji became the first country in the world to pass a national legislation with a clear commitment to the Paris Agreement. The Act provides a comprehensive framework to guide Fiji's response to the climate emergency. It also recognizes the economic, social, and cultural rights and links between gender equality, social inclusion, the SDGs, and also highlights women's rights, the rights of people living with disabilities, and the rights of older peoples and children's rights to a healthy environment. The Climate Change Act covers issues such as long-term net zero commitments, carbon budgets, carbon market establishment, climate-induced human mobility, nature-based solutions, the legal recognition of maritime boundaries relative to sea level rise, climate finance, and intergovernmental resilience building. While Parliament supports the government's budgetary commitments to climate change and its accompanying legislation, we are mindful of our oversight role, which entails holding the government to account on its national and international commitments on climate change. We had developed a guidance note for our standing committees to allow them in undertaking oversight of Fiji's commitment to the SDGs and to integrate the SDGs into their everyday work by mainstreaming SDGs, monitoring and oversight into their legislative and oversight functions. Fiji is one of the most vulnerable nations to climate change and climate-related disasters, and therefore, Fiji cannot afford to procrastinate on this issue. We have to walk the talk and get on with the business of taking real action on climate change. This we have done, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now from Canada, Ms. Duncan, please, you have the floor. Not Ms. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, Ms. Duncan couldn't be here, so I'm in her place.
Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, today I want to talk to you about the role of parliaments in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, one of the policy priorities identified by the IPU in its new strategy. The SDGs are central to recent IPU resolutions and declarations, such as the 2022 Nusa Dua Declaration on mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change. With only 8 years left to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we ought to reflect on what we can do as parliamentarians to make sure its objectives are met. The work is particularly important considering the development gains that have been lost due to the pandemic. Canada is strongly committed to sustainable development. For instance, in 2018, the federal government committed $49.4 million Canadian over 13 years to establish an SDG unit to coordinate the promotion, monitoring, and implementation of goals in Canada. Another initiative, the SDG funding program, will receive almost 60 million Canadian dollars by 2030 to increase public awareness, support new partnerships, and identify and implement innovative initiatives. Since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, the federal government submitted a voluntary national review in 2018, launched the country's national SDG strategy in 2021, updated its federal sustainable developmental strategy, and adopted a new feminist international assistance policy. As parliamentarians, we have an important role to play too. Last year, our Parliament enacted the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, which requires the federal government to set national targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and accountability mechanisms to achieve its climate target by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. Previously, in 2008, Parliament had passed the Federal Sustainable Development Act, which provides a legal framework for Canada to develop and implement a federal sustainable development strategy. This piece of legislation was amended in 2019 to broaden the scope of the federal strategy and to increase transparency and accountability. By scrutinizing the government's expenditure plans and budgets, parliamentarians also play an essential role in ensuring that funding and resources are invested to effectively support sustainable development and the SDGs, both in Canada and abroad. Through our various standing and special committees, Canadian parliamentarians also play an oversight role on many issues related to this important topic. Moreover, our parliamentary committees provide for a consultative process so the views of experts, stakeholders, and other interested parties can inform policy decisions. For instance, the FSDG strategy
was shaped in part by testimony heard during studies taken by committees. In terms of accountability, parliamentarians can track the government's efforts on sustainable development by reviewing reports and documents tabled in Parliament by various offices such as the Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development. Being limited to 3 minutes, I will stop here. I look forward to your comments. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Thank you, dear colleague. And now the Speaker of Parliament of Guyana, Mr. Nadir. Please, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I will speak on the issue of our youth program. Guyana subscribed to the program I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament. What we have done in the last 2 years is introduce an annual Christmas outreach program. It's about toys, but more particularly, it's about getting the symbols of Parliament to our young people under the ages of 10. We also introduced an annual Speakers National Youth Debating Competition, and that competition targets children in secondary school. We have an annual youth parliament that deals with the older youth. We have parliamentary tours, we have school outreaches, we have sport, and we have a very vibrant social media program. You would have seen the slides with our Christmas outreach. The program for this National Speakers Youth Debating Competition, the speaker himself chairs that, and it generates a lot of interest, not because he's so good at cheering, but because of the high level of interest that we generate. And that's the second year of it. In terms of our youth parliament, that is a grooming ground for young people. And here again, it's highly successful. Our top performers in the youth parliament moves on to a regional youth parliament of the Caribbean. And next month, 2 of our candidates are going to be in Trinidad and Tobago. There's a slide on the youth participation. There's a next slide here with tours. The next slide, please. It's about our young teachers from all over the country. They tour Parliament and they get a first-hand briefing from us about parliamentary procedure and stimulating their interest in Parliament. Our school outreach program goes across the 10 different regions. They are like states in the country. We have 215,000 square kilometers to cover with just under 3/4 million people. We also visit schools itself, do the speeches, give talks on Parliament, and we have introduced Guyana as a place where cricket is popular, and there is a national speakers international cricket tournament where the top players, and some are top players from around the world that earn millions of US dollars. Here it is that we participate in sponsoring youth programs for sport, and interest to everyone is live streaming. Our social media program, aimed particularly at youth, has attracted millions of viewers. I just put the last slide on. That slide goes back 37 years when yours truly started his career in politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Snows. ECOWAS. Like to see.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, the ECOWAS Parliament would like to speak on its accountability segment. And we want to start by the adoption of a supplementary act of the ECOWAS Parliament, which took into effect the oversight role of the ECOWAS Parliament. This act was amended in 2016, December of 2016, by the authorities of heads of states and government to demonstrate its resolve to establish a more accountable community to the citizens and to make the very community owners of the citizens. Here are some examples of how the Act empowers the Parliament and delivers more accountable community. In terms of institutional accountability, Parliament is involved in the formulation of the Communities of All Communities Act. This act must be referred to the Parliament for its consideration before adoption by the ECOWAS authorities or head of states and government. Parliament exercises oversight function of all activities of the community. In terms of physical accountability, Parliament is involved in the adoption of the community budget by rendering opinion. The community budget is another monetary referral of the Parliament that is sent to the Commission. The instrument to communicate the opinion of the Parliament is through a resolution by the Parliament. Parliament has established, under the leadership of our Speaker, Dr. Sidi Mohamed Tunis, a public accounts committee to review the audit report of all community institutions and agencies. At our two ordinary sessions of the Parliament every year, the President of the ECOWAS Commission presents a State of the Community report to the Parliament and a response to inquiries from members of Parliament. Also during these sessions, all delegations present present a report on the political and human rights situation in their respective countries, followed by debate. Governance of political accountability. Parliament conducts fact-finding missions as well as long and short-term election observation missions, presidential and legislative, to gather information on the democratic process in the ECOWAS community. ECOWAS considers issues of human rights and fundamental freedoms and make recommendations to the community. As regards the issue on women empowerment, ECOWAS has a group called ECOFIPA, a group of ECOWAS women parliamentarians that goes around and empower other women in our region. We also work with other parliamentarian groups in ensuring that democratic principles are enhanced. Thanks to the leadership of Honorable Sidi Mohamed Tunis, who was able to introduce a budget line for ECOWAS women in Parliament to enhance the political work in the region. Thank you very much. Merci, obrigado.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. You were perfect on time. May I invite the distinguished Member of Parliament from Zambia?
Thank you very much, Madam President, and good afternoon, delegates. Madam President, it is with great pleasure to address this Assembly on the follow-up of the Nusa Dua resolution, mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change. During the 144th Assembly, parliaments agreed to come up with strategies to mitigate impacts of climate change in their respective country. I'm glad to announce that in Zambia, out of 156 constituencies, it has been agreed that all MPs will plant at least 1,000 trees each. And I'm also happy to announce that this has already started. My national speaker of National Assembly has been fully involved in making sure she officiates in each and every constituency in the planting of trees that you are going to see in the video at the end. Madam President, trees or forests are the lungs or carbon sinks of the earth. This is because forests absorb and store almost half of the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere each year. Carbon dioxide accounts the majority of greenhouse gas emissions which cause climate change. Forests can be used to strengthen societal resilience to climate change through critical ecosystem services they provide, such as wood, non-timber forest products, watershed hydrocorrigation. This makes sustainable forest management, which includes reforestation, a credible and a well-tested framework for reducing carbon emission. From the foregoing, it is clear that by simply planting trees and leaving them to mature, we are helping to lock up significant amounts of carbon that might otherwise be released into the atmosphere and encourage global warming. With many nations struggling to control their carbon emissions, tree planting has emerged as a powerful strategy to mitigate the effects of climate change. This is the only way we can make significant contribution to the much-needed urgent action required to halt deforestation, prevent forest degradation, and restore forests, which is our key to combating climate change. Madam President, we have done a lot. We had a workshop to encourage members of parliament, where they took charge and the Secretary General even talked to the member of parliament. Tree planting is ongoing as I'm talking. Each member of parliament is required to at least plant 1,000 trees, and that program is going very well. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And at the end, there will be a video to signify on what we are doing. Thank you.
This is when the gym comes in play.
I'll be sure now. The soil is here.
Oh, the good soil. From here first.
From that side.
Without water, it won't grow. So that's why we need rain to water all the plants that cannot be watered by us, so that we preserve our forests. You want to water also?
Yes, please. Thank you.
They say you have to share the responsibility. Want the tree to grow into a nice tree to provide shade.
We can't wait. Congratulations, Zambia. It's really nice to see that forestation is important and planting trees is very important. Thank you so much for sharing this. And now, our distinguished Member of Parliament from Switzerland. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Madam President, dear colleagues, in an increasingly interconnected world, international cooperation is of ever greater importance. The ongoing war against Ukraine and the COVID-19 pandemic have shown that globalization means that seemingly regional conflicts and issues can take on global proportions. In addition, there are an increasingly number of problems such as climate change that are global in nature and can only be dealt with at a global level. Moreover, international politics today is the monopoly of governments. There is no parliamentary level, especially at the United Nations. Many actually see the IPU as parliamentary representation at the global level, or in a sense, as the UN Parliament. This is certainly overstating the case and does not correspond to reality. But the fact is that the IPU is unique as a global parliamentary body and has a high level of legitimacy for dealing with global and international issues. The report of Ambassador Philip shows that the implementation of IPU resolutions could definitively be improved. The Swiss delegation, therefore, as mentioned before, firmly believes that the IPU should be strengthened. We proposed to the 12+ group the establishment of a working group in order to establish a mechanism to strengthen the implementation of IPU resolutions. The resolutions adopted by the IPU are of high quality and convince through their unifying global perspective. However, it remains hard to enforce them. With its motion, the Swiss delegation is proposing, in line with the procedures in other international organizations, a follow-up process led by the responsible commission. Strengthening IPU resolutions in this way would also ensure that the IPU resolutions contain demands that can be implemented in practice. The IPU is one of the oldest political institutions and it has established a unique position over the years. However, we are now living in an age when international issues no longer simply involve settling military conflicts, but increasingly also pose complex problems that can only be solved globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And may I invite the distinguished representative from the UAE. Looking forward to hearing from the United Arab Emirates.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمي ميرا السويدي وأنا عضو في المجلس الوطني الاتحادي في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. معالي السيدة رئيسة الجمعية العامة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، السيدات والسادة، أود في البداية أن أتقدم لكم بالشكر لإتاحة الفرصة لنا لمشاركة تجربة المجلس الوطني الاتحادي لدولة الإمارات في متابعة وتنفيذ قرارات وأنشطة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، حيث أننا نؤمن أن مشاركتنا في أعمال جمعيات الاتحاد لا تقتصر على مدة الاجتماعات الفعلية، بل يمتد أثرها ليشمل الاستفادة من قرارات الاتحاد وأنشطته وأدلته العملية، سواء في عملنا التشريعي والرقابي أو ما يتعلق بالدبلوماسية البرلمانية. السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي أن أسلط الضوء على جانبين مهمين هما أهداف التنمية المستدامة وتعزيز الشراكة بين الجنسين. فيما يخص التغيير المناخي وتنفيذاً لقرارات الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي حول المناخ وإعلان نسدوة الوصول إلى 0 انبعاثات وحشد البرلمانيين للعمل بشأن تغيير المناخ، فقد اطلع المجلس على نتائج اجتماعات الجمعية 144 وقرارها بشأن التكاتف للعمل بشأن التغيير المناخي، وساهم هذا القرار في فهم أكبر للبرلمانيين في مراجعتهم لاستراتيجية دولة الإمارات للوصول إلى الحياد الكربوني بحلول عام 2050. وعلى صعيد التعاون العالمي بشأن المناخ، ستستضيف دولة الإمارات مؤتمر كوب 28 والاجتماع البرلماني المصاحب له، وذلك إيماناً بأهمية البعد البرلماني الشعبي لمثل هذه المؤتمرات وما ينتج عنها من قرارات لا يمكن تحقيقها على أرض الواقع ما لم يكن هناك موائمة مع التشريعات الوطنية التي تصدرها وتراجعها البرلمانات. أما على الصعيد المؤسسي، فقد أطلق المجلس الوطني الاتحادي استراتيجية التحول الرقمي واللاورقية في كافة أعماله. والمسار الآخر الذي أود الحديث عنه هو الشراكة بين الجنسين. كما تعلمون، نشكل أنا وأخواتي البرلمانيات 50% من أعضاء المجلس الوطني الاتحادي، وجاء ذلك بناء على حرص القيادة الرشيدة لدعم وتمكين المرأة. وشهدت الانتخابات التي جرت بعد رفع نسبة تمثيل النساء إلى 50% تقديم 200 امرأة للترشح من بين 555 مرشحاً سجلوا في انتخابات المجلس الوطني الاتحادي في أكتوبر 2019. فكانت نسبة ترشح النساء تساوي 36% من المجموع، وفاز 7 نساء من بين 20 عضواً جديداً انتخبوا لعضوية المجلس الوطني الاتحادي. وفي السابق شهدت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة أيضاً انتخاب معالي الدكتورة أمل القبيسي كأول رئيس للمجلس الوطني الاتحادي، وكانت أيضاً أول امرأة عربية يتم انتخابها لمنصب رئيس البرلمان في المنطقة. وفي عام 2015 تم إنشاء مجلس التوازن بين الجنسين. وفي عام 2015 تم إنشاء مجلس التوازن بين الجنسين، ونود أيضاً تسليط الضوء على خريطة المرأة في السياسة التي يصدرها الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي سنوياً. وعلى المستوى المجلس الحالي نقوم نحن كعضوات المجلس بتثقيف النساء في مجتمعنا ونعزز من معرفتهن في الحملات الانتخابية والمشاركة السياسية، كما كان لأعضاء المجلس الوطني الاتحادي الدور في دعمنا، بالإضافة إلى دعمنا في منصب النائب الثاني لرئيس المجلس الحالي ورئاسة اللجان الدائمة، بالإضافة إلى ترأس المرأة الكثير من اللجان الصداقة والوفود البرلمانية والاتحادية.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll now invite the Member of Parliament from Belgium, please.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, le Parlement fédéral belge a, au cours des 2 dernières années, pu effectivement se pencher sur les thèmes des résolutions et déclarations adoptées par l'UIP. Permettez-moi d'aborder très brièvement quelques-unes des réalisations et actions de notre Parlement. Premièrement, pour les résolutions, mobiliser un soutien parlementaire mondial en faveur de l'équité vaccinale dans la lutte contre la pandémie de Covid-19 et la résolution réaliser l'objectif de couverture sanitaire universelle d'ici 2030. Chaque semaine, on sait que chaque semaine, près de 10 000 personnes meurent dans le monde à cause de Covid-19. Il convient donc d'œuvrer pour une couverture vaccinale maximale et à cet égard, la Chambre des représentants belge a adopté une résolution visant à faire du vaccin contre le Covid-19 un bien de santé publique mondial accessible financièrement à tous. Mon pays participe également à cette fin à l'initiative COVAX. La crise de Covid-19 a également mis en exergue la nécessité pour tous les pays d'avoir des systèmes de protection sociale solides et durables, tant pour prévenir les risques que pour répondre aux crises sanitaires. Dans ce cadre, la Chambre a adopté une résolution visant à soutenir un mécanisme multilatéral de renforcement et de financement d'une protection sociale universelle tel que l'accélérateur mondial pour l'emploi et de la protection sociale des Nations Unies. Cet accélérateur est destiné à financer des socles de protection sociale dans les pays à revenus faibles et intermédiaires. Deuxièmement, la résolution sur les abus sexuels en ligne à l'égard des enfants. La lutte contre les crimes sexuels constitue une priorité absolue pour la Belgique. Une initiative gouvernementale a été débattue à la Chambre des représentants cette année et elle a abouti aussi à un nouveau code pénal sexuel qui protège l'intégrité sexuelle et le droit à l'autodétermination sexuelle de chaque personne. Et une section de ce code pénal est spécifiquement dédiée à l'exploitation sexuelle des mineurs dont les infractions peuvent également être constatées en ligne. Aujourd'hui, le grooming ou la transmission en direct d'abus sexuels des mineurs constituent désormais des infractions sexuelles dans le code pénal belge. Et finalement, la déclaration de Nusa Dua, dans ce cadre, la Chambre des représentants a adopté une résolution sur le COP 26. Cette résolution aborde notamment les objectifs climatiques, la question du financement international, la lutte contre le changement climatique et les questions de pertes et préjudices, et invite les différents gouvernements à œuvrer en concert. Et notre Parlement a adopté une résolution concernant la végétalisation des bâtiments en vue d'améliorer l'efficacité énergétique. Et finalement, notre Parlement a mis en place un plan d'action comportant 87 mesures concrètes qui devront permettre à la Chambre d'être en phase avec les objectifs climatiques de la Belgique, tels que l'isolation de la toiture, le recyclage du papier à jeter, la verdurisation des espaces et la promotion de la mobilité douce. Voici, Madame la Présidente, quelques exemples que je souhaitais partager avec vous tous, avec mes collègues, et je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. May I invite the distinguished member of parliament from Gabon?
Merci, Madame le Président. Madame le Président, chers collègues, le 25 septembre 2013 à New York, le Gabon, mon pays, avait signé le traité sur le commerce des armes. Toutefois, de la signature en 2013 jusqu'en novembre 2021, ce traité n'avait toujours pas été ratifié par le Parlement gabonais. Le Gabon étant solidaire des recommandations de l'UIP de 2006 relatives aux armes légères et de petit calibre et ayant déjà signé le traité de New York sur le commerce des armes, nous avons été interpellés à l'occasion de la 143e assemblée de l'UIP à Madrid sur le retard pris dans le processus de ratification du traité. Aussi, de retour au Gabon, en nous fondant sur le fait que cette situation était de nature à mettre en péril la sécurité intérieure gabonaise et celle de la sous-région d'Afrique centrale, nous avons entrepris une série de démarches auprès du ministère des Affaires étrangères de mon pays, ainsi qu'auprès de nos collègues de l'Assemblée nationale, au fin de les sensibiliser sur la nécessité de respecter l'intégralité de nos engagements en la matière et de procéder en particulier à la ratification de ce texte. Ces démarches ayant été porteuses, le texte a été ratifié au cours de cette année 2022, successivement à l'Assemblée nationale et au Sénat. La promulgation de la loi de ratification a été faite par le président de la République, son Excellence Ali Bongo Ondimba, conformément au délai prescrit par la Constitution gabonaise. À l'issue de la promulgation, le ministre des Affaires étrangères a, au cours de son séjour à New York pour prendre part à l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, effectué le dépôt officiel de l'instrument d'acceptation et relatif au siège de l'ONU. Le dépôt est intervenu auprès du secrétaire général adjoint aux affaires juridiques en présence du conseiller juridique de l'Organisation des Nations Unies et du chef de section des traités de l'ONU, M. Miguel de Cepra Suarez. Cette ultime étape a été franchie peu avant le début de la présidence du Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU par le Gabon. En définitive, notre intervention de ce jour vise, compte tenu de l'importance de ce texte sur la paix et la sécurité que nous recherchons tous, notamment en Afrique où il existe plusieurs foyers de tension et où la menace terroriste est grandissante, à encourager nos collègues parlementaires issus des pays qui ne l'ont pas encore signé et ratifié, ainsi que de ceux qui ont signé, mais sans aller jusqu'à la ratification, de tout mettre en œuvre pour inciter leurs gouvernements respectifs à accélérer le processus de signature et de ratification du dit texte. Je voudrais, pour terminer, remercier l'Union interparlementaire pour les félicitations à l'endroit de mon pays. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. May I invite the distinguished speaker from Uruguay, and then we will listen to Azerbaijan after that.
Gracias, señora presidenta. El Parlamento de Uruguay se ha adherido a la campaña de la UIP Yo digo sí a los jóvenes en el Parlamento. No solo con la firma de varios parlamentarios uruguayos en apoyo a la misma, sino organizando una jornada para jóvenes políticos. La presidenta del Senado y la Asamblea General, Beatriz Argimón, convocó a todos los partidos políticos para que designaran entre los jóvenes líderes dentro de sus partidos a participar de una jornada en el Parlamento, donde se convirtieron en parlamentarios por un día, realizado el 15 de septiembre, una sesión del Parlamento integrada por todos esos jóvenes futuros parlamentarios. En dicha jornada, los jóvenes discutieron temas de interés y conmemoraron el Día Internacional de la Democracia. Por otra parte, en seguimiento de la estrategia de la UIP 2022-2026, con relación al cambio climático, nuestro Parlamento organizó conjuntamente con la Unión Interparlamentaria el Seminario Regional sobre Cambio Climático para los Parlamentos de América Latina y el Caribe, que se llevó a cabo en Montevideo, Uruguay, entre los días 28 y 30 de junio del 2022, y que contábamos con gran participación de los parlamentarios de nuestra región, así como el presidente y secretario general de la Unión Parlamentaria, realizándose también una visita de campo al departamento de Maldonado, particularmente Punta del Este. Luego de finalizado el seminario regional, celebramos el 30 de junio el Día Internacional del Parlamentarismo y el 133 aniversario de la UIP, donde se presentó el sello alusivo a la fecha, contando con las máximas autoridades de la UIP, presidente y secretario general de la UIP y los miembros del Comité Ejecutivo de la UIP, así como las máximas autoridades nacionales. Por último, pero no menos importante, nuestro Parlamento ha realizado la traducción en español de las directrices para la eliminación del acoso y la violencia sexual de las jóvenes mujeres en el Parlamento, lo cual fue distribuida a todos los parlamentarios uruguayos y subida a la página web de nuestro Parlamento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Now we will hear from our distinguished Member of Parliament from Azerbaijan. And then we will listen to Bahrain right after Azerbaijan.
Honorable Madam President, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen. During the inauguration ceremony, Honorable Mr. Pacheco mentioned the parliaments with women speakers. And another example of women's leadership in parliament is Azerbaijan, which I'm representing here. Dear colleagues, despite of ongoing peace treaty agreement negotiations, serious military escalation along the undelimited state border between Armenia and Azerbaijan was recklessly provoked by Armenia to torpedo the fragile post-conflict normalization process. Unfortunately, Armenian delegate's statement demonstrates the intention to abuse the Assembly to cover up its continuous efforts to evade the implementation of its commitments. I am categorically rejecting the allegation, and it's ironic that Armenia, which held the sovereign territories of Azerbaijan under occupation for almost 30 years, talks about now norms and principles that it has consistently violated. My country has achieved a solid result in overcoming the problems caused by the occupation of 20% of its territory. And I will report on these steps have been taken in terms of sustainable development. The government institutions have completed the matrix provided by the United Nations to identify the national priorities and aligned targets as part of mapping of SDGs onto existing development plans and strategies. Driven by the principles of leaving no one behind, which is one of the core commitments of SDG, in partnership with the UN office in Azerbaijan, different advocacy events were held, which covered the topics like science, education, civil society, women empowering, and youth unemployment. Moreover, it could be in the right place to underline a huge-scale meeting role of parliamentarians in achieving sustainable development goals took place in Parliament of Azerbaijan 2017. Azerbaijan is the first country in the region and among 12 countries around the globe which submitted its 3 national voluntary reviews for high-level political forum. Azerbaijan ranks 15th out of 165 countries in the 2022 Sustainable Development Report with the best result in the region. By acknowledging global trends and challenges, my country is entering a new development phase, which is qualitatively different from the post-pandemic and post-conflict era. In this framework, Azerbaijan charted the country's long-term development vector and pathway to sustainable socio-economic and environmental development by identifying 5 national priorities. First, steadily growing competitive economy. The second, society based on dynamic, inclusive, and social justice. Third, competitive human capital and space for modern innovations. Fourth, great return to the liberated from Armenian occupation territories. And the last but not the least, clean environment and green growth country. Ladies and gentlemen, the end of conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan creates new economic opportunities not only for Azerbaijan, but also for the region. It's in this regard, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and reintegration of the liberated and conflict-affected areas will be one of the main directions of the development priority in coming years. Azerbaijan is committed to the regional peace with the establishment of good neighborly relations as a key for building a secure, stable, and prosperous South Caucasus. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now we will hear from the distinguished representative from Bahrain. We're still in the section on best practices of parliaments, and we're talking about accountability. After the distinguished speaker from Bahrain, we will hear from Belarus.
شكرا سعادة الرئيسة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، رؤساء وأعضاء المجالس التشريعية، السيدات والسادة. يسرني أن أشارك معكم اليوم في هذه الجلسة ما تم بخصوص قرارات الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي في مجالي تحقيق برلمان ذكي ورقمي وحماية الشباب والأطفال في مملكة البحرين. السيدات والسادة، إن التقدم السريع والمتلاحق في مجال تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات والتحول الرقمي الذكي يحتم علينا جميعاً مواكبة هذه التغيرات، ونحن في السلطة التشريعية جزء لا يتجزأ من المنظومة الوطنية. نسير بخطوات ثابتة نحو التطوير وتعزيز مستوى الخدمات المقدمة لأعضاء السلطة التشريعية دعماً للمسيرة التنموية الشاملة التي تشهدها مملكة البحرين. ففي مجال التحول الرقمي نجح المجلس في ترحيل جميع أنظمته ووثائقه القانونية والإدارية إلى الحوسبة السحابية، مما منحه بداية قوية ومهمة وأساسية. والجدير بالذكر أن المجلس منذ 2018 تحول إلى بيئة عمل رقمية لا استخدام للأوراق فيها. ومن التطبيقات الرقمية المنفذة حالياً بالمجلس نظام التصويت عن بعد، نظام الحقيبة البرلمانية الرقمية التي تضم جميع الخدمات الرقمية التي يحتاجها أعضاء المجلس، اعتماد تقنيات عقد الاجتماعات عن بعد والاجتماعات الهجينة hybrid meetings، ويعتمد المجلس تطبيق زوم لاجتماعات الجلسة العامة عن بعد ونظام تيمز لاجتماعات اللجان عن بعد. استخدام تقنيات حديثة لتوفير الدعم الفني المساند عن بعد لأجهزة السادة الأعضاء والموظفين لمعاينة وإصلاح المشاكل التقنية، استخدام تقنيات التوقيع الإلكتروني. ولا نغفل هنا أهمية التدريب والتأهيل لكل من السادة والسيدات أعضاء المجلس وموظفي الأمانة العامة لإنجاح هذا النظام. وعلى صعيد الطفولة والشباب، أصدرت مملكة البحرين مجموعة من القوانين التي تعد استكمالاً للمنظومة التشريعية في المملكة، منها قانون الطفل الذي حدد سن الطفل منذ الولادة وحتى بلوغ سن 18، كما أكد على كفالة الدولة حماية الطفولة والأمومة. قانون بالموافقة على الانضمام إلى البروتوكولين الاختياريين بشأن اشتراك الأطفال في الصراعات المسلحة وبيع الأطفال وبغاء الأطفال والمواد الإباحية عن الأطفال الملحقين بالاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لحقوق الطفل. قانون العدالة الإصلاحية للأطفال وحمايتهم من سوء المعاملة، حيث تكون مصالح الطفل الفضلى الأولوية في جميع الأحكام والقرارات والإجراءات المتعلقة به. قانون بشأن الاحتراف الرياضي، الهدف منه اتخاذ العمل في المجال الرياضي كمهنة أو حرفة لتحقيق عائد مالي وفق عقد بين الأطراف المتعاقدة، وذلك في سبيل فتح آفاق جديدة أمام الشباب في الحقل الرياضي. وأخيراً قانون بإنشاء صندوق العمل يسعى إلى تحقيق عدد من الأهداف، أهمها رفع كفاءة العمال البحرينيين ومقدراتهم الإنتاجية وقدراتهم على المنافسة في سوق العمل والانخراط في سوق العمل من خلال البرامج التي يوفرها والقيود الميسرة التي يمنحها لإنشاء وتمويل المشروعات الخاصة الصغيرة والمتوسطة. وشكرا لحسن الاستماع.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from the distinguished speaker from Belarus, please. And then after Belarus, it will be Seychelles.
Thank you, distinguished Madam President, distinguished colleagues. I would like to give a brief about the implementation of the resolution rethinking the approach to peace process in order to strengthen lasting peace adopted by the 144th Assembly in Indonesia. Today, the need to change the international approach to the peace process is urgent. Many peace processes are stalled, and even when agreements are concluded, peace as a rule tends to be short-lived. Indeed, most peace processes fail after an average of 7 years. The structure of international security is collapsing. Basic geopolitical agreements are not implemented. The policy of force and aggression and blunted interference in the internal affairs of sovereign states are prevailing. In Belarus, we felt it well after the elections in 2020. Obviously, not everyone in the region and the world is happy about the stability and peace in my country. Despite this, we continue to promote unifying peaceful initiatives at the United Nations and other international organizations, including parliamentary assemblies. Speaking of the traditional security theory and the human security concept, it should be noted that human security should not be seen and cannot be provided as an alternative to the traditional security. The state and society have the state and society have to complement each other. The weakening and decay of the state entail its inability to protect the interests of its citizens and their individual security. Current geopolitical realities clearly show that only a sovereign state and no other political force has the capacity to provide a decent standard of living, security and freedom for the society and the individual. In this context, we urge to stop imposing economic and political sanctions which limit window of opportunity to provide security and lasting peace. The Republic of Belarus remains open and ready to update relations, broaden diplomatic and parliamentarian channel of contacts, and mutually respectful cooperation with all states and international organizations for the purpose of building up solid security and peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from Seychelles, and then after that we will hear from Peru. These will be our last 4 speakers.
First and foremost, Madam Chair, I thank God for creating the enabling environment through IPU for us to have a voice. I thank God for guiding the votes on the emergency items. All glory to him alone. My name is Wevan William, Member of Parliament from the Seychelles and Vice Chair of the IPU Committee on Sustainable Development. I take the opportunity also to thank the government and people of the Republic of Rwanda for the warm welcome and hospitality throughout our mission work here. Madam Chair, my brief report is a follow-up action that our National Assembly has done, and myself as an elected member in my constituency since the Nusa Dua Declaration was adopted last year, getting to zero, mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change. It also covers the work that the Committee of International Affairs that I preside as chair has done up to now. At the National Assembly institution, I would like to report that from previous IPU GA, commitment to actions towards climate change, such as installation of solar panels, lessening our electricity bill to 50%, rainwater harvesting to be used in the garden and toilet, Commonwealth garden to absorb the CO2 in the surrounding area of the Parliament building. Recently, adopting a portion of the marshy area to restore mangroves, also close to the parliamentary surroundings. As chair of the International Affairs Committee, the committee has summoned the Minister of Agriculture, Environment, Climate Change, and Energy to explain to the committee the national challenges, the national determined contribution made, and future roadmaps, as well as food security, COP26 outcome. The committee also interacted with the biosecurity and biosafety agencies to understand better national situation. The committee also had the chance to participate in the national consultation on the Sendai Framework Midterm Review, that the outcome will be of paramount importance alongside other related agreements. I am also vice chair of new select committee called the Food and Security Sustainable Development Committee that is on the order paper for adoption next week. As an elected member, I have tabled several questions in Parliament to get answers, clarifications in the environment, agriculture sectors, and to the issue of sustainable development. Currently, I have 2 motions Parliament awaiting to be adopted, one on food security strategy review, and the other one is on balanced action of deforestation, restoration of our forests. At the level of my constituency, I have launched Environmental Protection Association. I have mobilized residents along with the association to conduct district cleaning, beach vegetation restoration, and delittering awareness campaign through educational boards positioning at critical sites in the district. To conclude, I would like to commend IPU for the accountability projects and to ensure that member countries are not only passing resolutions, but do actions to follow after. Above all, that IPU credibility and status and relevancy remains focused. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. And now we will hear from Peru, and then after Peru it will be Serbia, Qatar, and South Sudan, and then we will go on to the young speakers list. Thank you, distinguished member of parliament from Peru.
Listo. Buen día con todos, buenos días, o buen día, Presidenta. Quien les habla es el profesor de aula Alex Paredes González. Trabajé hasta el año pasado con alumnos en plena pandemia, pleno COVID. Nelson Mandela nos decía, la educación es el arma más poderosa que puedes usar para cambiar el mundo, pero tal parece que no lo entendemos. Si queremos cambiar y solucionar varios problemas de nuestra sociedad y en nuestro mundo, la educación debe ser primero. Y ojalá que en las próximas reuniones el primer tema sea educación. Hoy este ambiente, este auditorio debería estar lleno, pero no lo está. Y después queremos corregir violación de derechos humanos. Y la educación, según el artículo 27 de la Declaración Universal de los Derechos Humanos, también es un derecho. En mérito a la resolución de la OIT que refiere a aprovechar las tecnologías de la información y las comunicaciones como facilitadoras del sector de la educación, incluso en tiempos de pandemia. Y el COVID-19 lo que ha desnudado es la inequidad, la desigualdad, la discriminación, la exclusión en todo el mundo, más aún en la zona rural de todos los países, porque no hemos asegurado que la tecnología, que el Internet pudiera tener accesibilidad para nuestros estudiantes. Y hasta el día de hoy seguimos con esa deuda pendiente. Hay 3 elementos que tuvieron que ser asumidos por los docentes y por los padres de familia. El instrumento de conectividad, celular, tablet, laptop, tuvieron que comprarlo los padres de familia, tuvimos que comprarlo los maestros. El Internet lo tuvimos que pagar los maestros, lo tuvieron que pagar los padres de familia. Y los que no tenían, simplemente no gozaban del derecho humano a la educación. La preparación de los docentes hoy es una tarea inmediata. En nuestro país así lo estamos exigiendo al Ministerio de Educación. En la resolución se plantea rebajar el número de estudiantes por aula para tener un efectivo proceso de enseñanza y aprendizaje. Hoy el COVID-19 ha acercado a las familias, a los padres, para que sepan cómo trabajamos los docentes. Ahora sí han caminado al lado de sus hijos e hijas. Por razones laborales los dejaban, pero la pandemia los obligó a acompañarlos. Ojalá que esto no se pierda. Nos quedan como tareas priorizar el aumento de presupuesto para la educación, entender que la educación a distancia en alguna medida ayuda a la persona a la autodisciplina, a la formación integral. Hace poco hemos celebrado el Día Mundial de los Docentes, el 5 de octubre. Ojalá que le demos la importancia y la relevancia. Los profesionales en educación entregamos los mejores años de nuestra vida para cambiar el destino de nuestros países. Solo concluyo pidiéndole a OIT, ojalá que en la próxima reunión el primer tema sea educación y elijamos un grupo que fiscalice el cumplimiento de la resolución que tiene que ver con educación. Sin educación las cosas no van a cambiar. Gracias.
Thank you so much, distinguished speaker. Now we will hear from the distinguished member of parliament from Serbia. And then we will hear from Qatar and then South Sudan.
Honorable Madam President, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, this year we mark the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments, which was adopted at the 127th Assembly of the IPU in Quebec. I am proud to say that the Republic of Serbia has made great progress in each of 7 key areas of action that we recognize as strategically important. In the Republic of Serbia, there is a high awareness of the importance of gender equality, and there is a relevant institution and laws that regulate this area in accordance with the highest standards. As assessed in the report of the voluntary conduct of a self-assessment of gender sensitivity of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia, let me remind you that we organized the evaluation in cooperation with the IPU in December of 2017. Our actions are based on solid gender-responsive legal and strategic framework. In addition to the fact that gender equality and equal opportunities for both women and men are included in the basic democratic principles prescribed by the Constitution, the principle of gender equality is also included in the law on the prohibition of discrimination. Moreover, an umbrella law on this issue has also been adopted, the law on gender equality. This modern gender equality law has been adopted in compliance with the best possible practices of the countries in the region, Europe, around the world, ensuring an even better position of women in society. In 2017, the process of improvement of program budgeting model was installed by introducing the principle of gender-responsive budgeting. This made Serbia one of the few countries in the world with the gender-responsive budgeting integrated in its law on budget system. In addition, amendments to criminal labor and family law have been adopted, making the beginning of a resolute fight to prevent any form of violence against women. At the same time, we have been investing efforts in making women more visible in politics and ensuring they exercise their right to be elected to the highest state positions. This is to the positions of decision makers, and amendments to electoral laws stipulate that at least 40% of candidates must be on the less representative gender. Rest assured that the National Assembly of Serbia will remain committed to the implementation of the Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments and will be open to any initiative that contributes to raising awareness of the importance of gender equality as prescribed for the progress of the entire society and the one fundamental values for a democratic state. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we will listen to the Honorable Member of Parliament from Qatar, and then we will have the last speaker for this section. It will be South Sudan after Qatar.
سعادة رئيس الجلسة، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا على إتاحة الفرصة لنا لمناقشة الأنشطة والمبادرات التي تم اتخاذها لتفعيل وتنفيذ القرارات التي أقرها الاتحاد. ويسعدني إعلامكم بأن مجلس الشورى في دولة قطر قدم تطوعا تقريرا للاتحاد بهذا الخصوص، إيمانا منه بأهداف الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، ويعمل كل ما في استطاعته لتنفيذ قراراته والاسترشاد بتوجهاته في رسم خطة المجلس وفقا لسياسة دولة قطر التي ترتكز على مبدأ دعم الأمن والسلم الدوليين وحل الخلافات والنزاعات بالطرق السلمية وتعزيز التنمية المستدامة في العالم بواسطة محاربة الفقر والحرمان ودعم السياسات التعليمية والمحافظة على البيئة وتوفير الدواء والوقاية الصحية والعناية الاجتماعية للجميع. ومما لا شك فيه أنكم تعلمون جميعا الجهود الخيرة التي ما فتى يبذلها صاحب السمو الشيخ تميم بن حمد الثاني أمير البلاد المفدى في سبيل إحلال السلم وتعزيزه والوساطات التي قام بها سموه لحل بعض الخلافات في مناطق مختلفة من العالم.
I'm sorry, just one moment please. I think there's a mix-up in the channels of the translation. The English channel has another, I think, yeah, and the French. Can we correct, see that please? I think we can maybe try to make sure it's all working. I'm sorry, we wanted to hear you, but there was a mix-up in the channels. Let's try it now.
الوساطات التي قام بها سموه لحل بعض الخلافات في مناطق مختلفة من العالم، إضافة لمساهمات سموه في تمويل الأنشطة والمبادرات التي تقوم بها الأمم المتحدة والهيئات التابعة لها في سبيل مكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف والجريمة المنظمة، وكذلك سبيل إنجاز أهداف التنمية المستدامة التي أقرتها الأمم المتحدة. وقد قام مجلس الشورى القطري بعدة مبادرات لنشر قرارات الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي والتنسيق مع الحكومة لدعم خططها التنموية في كل ما يتعلق بالتعليم والصحة والمحافظة على بيئة سليمة وتوفير جميع سبل العيش الكريم لمواطني الدولة المقيمين على أرضها بغض النظر عن جنسهم وعرقهم ومعتقداتهم واحترام مبادئ تكافؤ الفرص. وفي ميدان المحافظة على البيئة فقد تم إنشاء وزارة خاصة بالبيئة، كما تم مراعاة هذا الجانب في كل منجزات الدولة، ومن ضمنها إقامة أول بطولة كأس عالم على ملاعب صديقة للبيئة تم تجهيزها للتبريد بالطاقة الشمسية، كما تم اعتماد كافة بلديات الدولة باعتبارها بلديات صحية بالإضافة إلى المدينة التعليمية وجامعة قطر. وأغتنم هذه الفرصة السانحة لإبلاغكم أن دولة قطر قد انتهت من إعداد جميع التجهيزات الخاصة بتنظيم كأس العالم، واتخذت جميع الاحتياطات لكي تكون بطولة كأس العالم قطر 2022 من أنجح التظاهرات الرياضية عبر التاريخ. كما سيوفر شعب قطر الأصيل المضياف كل الظروف الملائمة لاستقبال مئات الآلاف من الزوار من مختلف مناطق العالم، وإعطائهم الفرصة للتعرف والاطلاع على المنجزات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية التي تحققت في دولة قطر بفضل الله وفضل القيادة الحكيمة لصاحب سمو أمير البلاد. فمرحبا بكم جميعا في دولة قطر، وشكرا على حسن الإصغاء.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. Now we will hear from our distinguished speaker from South Sudan, and then it will be the section on young parliamentarians. We will go back to the general debate after that.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving us this special to be the last in this category. The Republic of South Sudan and our Transitional National Legislative Assembly attended the 144th IPU Assembly in Nusa Dua, Indonesia, and upon arrival back home, submitted to the Parliament the 5 resolutions which were passed in Nusa Doha. One of the key resolution was mobilization of Parliament to act on climate change. As a country, we have a Ministry of Minister of Environment and Forestry, and which was tasked to take immediate action on 2 grounds. One, on the pollution of the oil fields, which were conducted directly with the floods that have affected no less than 7 states in the country. On the issue of the human rights of the parliamentarian, the Parliament have already formed a working committee to study each particular case that has been highlighted as and submitted to the relevant committee. After the thorough deliberation, the resolution and decision of the IPU were referred to the relevant parliamentary committees, and each committee started and began the scrutiny of these with the involvement of executive, particularly those related to the Minister of Peace and Reconciliation, the Minister of Environment and Forestry, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, the Ministry related to Parliamentary Affairs. The Republic of South Sudan exerting utmost efforts to ensure that these resolutions and decisions are implemented and working closely with the executive. Finally, the Republic of South Sudan has been effective in involving regional peace processes. Our neighbor Sudan has been involved in a serious political crisis, and the Republic of South Sudan took the mediation, and today, as we speak, the Republic of Sudan has been working together with the political groups in the country and came up with what was called Juba Peace Process, and this shows that countries can work together if they are given the opportunity to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, distinguished speaker. We completed the special session on good parliamentary practices accountability, and now we go back to our general debate with our young members of parliament, and it's a great honor for me to ask my colleague from Turkey to come and speak. And after Turkey, we will hear from Canada.
Dear Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, Turkey, in terms of the position of women and the efforts made for their empowerment in the social field, has an exceptional and unique historical experience in the world, and this experience continues to increase with the policies implemented today. In Turkish society, women has been in a leading position for ages. The source of this is not only based on the equality of men and women stipulated in the Article 42 of our Constitution, but also it's an element in our cultural codes. In the ancient Turkish mythology, the wolf that guides the society is a she-wolf. Again, in his farewell speech in the year 632, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ mentioned women's rights widely and clearly, approximately 1,300 years before the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is one of the Turkey is one of the countries where women's movement have been strong since the early 19th century. Turkish women gained the right to vote and to be elected in 1934. At this point, I want to emphasize that it is a decision taken before many other countries in the world. As a result of this long way for women's rights, today in Turkey, the number of female research assistants and female lecturers in the academy surpassed the number of male academics. 40% of the judges are women, and in our parliament, the number of women parliamentarians is fourfold since 2002.
Dear colleagues, I consider this platform as a common decision-making platform. During the Young Parliamentarians Forum meeting, we see great enthusiasm of our colleagues. When we are talking about women's rights, we need to respect their choice first. We need to be aware that there are women who are not allowed to wear their headscarf in public spaces, even in Europe. We should condemn the laws that decides in the name of women what not to wear, while condemning the rules that decides in the name of women what to wear. We should accept that women are the only decision makers for their own life. And I would like to thank our African friends, Rwanda and IPU, for this wonderful meeting, for their hospitality. Thank you. Murakoz'de teşekkürler.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from our distinguished member of parliament from Canada. But may I ask our distinguished delegates to be quiet? I know how much importance IPU gives to youth, and we're happy to hear our young members of parliament, and especially a young mother from Canada as well. Thank you.
Merci, chers collègues parlementaires. C'est la première fois que je participe à une assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire. Et le thème du débat général de l'Assemblée, égalité des sexes et parlement sensible au genre, moteur du changement pour un monde plus résilient et plus pacifique, me touche de très près. Je suis non seulement une jeune parlementaire, mais aussi une femme et une nouvelle mère. Je suis également vice-présidente du comité permanent de la condition féminine à la Chambre des communes depuis ma première élection il y a à peine 3 ans. Mais je ne serais pas ici aujourd'hui sans les efforts de toutes les femmes courageuses qui m'ont précédée. Leur travail, notre travail, n'est cependant pas terminé. Nous connaissons tous et toutes les défis que les femmes, et en particulier les jeunes femmes, doivent surmonter pour entrer en politique et obtenir le privilège de représenter la population. Parce que, comme l'indique l'UIP, moins de 1% des 4000 parlementaires dans le monde sont des femmes de moins de 30 ans. Les jeunes femmes font face à de nombreux obstacles pour la participation à la politique officielle, notamment les obstacles juridiques, la difficulté d'obtenir du soutien financier pour faire campagne et le fait qu'elles sont perçues comme inexpérimentées, leur manque de notoriété, sans oublier la discrimination fondée sur le sexe. Que chacun et chacune d'entre nous, parlementaires de tous âges et de tous sexes, inspire la force d'innovation des jeunes générations et favorise leur participation politique, formelle et informelle, pour la santé de nos institutions démocratiques et pour un monde plus résilient, plus pacifique. L'égalité n'est pas une lutte réservée aux jeunes et aux femmes, peu importe leur âge, leur sexe ou leur genre. Tous y gagnent lorsque l'égalité devient une réalité. Une société libre est égale, en est une qui est prospère. Et à ce sujet, j'aimerais exprimer ma solidarité envers tous ces gens qui manifestent en Iran pour la liberté de choix et l'égalité, contre l'oppression et la violence faites aux femmes. La mort de Mahsa Amini est une tragédie qui atteste que la lutte n'est pas gagnée d'avance. Et les reculs que l'on constate dans ces dernières années, y compris aux États-Unis, où le droit à l'avortement est sévèrement menacé, nous rappellent que nous ne devons pas baisser notre garde et que nous devons nous tenir aucun gain pour acquis. Alors, continuons d'aller de l'avant, parce que si nous restons tels que nous sommes, nous risquons des reculs. Merci beaucoup au Rwanda pour son accueil.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from the distinguished speaker from Iran. And after Iran, we will hear from Pakistan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, 43 years ago, following overthrow of the Western puppet regime, more than 98% of Iranian men and women voted to Islamic Republic as their official system. According to the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran, women are equal in humanity and dignity to men, strengthening the position of women in the family institution and facilitating their dynamic participation in social, political, and cultural life, and caring for justice between men and women, is one of the things that have always been priority for the Islamic Republic of Iran. After the victory of the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the progress has been made especially in the field of women and family. In fact, at the beginning of the Islamic Revolution, only 35% of women were educated, while today this number has reached 85%, which indicates the improvement of the state, the status of women, of women in the Islamic Republic. Also, in the field of university education, for more than 2 decades, 50% of university composition has been made up of women, and about 30% of high-ranking managements have been assigned to women. Today, more than 27% of the faculty members of our universities are women, and 30% of the doctors are women. So that all these fields are still growing, and there is no obstacle for presence of women in these fields. At the end, I emphasize that the development of civil society and women in social networking in the Islamic Republic of Iran has made significant progress, and the power of women's networking has made them play more constructive role in the civil society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from our distinguished speaker from Pakistan, and after Pakistan, we will hear from Ukraine. And thank you so much for being patient and showing us how much we care about the hearing of the young members of parliament.
Thank you. Madam President, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum and good evening. As a proud member of Pakistan's upper house, I'm honored to be addressing you today. Pakistan's vibrant young people and dynamic women have remained at the forefront of every political struggle from before we gained independence in 1947. Sadly, in the past few months, all other struggles have taken a back seat as we grapple with the climate carnage. Imagine, if you will, going to sleep in your home and waking up neck deep in water. Everything you owned, everything around you, washed away. Imagine scrambling to find a patch of high land so you can save yourself and your family. And then, imagine having to swim kilometers to get them food or be rescued. Imagine being stranded with 5-6 feet of stagnant water around you for months. Imagine the hunger, the disease, the poverty, the utter helplessness. Only then can you imagine what 33 million Pakistanis have been enduring every single day for over 2 months now. Tragedy, disaster, and death. They don't discriminate, but the impact on the most vulnerable is surely the most devastating. 75% of those most affected in our floods are the women and the children. Schools, colleges, hospitals, homes, fields, all washed away or inundated. While a traumatized, vulnerable population grows increasingly wary, as no country, no government can deal with a catastrophe of this magnitude on its own. 33 million is the number of Pakistanis displaced. 33 million is more than the entire population of most countries here. Pakistan is suffering today, not because we messed up, but because others did. Today, it is us. Tomorrow, it could very well be you. And it is only fair for us to expect the world to step up and do what is right, what is just, and what is equitable, not only for us, but also for you. The developed countries of the world must be mindful of their privilege, mindful that this privilege comes with a responsibility. And today you must ask yourselves, Are you fulfilling your responsibilities? I feel some introspection will tell you, no, you are not. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. And we take this opportunity to say that we stand in solidarity.
Thank you.
We hope we won't have any more disasters everywhere, anywhere.
So do we.
Just like we talked about it during the previous session. Now we will hear from our distinguished young member of parliament from Ukraine. Then it will be Sweden and Mexico.
Dear colleagues, I'm honored to address the distinguished gathering on behalf of young Ukrainian parliamentarians, and let me express my deep gratitude to the Parliament of Rwanda for the warm hospitality. Ukrainian Parliament is the second youngest in the world. 7 out of 8 members of our delegation are under the age of 40. But today, I will speak on how my life and the life of millions of young people have changed since the 24th of February, when Russia started the full-scale aggression on Ukraine. Hundreds of young people and children are being killed. Hundreds are being, thousands injured. Millions had been displaced internally or had to leave their Ukraine, trying to escape in order to save their lives. Thousands of young men and women joined armed forces in order to defend our country. And millions of young people have been deprived of the right to normal education because they are either learning online, or if they choose physical to go to school, they have to stay in bomb shelters, trying to save their lives from the bombs. And this is if they are lucky enough that their school hasn't been destroyed by the bombs, like hundreds of our schools and universities in Ukraine have been destroyed. All our young women have their own frontier, bringing our victory closer. Being a soldier, or teaching children, or saving their children, our future. As for myself, a young woman parliamentarian, I'm also living under constant threat of missiles attack from Russia in the past 8 months, hearing threats from Russian top politicians urging to complete dismantling of the political regime of Ukraine. Russians wanted to steal our youth, yet the tanks, their bullets cannot kill our freedom-loving spirit. We will prevail, and so will our values, our democracy, and our youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from our distinguished member of parliament from Sweden. Then the final speech will be from Mexico.
Honorable Madam Chair, dear colleagues, speaking right after my honorable colleague from Ukraine, I want to express my and the Swedish delegation's full support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. And I'm glad that this assembly just a little while ago agreed upon a very strong resolution that condemns Russian invasion of Ukraine and Russia's illegal annexation of Ukrainian territories. Dear colleagues, I got involved in politics to fight for each individual's right to form their own life and future. Regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, you should have the same power to shape your own life as well as to influence society at large. Sweden, where I come from, ranks as one of the world's most equal countries, but we too have challenges and problems. We see, for example, that insecurity in Sweden has increased, and especially among women. Women feel insecure to a much higher extent than men, and this insecurity leads many women to limit their lives. We cannot accept that. I would now like to focus on the issue of gender-sensitive parliaments. 100 years ago, the first women took their seats in the Swedish parliament. Today, we are one of the parliaments with the highest female representation. I want to emphasize that we have reached this point without quotas, but not without measures to enable an equal parliament. An important measure has been to give parliamentarians the opportunity to go on parental leave. This opportunity of parental leave is important for creating the conditions for an equal parliament and to provide the conditions for all Swedish parliamentarians to combine the demanding parliamentarian work with a functioning family life. I myself have been on parental leave from Parliament twice to spend important time with my two sons while my beloved wife has been able to carry on with her career. During my leaves, a substitute MP from my party has served in my place. If the possibility of parental leave had not existed, I would not have been an MP today. To conclude, gender-sensitive parliaments that do not want to exclude young members need to create opportunities for members to combine parliamentary duties with family life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we will hear from the distinguished member of parliament from Mexico.
La evolución de la normatividad nacional en materia de inclusión de las mujeres a los cargos de elección popular en México, desde el paso por las cuotas hasta la obligación constitucional de que los órdenes de gobierno y los poderes de la Unión incluyan de manera paritaria acceso a ambos sexos, ha sido progresiva y persistente. Actualmente, la legislación mexicana reconoce la paridad de género como un principio constitucional que implica que las mujeres ocupemos el 50% de los espacios en el poder ejecutivo, legislativo y judicial. Además, se han implementado medidas que obligan a los partidos políticos a postular cuotas para las personas con discapacidad, para las personas migrantes, indígenas, afrodescendientes y comunidad LGBTQI+. En la transición hacia la igualdad sustantiva, hoy nos encontramos en una fase de aumento cuantitativo de mujeres en las legislaturas. Hoy tenemos la denominada legislatura de la paridad, la inclusión y la diversidad. Pero este aumento cuantitativo debe de ser seguido necesariamente por una fase cualitativa, que aumente la incidencia de las mujeres en los espacios de decisión para que logremos mejorar la condición y la calidad de vida de las mujeres, pero sobre todo para fortalecer a la democracia. La militarización ha sido presentada por el gobierno en turno que la impulsa como un mal necesario para devolver la seguridad a nuestro país. Esta estrategia no ha sido capaz de mejorar las condiciones de seguridad y paz en México. Numerosos estudios y las experiencias de otros países que hemos tenido la oportunidad de escuchar durante estos congresos internacionales ilustran el costo que la militarización de la seguridad pública ha tenido en la vida de las mujeres. Muchas investigaciones señalan cómo los contextos de militarización incrementan la violencia estructural que viven las mujeres. Sus cuerpos se vuelven territorio de guerra y de control. Por ello, las mujeres parlamentarias estamos llamadas a no dar un paso atrás, a ser congruentes en nuestro actuar parlamentario y exigir a los gobiernos que tomen medidas para poner fin a la violencia contra las mujeres en México y en todo el mundo. Gracias.
Thank you so much. This was the end of the general debate. Before we close for tonight, Iran has a right of reply. So I'll ask the speaker from Iran to reply from their seat if they still wish to do so. While they are getting ready, okay. In the meanwhile, I wanted to thank this opportunity for your patience, and it's a great honor and privilege for me to be here, and I guess we will hear from Iran right now. 2 minutes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. بار دیگر تاکید می‌کنم به منع مداخله کشورهای دیگر در امور داخلی کشور عزیزمان ایران اسلامی، چرا که اگر تمام این کشورهایی که با صحبت‌های خودشون مداخله در امور داخلی کشور می‌کنند، اگر دلسوز مردم کشور ایران هستند، مقابله کنند با تحریم‌هایی که به صورت اعمال یک جانبانه به ایران تحمیل می‌شود و دخالت در امور داخلی کشور ما نقض فاحش اصول و قواعد حقوق بین الملل هست. با تشکر.
Thank you for keeping up with the time. Tomorrow the Governing Council will meet at 9:30. Hopefully we will see you at 9:30, and I close this session. May I?